So, hello everyone. It's nice to see you there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for everyone. I'm Ksenia, community manager for this event, and I suppose I'll be your moderator for the next couple of hours. And our next speaker will be I hope so that you are not so tired because we have a lot of nice content. Our next speaker will be Rabeea Wajeeha. She is Chief Operating Officer in Accelerator, and she will present the talk named Freelancer to Agency Owner. Rabeea, hello, nice to see you. How are you doing today?
Hello, everyone. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Really excited. I know that it's like half of the junior day is left, but we have still a lot of people who will connect us, and they are with us today. Actually, I also wanted to tell that Rabeea is not only our speaker, she was also our program committee member. Thank you very much for all your time that you help us to bring this content here. And I can see that you already opened your slides, and I think I will add it to the stream. Yeah, you can start anytime, you'll be ready. The floor is yours. See you. Good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Rabeea, and I am, as mentioned, going to be talking about the freelancer to agency owner journey and what that is actually like. Some of the things that you should be considering as you are going through it yourself. So I'm really excited to be here. I just want to start off by saying thanks to Geekle for inviting me. UX UI design is something that is very, very close to my heart. So I'm really excited to be here for that. So just to give you a little bit of my background, as mentioned, my name is Rabeea. I'm an entrepreneur, an educator, and a speaker. I have two businesses that I currently own and operate. So I have the Blue Creative, which is the agency side of my business, and I have Accelerator, which is the education side of my business. And as an educator, I love teaching what I learn, and I love bringing all these amazing people who are partners and amazing designers within the community who love sharing what they learn as well. And that is really what we do. We build a community at Accelerator, and I'm also a speaker. So I love connecting with people. So if you are in the audience and if you want to connect, make sure you do so on my LinkedIn. I am very good at keeping up with that. So that is my go-to spot for if you want to get in touch with me. So I will jump right into what we will be covering. So I know we only have half an hour, so I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly. If I am going too fast, let me know, or just feel free to reach out to me after if you have any questions. I'm more than always happy to answer that. So what we will be covering today is really just going through all the different parts of the things that you really need to consider as you are going through the journey of going from a one person freelancer to actually building a team and growing your business. So we're going to be talking a little bit about mindset, and I think really everything that you important that you do in life, it really does come from mindset and finding your purpose. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. Where you're at right now. I think it's really important to take inventory of where you're at, and then also that really helps you figure out where you're going. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. We're going to be talking about your agency, right? What are some of the things that we want to think about as we go into, bringing this business into this world? So I'm going to be going over some of the things that you should really be thinking about. We don't have a whole lot of time, so I will try to keep it as clear and concise as possible. But yeah, that is what we're going to be covering. We have business and legal setup, which is also a very important part of our business. I know we're all creatives; we get very excited about designing things, and we don't always really want to think about the legal and the accounting and the business stuff. But it is very much needed when you start to grow your business. So I'm going to make sure I give you some information to at least get you started to think about that. And I'm going to give you some tools and some systems. And I want this to be very much a practical thing that you can, take home with you and start thinking about these things if this is a journey that you're looking to go down. And the last thing is really networking and marketing. And a lot of that is really to do with how are you going to get your clients, right? Like at the end of the day, that's what we're doing all of this for. And we want to make sure that we have a solid plan of action as we are moving through this journey. So that is what we're going to be covering. So the first thing, as I mentioned, is mindset. So there are two exercises that I'm going to give you guys, and this is something that you can think about, and it will just give you your brain turning and like thinking about all these things. So it really is this concept of ikigai, and then I'm going to share a clarity tool with you. So what is ikigai? For anyone who is not familiar with this framework, I found it to be very useful. I know there is some debate about, some people say it's not very helpful. Some people don't really necessarily agree with it. So there's some debate around that. But I personally found it to be useful. So I do like sharing it with others because I think there's value in that, even if it's not 100% exactly. Giving you all the answers that you're looking for, it will at least get you to start thinking. So basically, what this is really doing is ikigai is really based on a Japanese philosophy, which basically means the secret to long and happy life. If there's any Japanese friends in the audience, I apologize if there's any mistakes I'm making here, but that is what my interpretation of this framework is. So essentially, what it is. Are really used for is to take inventory of your life in a holistic way. So starting a business is a really big responsibility, and it is something that is going to be altering your life in so many different ways. So you really want to think about where you're at and where you want to go in a very holistic manner. And that is, I think, one of the first things that you should really be doing, because it allows you to put those foundational pieces and have that really strong, because as you go through the journey, being an entrepreneur is not easy. There's going to be ups and downs, but knowing your why and understanding what was the reason for starting this business, why did you even want to do that, I think really does set you up for success. And then every time things get hard, then you can be like, okay, you know what, that is why I'm doing this to begin with. There was a reason. I did think this through. It wasn't just something that I just decided to do out of nowhere. So what you really want to do is I really like this diagram, and I think it just kind of captures the essence of what we're trying to get at here. And essentially what that is looking at is the 4 areas in our life, or the questions that we should be asking ourselves as we are looking for fulfillment and something that is very much aligned with our future vision and where we're at right now. So there are 4 different categories of things that you should really be thinking about. So there's something that is your passion, something that is a mission, something that is profession, and vocation. So the questions, how you get to that, are really around asking yourself, like, what is it that you really love, what the world needs, what you're good at, and what you can get paid for. So I think this is a really important one to kind of think about, is because sometimes we get stuck in, and this was, I would say, earlier in my career, finding something that you're really getting paid for and what the world needs could be like 2 sections that you have checked off, but it might not be very fulfilling, or it might not be very exciting to you. So if there is this gap between like the things that you're doing, then you might not feel like it's a good fit for you. So what you're good at and what you're getting paid for, like there is this overall like understanding of, as long as you have a good understanding of all of these questions for yourself, then you're going to be able to come to a point where you can answer that question for yourself. So for me, it was really that I wanted something that was creative, something that allowed me to do what I want to do. Also, like education is something that's very important to me, which is like around the mission of giving back to the world. So in my life, I've tried to kind of make sure that I'm checking off all of these boxes. And if you're doing that, I think you will feel very fulfilled and you'll feel very happy with what you're doing, and also get paid for it. And UX design or design world in general is very much in demand right now. So you're not going to have a problem there at all. The next thing I want to really dive a little bit deeper into is the clarity tool. So what that does is give you almost like taking an inventory of where you're at in your life right now, right? So you want to think about what is your current status, and you really want to be honest about that. What is the 1 year look that, like, what is the 1 year goal that you have for yourself? And why are these important? Why are these goals important? And this kind of goes back to the exercise that we did previously, of really understanding the why and answering these questions for yourself And having that, you can actually plug that in. And now that you have clarity around your goals and the importance of why they are your goals to begin with, you can answer that question here. And then the capabilities that you need to achieve them. So you may not have everything that you really need to be successful as an agency owner, but taking inventory of that really does give you a good idea of, okay, here's what I have already, here's what I need to work on. And then you can slowly fill those gaps in for yourself. So I really like having this clarity inventory that you can do in the beginning of your journey. And then this is a living document. You can definitely use it like a year from now, 2 years from now, and keep improving it, to really take inventory of where you're at, where you're going, and then what are the things that you really need to accomplish in order for you to get to your goals. So I hope that gives you some clarity around your mindset now that you've decided, okay, I have a good understanding of, yes, I want to go ahead and starting an agency or a business is a good time for me. You have also taken inventory of where you're at, where you're wanting to go, and you're also clear about what are the capabilities that you need to develop. And if there are any gaps, how are you going to actually take care of that? So once you've done that, I think it's really important to kind of think of where you're at right now, just going a little bit deeper into that question. I want to really dive a little bit deeper into what is a freelancer and what is a agency or studio owner, and what is really the difference between the two, because I think a lot of people don't really realize that when you're a designer, this is you're kind of more focused on the design side of things, but when you are an agency owner, you're really focused on the business side of things. So if being an agency owner is indeed something that you want to do, then definitely go down this path, but it is not going to be for everyone. Not everyone wants to do it. So it's really a good idea for you to understand what it is that you're really going to be doing and what are the pros and cons, and how you're if it is indeed a good fit for you. So freelancers. So what are what are the pros and cons of being a freelancer? So if you are a freelancer, I think time flexibility is a big one for you. Managing multiple projects, you often do get paid more because you are, kind of doing your own thing. You learn as you go. You wear multiple hats. That is going to be the case in agency owner as well. But in the beginning of your journey, that is going to very much be the case. And you can really work on projects that are of interest to you instead of being assigned something. And the cons are that you are one-man show. You don't really get feedback on your work that you're putting out. So like it's not very easy for you to know if you're really growing as a professional. It's hard to get clients. Sometimes it can be inconsistent. So you might have a client one day, you may not have a client another day, and like you might be spending too much time on clients, and then there might be gaps, and that can be really hard for you financially. And we want to make sure that you are striving, you're doing very well financially, and you're not like struggling in that way. You have a lack of systems, and you can get weird projects just because, like, if you have that low season where you don't have a client, you're just like, okay, I have to pay my bills, I'm just going to take whatever. So then your passion for being a designer kind of starts to die away in some cases. So that is one of the not so pretty sides of being a designer. Whereas owning an agency or a studio, there is the ability to pivot as needed. So what that means is that you can start in like one space, and then you can kind of slowly change as you grow. You have time flexibility. You get to work with multiple clients, multiple businesses, big and small. So there's a lot more growth opportunities for you there as an individual and as a business. And you can work collaboratively or alone. So that is also a choice for you. And then cons are that you really do have to worry about the legal and the hiring and the working with the clients, handling sales, marketing. There's just so much more on your plate. Where you are growing a studio and an agency that you really do have to think about, which you don't necessarily have to worry about as if you're just a freelancer doing your own thing. And you have a lot of those things that are in the con section. You don't really have to worry about that. So it's not really a con, but it's just like a different way of looking at things. So now that we have talked a little bit about the different types of, so we have the freelancer, we have the agency or a studio route. So say you are going through this journey, you have decided that you want to go ahead and start your own agency or a studio. This is what we're going to be talking about now. Like, we want to think more about conducting like a SWOT analysis, where you're at, finding your ideal clients, and some other considerations there. So for anyone who has been to business school, I'm sure you will know what a SWOT analysis is. So essentially, it is just taking an inventory of your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The strengths and weaknesses are more internal to you or to your business, and opportunities or threats are more external. So what is happening in the market? So for example, if you are you learned one particular set of skills, but the market is changing, and in like 5 years from now, it's not really going to be relevant anymore. You need to move with the time. So that could potentially be a threat to your business if you get stuck in doing things that are getting outdated, right? So you want to take an inventory of that, and you want to uncover your competitive position with these questions of what are the things that you're good at. That will allow you to really stand out in the market. And now we're starting to get to the good part of, like, now that you have figured out the strengths and your weaknesses, and you are now getting to think more about the client side of things. So what that really this diagram here really is showing is the how to find your ideal client. So some of the things that we really want to think about are, there is this like circle of like influence that we have, and everyone has that. We may or may not think about it, but we do have the circle of influence. And what that essentially gets at the core of it is that the people really like to work with people who they know, like, and trust. So at the heart of this, or the center of the circle, really is people that you know, or your family, or your friends. And they're going to be your first couple of clients. That's how I got my first few clients as well, through family and friends. Just more organically, people will start asking you once you start letting the world know that you are open for business. And then the second layer of that really is around recommendations from people that you know. So your family or friends could know people who need your services. So you want to really start thinking more about that as well, more deeply, and don't be hesitant to ask for referrals or ask your family and friends. Be like, okay, I'm open for business. I think the first step, really, which is scary, is letting the world know that you have started this business. But once you have done that, you really want to start thinking about how to get those referrals and how to get people to send clients your way. Social media network is also a great way to kind of be seen. If you don't have a whole lot of people within your network, then you are going to kind of expand your network by going out on social media and like posting on Instagram and LinkedIn. And so far, LinkedIn has been really one of the best ones for my personal business for business growth. But you can definitely start with any of the social media that you're feeling comfortable with. Each one has its pros and cons, and definitely use the ones that you're feeling comfortable with and the ones that you're good at. And then we have visiting your local businesses. I think this is something that we don't really often end up doing, especially if we're really shy. But you can also, reach out to your local businesses, talk to people who are in your area. So like if you're going for a haircut, or if you're going to go get your nails done, you can ask the salon owner if they need a website, or if they know of someone who does, because these people are, what I like to think of them as, are like nodes almost, because they come in contact with so many people. And those people, if you've been to, going to your eyebrow lady or to your hairdresser for a long time, they build a relationship with you. And that is the case with a lot of their clients as well. So I really do think it's a great way for you to connect with people who know people within the community. So if you let them know, so they may or may not need your services, but if they know that this is something that you do offer, you can definitely use that to grow your circle of potential customers. So just let them know, and you can even set up like a formal referral fee. If someone sends people your way, you can just be like, okay, I'm happy to share X amount of a referral fee with you for sending customers my way. And you can set up a program like that. But you definitely should start thinking about local businesses that you visit. People there, like a coffee shop, or any of the local places that you visit all the time, and the people there. That can be a great way for you to expand your network. And also cold outreach. It is a hit and miss, so you have to do that one like properly. But it is still something that is worth considering, and you can definitely try cold outreach to clients as well and try to get more clients that way. And once you have had a couple of clients, always ask for referrals. Current clients are the best way for you to get more clients, and that really does help you grow your overall circle of referrals. And that is going to get you started on getting some of your first clients. And then now we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the other considerations that you should really think about. And you can create like a slide deck for your services and start sharing that with people. You can also offer different types of retainer packages and different consulting packages to really expand your expertise and kind of be able to give different options to different customers. This is something that you would want to kind of think about. You don't want to have too many options available as well, because I think it does help to have a narrow, here's just like what are the packages that we offer, come up with a few, but don't have too many options, because the more options people have, the more confused they get. So that is something for you to start thinking about as well. And then we have the minimum levels of engagement. This, I think, is something that is very, very important for you to think about, just because not every client is really a good client for you. And what you really want to do is make sure that you have that minimum level of engagement set for yourself. So if, say, after looking at your expenses and everything, you want to, say, charge $80 an hour, $100 an hour, whatever hourly rate that you set for yourself, or per project. So say, for example, if you're going to be doing fixed fee projects, say for a website, you've decided that you want it to be like $5,000, for example. Make sure that you're sticking to that and you're not taking on too many clients that don't make aren't able to afford your services, because what happens is that you will sometimes take those clients, but there is an opportunity cost to taking clients that are not a good fit for you, because you're spending too much time with this client, whereas you could be getting other clients who are a much better fit for your services and would be paying for that. And there are clients that will pay for your services. I know sometimes it feels like that you don't have it, but there are clients who have the budget. So just find ways to kind of mentally set for yourself a minimum level that you want to be able to reach, and stick to that. So we have legal and business considerations. You want to really start thinking about the legal considerations. You want to register your business. In each part of the world, there's going to be different requirements, so I can't really speak too much to that, but it is always a good idea to speak to a lawyer. In Canada, in US, there is this service called Legal Shield, which does give you connects you to lawyers, and they have discounted rates, and they do have like packages. I think they start at $49 or something like that. But it's a great way for you to be able to get legal fees or like minimum sort of services that you need, and you don't really have to break the bank for that. And also, like within your area, search for those government agencies that are going to be there to really help you make sure that you're getting your business registered. So it is important to start thinking of that earlier rather than later, just because the more you leave it, the more you're going to have to worry about it later. So it's good to just kind of set it up properly, set up your banking properly, set up your contracts, proposals, everything up when you're going to be going through this journey ahead of time. So when the first clients start to come in, you're not having to like worry about, oh my God, what do I do? And you also want to have some like rules for like 50% deposit, or if you want payment that has to be paid in like within 14 days. All of those things are things that you should really be thinking about ahead of time and have them in place before you even like open your doors, and have that ready to go basically. So that, I think, gives you a good overview of what are the legal considerations that you should really be thinking about. And we have the next thing we're going to really be talking about is some of the tools and what are the required expertise for people that are going to be in your agencies. So tools of the trade, what that really means is like really setting up your communication properly, setting up your billing, your payments, invoices, making all of that stuff. So I've listed a few here. If you want, you can definitely take a screenshot of that. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them here, but what that really does give you is a solid foundation for getting everything started. Of course, you can spend hundreds and thousands of dollars as you grow your business. There's going to be a lot of things that you're going to start thinking about, but this gets you started with a really strong foundation. Required expertise. So what that really means is what are the things that you people or the human resources that you should have in your business in order for you to successfully run an agency. So you should think about getting an assistant, because what happens is that if you are spending too much of your time doing things that are not really giving you a return on investment, that is time that you're really wasting on doing things that are not as valuable. So each task that you have, you should take inventory of that and figure out what are the things that are important for you to do. Some tasks that are giving you a return on investment, they're high value tasks, and what are the tasks that are low value tasks and you can really give to somebody else. So definitely hire an assistant. And once you get to that point, the earlier the better, because that will open up so much of your time for you. So if you're spending like 20 hours doing social media posts for yourself, maybe it's time for you to like delegate that to someone else. You should think about a project manager, because that is the person who's going to be really working to make sure that the project is running smoothly. You should think about getting a designer and a developer if your agency is going to be offering design and development services. And it really depends. Like, this is not an exact, everything is not listed here, but these are some of the people that you should definitely have. Marketing is another one. If you're spending too much of the time yourself doing that and you're not really very good at it, maybe, or it's a skill that you need to develop, maybe getting someone from a marketing background might be a good idea. Lawyer and accountant are also part of the business. You, of course, don't have to hire a lawyer or an accountant full time unless you're at that level where you need that additional support on an ongoing basis. But you would want to definitely have some people that you have that you can reach out to whenever you need those services. And the last thing really is announcing your agency and like letting the world know that you're here. So we talked a little bit about this already when we went into figuring out your ideal client and reaching out to your ideal customers. But really, once you have set all of this up, you really want to let the world know. And I know this is a scary, scary part, and it can be really daunting for you to let the world know that you are starting your own business, but you have to do it. So just trust me, start letting the world know. So even family and friends, people around you, let them know that you are ready to, you know, take on new clients. This is how you're going to be putting on getting the word out to let people know that you're open for business, and really just start networking, which is a big part of the success for your overall business. So what that really means is, like, right now COVID is like getting better. If there are in-person events happening, definitely start attending those. If there are digital events, there's still a lot of digital events happening, such as this one. You can definitely attend. You can build rapport with your audience. You can connect with partners and studios. So this, I think, is a really great one. And I really do want to mention this one and kind of highlight it a little bit, is that bigger agencies and bigger studios actually do at times work with smaller agencies where they can subcontract the work out. So that could be a great way for you to constantly like build those relationships with different studios or agencies. And if they have a lot of work that's coming their way, they could partner up with you, and that will actually fill up your pipeline as well. And that can be an ongoing relationship. Another one is really cultivating relationships with people or businesses who are adjacent to your business. So like digital marketing, for example, would be a good one for maybe they need SEO services. So if you know that the customer is going to be needing those services and there's an adjacent set of skills, then those are also really amazing partners that you can set up referral programs with. So I hope that really answers a lot of your questions. I did mention a pro tip here. Do your research around the type of events that your ideal customer, and we did define that earlier. That would be attending, and then make sure you are seen there and let the world know that you are here. And if you are interested in starting your own agency at Accelerator, we do have an agency accelerator program. So what we're really going to be teaching is going through the all of these steps just in a lot more detail, and really helping you set yourself up for success. So feel free to send me a message, and I will be more than happy to send you more details about the program. So with that, I think we are coming to the end of the presentation. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you guys for being here. And also, let's stay in touch. Let's connect. And yeah, everything, all of my socials are under my name, Rabeea Wajeeha. And that is pretty much it. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you very much. I think it was very useful for most people who just want to start their businesses. It will be just my guide when I'm gonna do that also. Rabeea, will you join us on the QA session?
Yes, I will be there.
Okay, so it's nice, perfect. So we'll see you there just in a couple of hours. Okay,
Awesome.
thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
And I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. And he has a quite interesting background. I think you'll be interested to learn more about it. His name is Kerim, and he is from Slovakia. He will present the talk, How to Start Freelancing and Scale It to 6 Figures. So, Kerim, welcome on stage. How are you doing today?
Hi guys, I'm so excited to be here. I'm doing very well. How are you, Ksenia?
I'm fine, thanks. Actually, it's my birthday today, so I'm just have a couple. Yeah, it's my main present.
Happy
It's like this
birthday!
summit. Thank you very
Wish
much.
Ksenia happy birthday in the chat.
Yeah, I hope they. Yeah, not big deal actually. I didn't have plans for the day anyway, so just happy to be here with you. Yeah, I think you'll have quite interesting talk. And as I see, your slides are already open. Can I add it to the stage, right?
Let's do it.
Okay, so the floor is yours. Good luck. See you later.
Thank you so much, Ksenia. Okay, hey there, guys. I'm super excited to be here, and I hope you've been enjoying the first UI UX Global Summit. We have had some fantastic speakers. I think Rabeea talked quite nicely about how to go from freelancer to agency owner, and I will be talking more about how to be this freelancer. This talk is for you if you want to be one-person business, if you don't want to work with anyone, if you want to do all of the work but still earn a good living and not manage anyone. So without further ado, let's get started. So you might be asking yourself, like, who is this Arabic guy talking to me with Arabic name? Why should I trust him? What's in it for me? And why should I pay attention? So I've been a freelancer for more over 3 years. I have worked with clients that combined net worth is over $1 trillion, which is unimaginable to me, this number. I reached 6 figures this year, and my clients include Bolt Food, Amazon, Bolt, Telos, CourseDog, and many more. So I always like to start with the question why, because if you don't have a strong why on why you are doing something, you will not do it, okay? So here are my 8 reasons why I went freelancing and why you might consider it too. So the first one is to build a personal brand. I love this aspect of freelancing so much because you can build a brand when you are employed full-time, but being a freelancer or a consultant, it's so much easier to build a brand. So people know that Kerim, I'm the freelancer for the early stage tech startups, which is my niche, and we will talk about niching later. This is the first reason. The second reason why you should or may go freelancing or would want is to be your own boss and set your own working time or hours. So you are not bound to wake up every time at the same time. I know, like nowadays, like the companies have like this flexible work schedule, and you can come to work anytime. So you can bring something like that to your freelancing and to your career and be your own boss, not have anyone above you, and set your own working hours. It's just so much freedom here. Now, you have no cap on your income. Basically, if you are employed full time, your growth is kept at the business as far as the business grows. and what are your responsibilities in this business. In freelancing, there is no such thing as like a cap. There is a cap when you reach the maximum clients you want to work with and you can't take any more. But in this way, you can pass the project to someone else and take just some commission of that. Now, the fourth one is to work with amazing clients and not get bored with doing the same job over and over. When I had my full-time job, I used to get bored doing the same thing over and over. And this is such an amazing thing to do, to always work as a creative on something else, something, the different font, different visual style, different everything. So that's something. The fifth one is the potential for growth. As a freelancer, you cannot know only the design. So if you know only the design, you will be broke. I will be honest, because as freelancer, you need to know how to design effectively, and marketing and business and finances and the legal stuff. So you grow so rapidly. Okay. Now you are free to work from anywhere. It's another aspect of the freedom. You have 100% job security. Nobody can fire you from your job as a freelancer, and you have it scalable. So if you want to take it to this route, to hire more people, to duplicate yourself, you have this possibility to actually grow a team, hire a team. I personally chose not to do that because I really love working alone. So this all sounds amazing, Kerim. I know it sounds amazing. It is amazing. So where do I start? No, I think there are 6 pillars of a successful freelancer. And it's the mindset, the positioning or niche, marketing, sales skills, relationships, and people skills. Now we will talk about each of them. So the mindset, it's important to have the right mindset when you are going to freelancing, because mindset is the bedrock of everything you will do. So there are 2 reasons why people climb mountains. Now, the first reason is to escape a flood. The person is running up the mountain and they are screaming, "Oh, help me, save me." And the reason is based on fear. Now, the second reason why people climb mountains is to conquer the summit and enjoy the view. You have this sense of accomplishment, sense of achievement. You are saying to yourself, "Oh, I did it, I'm amazing." And the reason is based on achievement. Now, you will be more successful when you are driven by achievement. Always go to freelancing with this successful mindset, this abundance mindset. You cannot just be feared of putting, for example, food on your table for your family. So always go with this mindset to freelancing. Now, there are mental models to change when you're going to freelancing. Now, just for a reference, a mental model is simply our representation of how something works. So there is an uncertain future in freelancing. So you do not know what's coming. You don't know what will happen in the next 6 to 12 months. You don't know who your clients will be or how you will find them. And it's sort of like jumping over a cliff and hoping you will make it, or going to a forest without a flashlight, very dark forest. And this can be scary. This can be quite scary. But this is what's so exciting and so rewarding at the end. Now, the second thing is that there is a financial uncertainty when being a freelancer. Now, the financial uncertainty comes from our precondition to receive a paycheck every 2 weeks. The precondition is that you go to work and you get paycheck. You go to work and you get a paycheck. Now, in freelancing, it's completely different, because you might have gone 6 weeks without an income, and on the 6th week you get paid, and then you go again 2 weeks without an income, and on the 3rd week you get paid, and then again no income. And you can be working on this happens because you are working on a project, you are still building them out, and you are basically, you didn't get paid, your invoice didn't get paid. And this can be quite scary when going, especially from going from a full-time position where you get paid every 2 weeks, 15th and 30th usually. So this takes a lot of mental adjustment. Now, the financial uncertainty is part of the game and you must expect it and prepare for it always. Now, because there's something called sales cycles, and the initial sales cycle when going to freelancing could look like this. So it can take several months to find a lead, convert it, and get paid. Meaning that if you would have decided to go freelancing in February, let's say in February you would be building your portfolio, setting up your social media, doing all of the legal stuff, and the second month you would be searching for clients. Now you didn't find any clients, you are searching for the second month for your clients. Now on the third month you get a project, on the fourth month you do the work, and on the fifth one you get paid. Now you can see that in this 4-month period there was no income. Now it's completely different from being a full-time hired full-time, because it's there's it doesn't happen that you don't get paid for 4 months if that makes sense. So always be prepared for that, because this sales cycle kills a lot of new freelancers. Now, the solution to that, you may have guessed it, it's to save at least 3, preferably 6 months of your expenses before going freelancing full time. It's so crucial. I can't stress this enough, because it kills quite a lot of new freelancers. Always save, always have a savings. Just look at your bank statement and see how much money you are spending per month, and how much you need, and calculate it based on that. It's possible, I know it. So the third mental model to change is that the freelancing is a constant hustle and grind. Now, as I said, when you are employed full time, you get your dinner served on a silver platter, let's say, every 2 weeks. So you are used to for your employer to hand you tasks, to give you work, to tell you what you do, and you get your food every 2 weeks. But as a freelancer, you have to become a fisherman, because you eat what you kill. The fish is not going to jump into your boat, and it's the constant hustle and grind of improving your services, learning more design, learning more about marketing, learning more about your niche. And it comes with the success in freelancing comes with the smart and hard work always. Now, let's talk about the most important topic of from this speak, or this event, or my speech rather, I would rather say, which is niche. Because a lot of people have heard about this concept, but no one really understood it and no one really applied it. And it's so crucial to have a niche when you are starting. So let's talk more about what is a niche. So what actually niching down means. Now, niching down means targeting a subset of a large market that has its own specific needs. A subset of a large market that might seem quite confusing, so let me explain it. So let's take startups as an example. Now, the whole market, or the mother market, is the startups. And startup has all of the subset of its market. So let's say there are tech startups, there are early stage startups, there are healthcare startups, educational technology startups. You need to pick one of them. They are usually very different. They have usually very different needs from the larger market in some way. So they have something different. They need always something different. For example, a tech startups needs a completely different visualization of the website than a late stage one, let's say. And it's always different. Now, an example here, and I hear this so many times, and it makes me cringe, that I'm a designer for businesses. Now, I don't get any value from that. When I'm a tech startup founder and I come to your website and you are saying, oh, I'm a designer for businesses, or I help brands. What do you mean? What's in it for me? Why should I actually care? Now, if you are saying, I'm a designer for educational tech startups, and all of your website is based on the educational tech startups, your testimonials are from tech startups founders, case studies, wall website, then who would I choose? Now, and it gives you a lot of leverage. I have spoken quite a little about why niching down, but let's talk more about why you should niche down, and why it's so crucial in your business or freelance business. Now, if you are trying to serve everyone, you will be average for everyone. So if you are trying to be everybody, if you're trying to serve everybody, you will be average to everybody. Just think this in, because it's so important. You cannot be the best guy in the world for the whole world, because you're inviting all sorts of competition, the designers in the world, the best agencies. It's so hard to compete there. Now, it's easier to market your services when you have a niche. So when you have a niche, ed tech startups, educational tech startups, let's say, it's so much easier because all of your work is focused on ed tech startups. You know their day-to-day life. You know what are their pain points. You know what kind of lives they lead, especially the founders or the marketing directors or whatever your persona is. You can be the best designer for edtech startups, but you cannot be the best designer in the world. It's very hard to be the best designer in the world, but it's very easy to be the best designer for edtech startups. It's very easy to be the best designer for commercial real estate. It's easy to be the best designer for early stage tech startups in New York. It's also something you can niche by location. Now, it drastically reduces the competition, so you're not inviting the whole world to compete with you. Your portfolio becomes a sales machine. We have talked about that. So you have completely targeted portfolio, and you have easier referrals. So basically, if you are working with one edtech startup founder, he will recommend you to another one, because usually people in the same niche know each other. Like we UX designers, we know each other, Okay, so I hear a lot of objections when I talk about niching, and I just wanted to answer some of them. So the first objection that I hear quite a lot of times is, oh, Kerim, I will get bored doing the same thing over and over. And my answer to that is that you're a creative person, and not every project will be the same. So my niche is early stage tech startups, and I've never done the same work over and over. Each project is completely different, because each startup has a different need. Each startup has different brand. Each startup wants to communicate something different. And if they are the same, let's say they have the same brand, they compete directly with each other, you actually can do something different. So each project doesn't have to be the same. So you, for example, can use 3D at one project. You can use illustration and the other, flat design, minimalistic design, so many things. Okay, so that's the first objection. The second one that I hear quite a lot of times is, oh, like the big guys don't do it. The Polrand, the Segmeister, the Pentagram, which are basically the biggest and most famous designers and the most famous studio. And now, if you try to copy the most successful freelancers or designers or studios, it will not work for you. You know why? Because you are not in their situation. You're just starting out. And when you're starting out, you need every possible advantage that you can get. Now, Facebook started off just for the students at Harvard, and then for students, and then the whole world. Now, Apple didn't start as a mainstream computer. They started like a computer for these tech nerdy people that really like computers and technology, And the third objection that I hear quite a lot of times is that, oh, I'm Kerim, like I'm losing out on all of these clients that want to work with me. And my answer to that is that niching down doesn't mean saying no to other clients. You can take projects that are not in your niche, but you cannot include them in your portfolio, as it will become irrelevant. And it's always better to be a big fish, big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond, because usually the top 20% of the people or the businesses get 80% of the business. Pareto rule, Pareto principle. It's like what search engine are you using? You are either using Google or Bing, let's say, or what computer are you using? You are either using MacBook or Windows operating system. I meant. So the big question here and the hard question here is how should I find my niche? How to find your niche? Now, I always start talking about this with this one quote from Seth Godin, and he said that passion comes with success. Now, in my opinion, you don't have to be passionate about the niche when you are starting in it, because the passion will come with a success. Now, when I started to be a designer, I never wanted to be a designer, to be honest. I always wanted to work from my home, from my desk, and earn money online, let's say. So I was just stumbling around the Shopify, the dropshipping, the social media, everything that was cool in 2017. And then I started building websites for local businesses. And these local businesses founders, they love their website so freaking much that basically it ignited such a passion in me that I'm doing websites still now and focusing on the UI UX of it, of websites, branding, and all of this stuff. Now, when you know this information, you can ask yourself the first question. So, the niche that I picked, are they already paying for what you offer? Now, does the early stage tech startups pay for the new website? Now you can go to some kind of a directory and look up the businesses there and see if they have a cool website or not. See if you can kind of like estimate what they paid for their website or their brand. And if you know that they are paying for the services that you offer, then you can ask your next question. So, is the market big enough? You should always aim for at least 100 companies, because if you can get to like 10 clients per year, it should be sustainable for you. Now, if I would have chosen skateboard magazines that are in Fortune 500 in New York, I'm not sure if I would succeed because the market is not big enough, you know? So always it's always easier to market your services when your niche is narrower. So you can either target startups, which are basically 100 thousands of them, 100,000 of them. You can target edtech startups, so educational technology startups, which there are like 20,000 of them, let's say. I don't know the numbers. And you can also target edtech startups in New York, which there could be like 500 of them. And each time you go down this, let's say, funnel or triangle, the more focused you are and the better your marketing will be, because you will focus more on them. Now, the next question to ask is, can you find them? Can you get in touch with them? Can you know like where are they hanging in and stuff like that? Can you get in touch with them? That's the main idea. Is the market growing or declining? I'm not sure if I would go to basically music industry now during the Corona time, but for example, NFTs and blockchain, they are popular markets. Are you interested in it? You have to learn. You have to learn everything about this niche. You have to know what their day-to-day looks like, what pain points do they have, what problems do they have. Now let's talk more about marketing, because if you want people to buy from you, you need three things. And I think this has been said during this day, but they need to know you, they need to like you, and they need to trust you. You have to have all three of them, because if they don't know you, they don't know you. That's it, you know. But if they know you, but they don't like you because you are like a mean person, they wouldn't do business with you. Now, if they know you and if they like you, they need to also trust you. They need to trust that you can do a good job as a freelancer or designer or whatever you are hired for. So it's very crucial. Now, when you have all of these things done, you have your mindset ready, niche ready, you need to start your marketing preparation. Now, always have a website with case studies up. Preferably, it's a website with custom domain, so that's built, let's say, with Webflow, which is ideal. It's very easy to use Webflow as a UI UX designer, in my opinion. You can do WordPress, but even like drag and drop builders like Squarespace or Wix are okay. I've seen successful freelancers with Behance and Dribble, but I always have this sense of credibility when they have like custom website, they own the domain, because it just builds the trust. Now, choose one to three social media to focus on. Make a content plan and start posting, because it's so crucial. Don't focus on all of them; you'll fail. Always choose one to three. I've seen people succeed in Reddit. I have seen people succeed in Facebook groups, even Instagram, YouTube, Medium, Twitter. For me, what has worked very, very nicely is a LinkedIn. I usually get my leads from LinkedIn. So let's and basically you need to get into the 20% of your niche. It's so important because, as I said, all of the top 20% of the market gets the 80% of the business. Always try to get into 20% of your niche. Now, this is the rule of 7, and it's an old marketing rule, and basically a lot of people don't know about it, and I wish I had known this rule sooner. So a potential customer needs to see or hear your marketing at least 7 times before they buy from you. Now, a lot of freelancers do it this way. So they actually get a new lead, and basically they email, they get new email, and then they send a proposal. Now you can get 2 touch points. Now, let's say Nike. Nike has a billboard on the side of the freeway. They sponsor LeBron James. They sponsor Serena Williams. They have YouTube ads, and you are getting the 7 touch points like this. But if Nike cannot turn or convert your customer into 2 touch points, can't convert you to a customer through 2 touch points, what makes you think you can do it? Now, this is the better way. This is how you get 7 touch points. So let's say you make a LinkedIn post that you are freelancing, or you actually reply to some LinkedIn post of your potential customer or client. You connect with them on LinkedIn. Then the client or you get in touch with them. Then you schedule a discovery call. You send them notes after this discovery call. Then you present proposal, and then you have a proposal Q&A call. So this is how you can get 7 touch points very easily, and it's so much better way in this way. Now let's talk more about sales. Now, as designers or creatives, we may be quite opposed to sales or selling. We might be scared of selling, as I know a lot of creatives are quite introverted. And let's talk about it. Let's kind of debunk it, and let's talk about some sales principles that you should know at the start. I cannot cover all of them because there's not I don't have so much time left, but let's do it. So everyone is a potential client or knows a potential client. The relationships are the bedrock of a creative business. Always treat everyone with sense of self-respect, no matter where they are in the org chart. Treat everyone equal, always. You don't know if the receptionist at downstairs, let's say, working minimal wage, doesn't get hired off to another company and doesn't recommend your services to her employer. Now, the best chance for future sales is to make your current customers happy, because current customers will always spread the word about you and your services. They will rave for you always. And you have to know what client wants, because sometimes the client cares about their business and sometimes they care about themselves, especially when we are talking about the design and branding and UI UX, because you may be talking to a founder which cares more about growing their business than, for example, a marketing director which cares more about getting their task off their list. So, for example, building a new website. Now, sell features, not benefits. Now, we as creatives love to talk about the features. So, design in Figma, what's the benefit? Have a custom website, wireframe, visualize the structure clearly information architecture, make easy edits, webflow CMS, and Inter can make an update, user testing, validate your design. And I'm almost at the end of my talk, so this is one of the last few things. So you need to have people skills. So call people by their first name. People love to hear their first names because it's the most pleasurous sound we hear. Always call people by their first name. You have 2 ears, 1 mouth, so listen, don't talk. Don't talk too much, and encourage others to talk about themselves. Always listen for stuff, and always encourage them to talk about themselves. We love to talk about themselves. I could talk about myself all day. Now smile. You always need to smile because it gives a subconscious reaction or impression that you are friendly, you are part of them, you are a positive person, and people love to do business with positive people. Give a sincere compliment. Don't just compliment someone just to compliment them. Always give a sincere compliment. Oh, Kerim, your shirt looks amazing. Build on your commonalities. You can always find a commonality with some person, and don't cross your arms or legs as you might appear closed or not interested. And if you are not 5 minutes early to your meeting, you are late. Okay? Take notes. Always take notes in the meeting. Just so it sends subconscious signal that you care about this person and you care about this meeting and you want to remember everything. Okay? Thank you so much, guys. I hope you have enjoyed this very, very quick talk of mine. And if you want to know more about the business of design, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm starting to post more things about how to run your freelance business and how to pick your niche and marketing and all of the good stuff. So thank you so much, guys. And I'm looking forward to meeting you on my LinkedIn. Bye.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No
Actually, I
worries.
was just impressed how you speak so easily about such difficult things like starting your business, being a freelancer, finding your niche. So I now even think that I could be a freelancer too, like maybe even a designer inside of my heart.
Exactly, you could. And it's amazing topic. Freelancing is amazing. I love it. It's just my life. I could speak about it all day long, as you may have noticed,
You'll have this chance during our Q&A sessions. So just leave your emotions for this moment, okay?
Awesome.
Okay, so
Thank
see
you,
you
guys.
there. Thank
Ksenia,
you.
goodbye. Lol.
So guys, I'm happy to present our next amazing speaker. Her name is Berjesty Kozanoglu, and she is a UX manager from Shopify. And her talk will be how to create the UX career you are looking for. Berjesty, welcome. How are you doing today? Oh, you muted yourself. Could you please? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm good. How are you, Ksenia?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Very nice to see you here finally.
Same
And
here.
yeah,
Happy birthday.
thank you. Yeah, it's finally a good start. So I can see that you're pretty all set with your presentation. I will add it to the stage. And if you're ready, you can start any moment.
All
The floor is
right.
yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So this talk is going to be more for the beginners. And if you already start your UX career, that's okay. You're still gonna get away with some hopefully useful things from this presentation. As Ksenia has introduced me, I'm a UX lead. I'll start with my intro with what I'm doing on the side business. I teach UX, and this is more of a give back to the community because all proceeds go to building schools in developing countries. So one of the things that I focus at UX faculty is to get ready for get the new UXers ready for a job in an affordable way. I worked at boot camps before that are kind of expensive to start with, and also give the designers the tool sets that they're looking for to get started. And I do one-on-one teaching, remote, obviously, with today's COVID conditions, access to more than 50 plus resources that I've created myself. And it's a growing community of students that you can be more accustomed to and join the designer network. A little bit about me. I'm also a UX manager at Shopify, currently leading an immersive team there that's multidisciplinary, and I've been in the industry over 15 years now. And I'm a strategist with experience working, agencies, startups to big corporations. What you'll learn today is create the successful UX career from ground up. So I use the create word specifically because it's relevant to what we do, right? We are all builders, we are all creatives. And I do strongly believe that in order to have a successful career, you have to create that path. And that path is what I'm referring to here, create the successful UX career. So I'll guide you through the path that I recommend you take. And I'll start off with, in today's world where we are, in UX, of course, we're all familiar with UX. It's growing so fast at vast 65 plus countries now talk about UX and standing for user experience. And it has emerged since 2018. I would say that was more at that time popular around English-speaking countries, but now it's over 65 countries, and that's no longer the case. And there's a lot of specialties like UX researchers, developers, content strategists, UX architects. There's so many things, right? So many specializations, IA, there's so many that I haven't listed here. And it's such a growing field that as you gain more experience within UX, the satisfaction level increases. And I truly believe in that I get a lot more joy, a lot more satisfaction with the things that I deliver now. Because when you start up in UX, you're kind of not guided with expertise. Now that we have internet, we have everyone around us. We have so many resources available to us, thankfully. And that's no longer the case when I started. Getting used to those resources is really important as a UXer. So I'll give you a quick synopsis of what a designer's role is today. And there are basically three categories that I'd like to focus on. One is the prototyping that we do. So designers are often known as, hey, deliver me the high fidelity design, and that's all you do, right? And you stop there and pause and say, hey, yeah, I do more than that. I do end-to-end experiences, right? So as a UX designer, we do a lot of things every day. We get to combine creativity and craft that with the satisfaction of solving a real problem that is for people that we care about. So not to mention the salary and the perks and job opportunities there. So to begin with, what are some of the activities that we do, right? Like prototyping. When I say prototyping, there's a lot in there. Information architecture, so understanding the foundation of an app or a service that you're designing. And then you can do visual design, which could be a field on its own, right? And there is content strategy. So content is king when you design something. In order to get a meaningful understanding of what you're relaying, you have to have great content that represents you, that satisfies your users' needs by talking to them in their own language. So wireframing is where we start off with before high fidelity designs, right? Sketching as many ideas, as many solutions as possible on a canvas. So whether this is paper or Figma or any other software that you use, there's high fidelity pixel perfect prototypes that we design and move on from wireframing from many solutions to one or two solutions that resonates most with our users after we do some testing and research, and contributing all these new components that come up the way when we're crafting different solutions. We know that they will be useful for the next phase of the project. So we do contribute back to the design system so that we can reuse those components within the next project, or we can be helpful for getting up to speed for any other thing that we're doing at the organizational level. So the next thing that I want to talk about quickly is collaboration, which is an essential part of a UX designer, that we have to have a great relationship with product managers, engineers, stakeholders, other stakeholders like data team, that we work very closely with at Shopify, and other teams is extremely important, right? Like cross collaboration. So when we do the talks with other stakeholders, or when we are enrolled in a project, there may be other projects within the organization that we should be aware of that impacts our project. So it's always a good idea to check in with others who are working in the same area within this company. So, and the other thing, lastly, is research, where we do data analysis. So we work with data team to understand better who our users are, what problem are we solving for them, what are their pain points, right? In order to map out who we are solving the problem for, we work with data teams to understand better about the problem space. Or we might be at a level where, you know, we started the project or have been handed off the project from somebody else, and the project keeps on building, not from startup. And we would have already existing data that tells a lot about our user space. So we could do all sort of activities as empathy mapping and gathering information and constructing user journeys and workflows that's not listed here. So there's a lot of things that we can do. One of these quotes, so this is my favorite quote, that says a lot about UX designers' role in an organization. She says that the role of a UX designer is a dream job for creative people who love to invent and get product into people's hands. In the best environment is pure creativity and invention, which is mostly unattainable with any other role. And I couldn't agree more, right? Like the satisfaction you get, think about how you feel when you show your work to somebody, or when you see your work deployed in real life, that people are using it. For example, I was once sitting at the subway station, and I saw this person next to me looking at their phone. And at that time, I was working for TELUS Digital, and they were a TELUS customer, and they were looking at their TELUS bill on their mobile app. And that's something that I've designed. And I was super happy to see the interaction that they had with the app, what I put together on the screen, and it made me go back to what are some of the considerations that I had while I was designing for these users, right? Next, I'm going to tell a little bit more about UX researchers' role. In UX research, the research that researchers do is, anything from planning the research activity and into helping designers run the research, or they might be depending on the organization you're working for, or if you're working for an agency, you might be running your own research. So depending on if you have a specialized role as a researcher, you could be either running the research, or you could be helping the team to run the best research technique possible in the most effective way. And there are different types of research, as you will, and one of them is, qualitative, and the other is quantitative techniques. So qualitative techniques talk more about the numbers of things, right? Quantitative technique is that talks about the numbers and tells us how many users are using this navigation versus the other. There's so many examples to this, but just as one example. And qualitative is more of the surveys and the interviews that we have to collect information through those techniques, and then synthesize that back to our team as insights for the project. And there could be field studies that we do. So that's another qualitative technique. And as I mentioned, synthesizing, that's where after we do all this research activities, we gather the information that we collected through the activities and synthesize that into something more meaningful, where we can take actionable outcomes as a team to work on our next project or next sprint, as if you will. Sharing back is, of course, the most important part of the research activity, because that's where we will gain more wider team acceptance of the facts or of the insights that we have put together. So preparing the reports is really important in a meaningful way that's UX friendly, right? Meaning if it's something that's very long, the chances are most people will on your team say, hey, I don't have time to go through this. Can you share with me the summary of it? And there will be people who will want to learn more, who will want to read along the whole report, right? So we have to create different mediums for our users group. That's what I mean by creating reports that are user friendly. So apply back the UX techniques there as well. Managing your research tools and resources is another way to share back with the wider community. So after you have your research done, share back with the rest of the world, right? And when I say rest of the world, of course, internally, if it's something confidential, which is very important. To go next, that I will be talking about, before I go next, I want to share this quote as well that I really like from a UX researcher that says, I really love what I do as a UX researcher. I really love the process of understanding the problem space, learning about the different people we design products and services for, and synthesizing those findings into help guide the designers and product managers. Remember that the research is not just for the design team. That's what I would like to underline here. It's for the rest of the team. Engineers will get something out from that insight. The product managers will get something out from that insight. the stakeholders at very high level even will get so many things, so many information that will help guide product decisions, that will help guide design decisions that we will take, engineering decisions too. So what you will get as a UXer is, and when I say UXer, I mean both the UX researcher and the UX designer, financial stability and making the dollars for comfortable living and traveling. Hopefully, UX has been giving you back with some financial stability. And if not, there are great resources to start off your career with, like the previous talks that I was very happy to hear from Kerim and Rabeea about how to become your own success story. And as the financial stability gets better, knowing what to expect from the future, that feeling comes in as naturally as it is. And along with that, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, there's a lot of satisfaction as you grow in the field. And there's growth, and growth never stops. I would say growth is always on your next in line item, because whether you are a director, whether you're a senior manager, whether you're higher up or lower, you have to create your own path within any job, I would say, own your own development, and a satisfying career and happiness comes along with that if you own your own development. So what do I mean by that is define your happiness, define your career path yourself. Everybody has a different journey. Doesn't mean that somebody else had to follow this one type of journey. Is going to be same for you to create that happiness and satisfying career. So define what makes you happy, define what makes you satisfied from a UX role, right? What specialization makes you more interested about being more satisfied. So next, I will be talking to you a little bit more about and digging deeper into what you need as a UXer to be successful. So couple of advices that I will share after I share what you need to be successful in the field. First of all, I would start with getting immersed in UX. So listen to podcasts if you're not. And if you're not into podcasts, look at YouTube videos, right? There are so many resources on YouTube that you can learn a lot from, books and blogs. And there are many other things. And I will share with you some of the resources if you reach out to me on my site, uxfaculty.com. Feel free to sign up there. I'll be also giving away some freebies to the ones who sign up. And listen to podcasts. Yeah, like there's so many great podcasts that I listen to that I'm sharing at the end of the slides. And there are hard skills that you have to have, right, in order to get. And the chances are, if you're already in UX, you kind of already have those technical skills and hard skills, right? When I say technical skills, it's the information architecture and how to craft a wireframe or a visual design. So it could be a high fidelity. But I would want you guys to more focus on the soft skill side rather than the hard skills, which might be surprising for you to hear today. So I find that most of the people that I hire or work with are already doing great at hard skills, right? Like they're really proficient in Figma or InVision or Sketch or Adobe or Framer. There's so many different now softwares, but what they're lacking is more on the soft skill side, which is the next thing that I would like to focus on. I would like to start with empathy. So as a UXer, we already have to have this empathy and the connection between the users and ourselves, right? So what is empathy? Well, it means talking to people and understanding their problems. When we're designing without empathy, there's a huge gap that doesn't get fulfilled no matter how good your design is, right? And having a curiosity and critical thinking is going to help you ask the right questions. So if you are curious about, for example, users' lifestyle, right? And you're designing this app that will fit into their lifestyle because you want them to wake up and look at this app. Well, you have to incorporate that into their lifestyle. And in order to do that, you need to understand what that is like, right? We have to talk to them and build that empathy level in order to understand their lifestyle. We have to be curious about what they do next every day in the mornings or in the afternoons, right? We have to understand their schedule. And these are the type of things that will encourage critical thinking and get ready for a constant change. So nobody is going to have the same schedule as others. Defining segments within your user's base is really important when it comes to crafting a product that fits into the lifestyle of others. So the golden rule in UX is user versus anything else. And when I say users, it's anyone integrating with the service. So do not focus on just the user. For example, if you're designing, in my example, as a lifestyle app, do not just focus on the user who is going to use it every day. There might be other people who will be integrating with the app and they are also your user, right? So it's really important to define who your user bases are. And you define this with the help of the research, with the help of the product, because you want to define who you want to be most impactful for, right? So the primary goal here is always to put yourselves in the shoes of the user, and there's multiple ways to do that through UX. Next, continuing on what you need to be successful, and I will be focusing more on the soft skills as I mentioned earlier. Next is creativity. So exploring various solutions about the same problem is really essential. And I see some of the designers, starting their career. Sometimes they start off with a solution that is just crafting one way to do things. And oftentimes, when we design something, we have to look into it from different perspectives. And in order to do that, you need multiple ways to solve the same problem. So, as a manager, I always ask my team members to look at it from a different angle. How would you solve this problem, right? It's like math. In math, there's multiple ways to solve and get to the solution. And it could be different formulas you might be using in order to get to the same solution. But you define as a designer not just one way, look at it from different perspectives so that you can create different solutions for the same problem. And this will be very useful for the rest of the team. Collaboration and communication, always check in with your teammates, work with them, help them build an understanding of UX and UI, and you will not be let down if you have a great relationship with them. 4 is mastering your understanding of UX research, UX process, and you start with research, then you move on to IA and wireframing, right? I'm not going to talk too much about this because I'm assuming that you already have an understanding and basic understanding or foundation of what they are. And prototyping comes next. So crafting the prototype with a few good solutions, right, is really important, and it will help you with usability tests that you'll be running with the team or by yourself if you don't have any UXers in the field, and handing off, which is really, really important. So a lot of the times I get asked, how do you hand off a design project to a developer? And the answer is it shouldn't be so tricky. It shouldn't be so hard because they were already involved in the process. I'm assuming you have been collaborating from the beginning of the project with the product people. They know what they're doing, right? That you're doing, and they are familiar with your Figma file. Don't just send them the Figma file end of your design process, right? You have to encourage them to keep coming into that Figma file and dropping in comments. So get them used to using Figma is one way to start that, and encourage using more Figma and getting them involved in the design process. That's one of the tricks. Next is building a UX portfolio. Of course, like it's so important because when it comes to hiring and getting your next great job, you need to have a personal way of expressing yourself. And when it comes to telling the story about yourself, it's really about key points that you can pinpoint the hiring managers to. So what is important for you? For example, how do you differentiate yourself from others, right? Tell a really good story of your UX process, and most importantly, keep it concise. Not many people are going to spend hours reading all these use cases and studies. And try to make it as concise or simplified as possible to not let down anyone going off from your site or your portfolio. So they get encouraged to read on the story that you're telling them. Prepare use case studies in your portfolio. If you have a website, explain them from how you started, include the problems you solved, your role, the process you followed, and what you would do differently, which is really key as well, because most of the UX managers will end up asking you, hey, if you were to do this project again, what would you do differently, right? Like, be ready to answer that question. What went wrong in the project, and how did you approach it in order to solve for it? And prepare and network with others, and which is one way to do this is of course through a conference like this. Attending a conference like this is one of the ways, but also now that COVID is fading, hopefully we will have more in real life events and networking activities that we can jump into. Next, I'd like to say few words about my experience in the past 15 years for all the new UXers. The first thing is to stay curious, ask as many questions as possible, invest your time in researching. And really, I mean this, right? Understanding the user problem is about 50% of your design work. It's really, really key on understanding the problem space. Why am I doing this, right? Why am I designing for this problem is really important. And I encourage usually my team to help the rest of the team understand why we're doing this. Because at times you will need to revisit that and say and remind people about, hey, like, remember that time when we defined the problem and we said we're doing this for XYZ reasons. Oh, and then everybody's going to come back to it and say, yes, we forgot about that. Or, yes, that changed. So that will open up brainstorming sessions again, because things change constantly in the tech world, but it will be really helpful. Keep learning, have a continuous learning mindset. read relevant work, participate, read blogs, medium sites. There's so many great resources. Try out new concepts and always collaborate. So respect each other, other disciplines, and listen to each other. Appreciate their expertise and roles. I'm sure you're already doing all of this, but pay extra attention in collaboration and learning constantly and staying curious. And next is a few more advice.
Berjesty, I'm sorry for interrupting you. The next speaker is Valentin. Could you please finish in 1-2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And
Thank you.
I'm already done. So this is the last slide actually. Yeah, be confident, own your own growth plan, and don't be afraid to fail. Be afraid of not trying. And there are some resources here that I will share the slides, but if you're interested, sign up to uxfaculty.com and I will share the slides from there. All right. And you can follow me on Instagram, uxfaculty. Great. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this well-structured presentation. And I hope to see you soon on the Q&A session, right?
Yeah.
So have a rest. Thank you. And I'm glad to present our last speaker from this blog. Her name is Stella Guan. She is a visual designer and founder of Pass and Bound. And I think she will tell you more about how to stay competitive in a saturated market as a designer. Stella, please welcome. How are you doing today?
Hi, nice to meet all of you. I'm doing very well. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it's nice to have you as a speaker. As I see, your slide is also open, so let's bring them to the stage. Yep, and you can start anytime. Thank you very much and good luck.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Stella Guan. I'm going to talk a little bit about how to stay competitive in a saturated market as a junior designer. So if you're a junior designer, I'm assuming a lot of you are, if you're joining this track today, hopefully my talk will help you in navigating your job search process, because I know a lot of people are frustrated. So first of all, just a brief introduction about myself. I am a designer turned entrepreneur. I've worked in the design field for over a decade before starting my own business. And I actually got into education by accident and really liked it. So I founded my own school called Path and Bound. And we're actually on the cusp of launching a really big certificate program. And interestingly, we're actually not really focused primarily on UX. We're focused on visual design and also art direction and brand design for folks who are interested in being more of a design generalist and also a freelance designer. And a fun fact, I also design furniture now. I focus on multifunctional furniture brand. And this talk, I'll discuss things about how to stay competitive and also how to stand out as a designer. All right. So first of all, I know a lot of designers, especially early career folks, who just graduated from school or a boot camp. A lot of you are complaining and also really experiencing this yourself. A lot of companies don't seem to be willing to hire junior designers. They seem reluctant, and most jobs are not really available for folks who have less than 1 or 2 years of experience. But you need to get those 1 and 2 years of experience, right? So in this talk, we will walk over some strategies that you can take to prepare for that. And also, knowing that you're qualified, there are a few other things that you can do to really stand out instead of blending in with the rest of the crowd. So first of all, a few reasons on why companies don't want to hire junior designers. They actually have legitimate reasons. So there are mostly 4 reasons. The first one is because most companies are in the business to make money. And unfortunately, it is costly and time-consuming to train junior designers. It is a fact in all industries, not just our industry. So that's number 1. It's understandable that they want to save money. And the second reason is actually not very often talked about. It's that not every senior designer knows how to train junior designers. Not all of them are good mentors. Some of them are terrible mentors, to be honest. So a company actually needs to set up that training and mentoring pipeline before they have the bandwidth to hire junior designers. And some companies are not in that situation right now. And the third reason is, unfortunately, classroom work is often not a great indicator of how well you are going to perform in real world projects. So of course, your classroom work in college, or if you graduated from a boot camp, it's a testament to your competence in using the tools, in understanding the process. But there is a bit of a disconnect between, blue sky work without any client feedback versus real work with constraints and client feedback. So companies are apprehensive, and it is understandable. And the last reason, maybe there are more reasons, but the last reason is, if you're working, if you're targeting small companies, some of them cannot afford to hire multiple designers. So they end up hiring one senior designer to ensure work quality. So there are a lot of things working against junior folks in our industry and in many other industries. Now, what's the strategy that you can take here to overcome those obstacles and stand out and convince companies to still give you a chance despite all these disadvantages and that they will face if they want to hire you? So the first strategies that I recommend is start to find your style and your voice early, even if you're still in school currently. So here are some of the things that I recommend to my students when I mentor them, when I teach them. There are a few things that you can actually start doing right now. You don't have to wait until you have a fully fledged portfolio. So the first thing you can do is you can actually do a weekly reflection session or exercise about your design style. It could be a very simple journal that you write down every week at the end of the week, Friday night. Just write down a few things to see if you progress week by week, to see if you actually see some commonalities between the kind of designs that you've been doing day by day. I know it's not going to be easy in the beginning, but trust the process. If you start a journal, you're going to see, some trends that you don't realize if you didn't start a journal. The second tip that I want to give you is redesign articles every single day, maybe not 7 days a week, maybe 5 days a week, because there are a lot of senior designers writing articles nowadays, especially on a website called medium.com, which I also write myself. If you start reading those articles every single day, you're going to be much more well-versed in the industry than your peers if they didn't read those articles. And of course, have a neatly organized inspiration folder. So this is something that you can really start doing right now, because you can start an inspiration folder and then compile them every single day, and you'll start to see commonalities in the design that attracted your eyes, which could be in turn turn into your own style later on. The next point that I want to make is actually having a running draft of your personal bio that you can revise regularly. The reason that I advise this is because at some point in your portfolio building process, you're going to have to write your own introduction, even though it doesn't have to be very long. But I have seen way too many cliche introductions like, I'm a human-centered designer. I help companies design great products. That's fine, but it doesn't stand out. So does a lot of other people. They would say the same thing. What makes you different? So even if you don't have any kind of idea right now, what makes you stand out, what your personal statement can be, you can start writing it from day one. And then as you progress as a designer, revise it. And the last point here is think about stories. This is more of a personal branding perspective, but think about stories from your childhood or adulthood that may have inspired you to get into this industry. And trust me, everybody has interesting stories, because I have personally mentored a lot of students who in day one, they said, I'm boring. I don't think I have anything. And as soon as I start asking them questions, they have a lot of stories to tell. So think about your stories, because that will come in handy in your personal bio, in your personal branding, and also in your interview later. Now, I want to share some inspiring portfolio. So this is a designer named Kerim McPherson. He's actually a guest in my podcast previously, and he's actually quite new. He's been working in the field for maybe a year or two, and he's got really good results by showing his personality on his portfolio. He actually showed a lot of his previous experience, like music he listened to and the books he's reading. And also he spent a lot of time making sure that his site looks interesting, unique, and not from a template. As you can see, it's very colorful, but it's used in a way that it doesn't look like a rainbow. And also, when you talk to him, he has so many stories to tell you and so many thoughts about the industries that he can just, say to you. And this makes him really stand out. And that's why he was able to land a 6-figure job right out of his boot camp. And that's why he became a guest in my podcast. So this is Carrie. And then this is Jason, actually. So Jason Tremblay, he also used to be a podcast guest. And he actually made a lot of really interesting statement on his design portfolio. So he actually said, I think the GIF is not there yet, but he said, I hunt for inefficiencies. And he used real examples to show how he made the process better by his design. He also said that he eliminated his job multiple times by making the process so much better that his work is not needed anymore. It's quite sensational. So that kind of attracted people's attention. And here he said the golden path of hiring Jason. It's a really interesting way to present himself. And it's definitely not the same. You've never seen this before. And as soon as you land on his page, you're hooked. All right, so after showing these two examples, I want to talk a little bit about the portfolio reviewing process that happens in many companies. And I call it the wow factor and the 3-second rule. So what does that even mean? The wow factor and the 3-second rule. So first of all, if your portfolio does not wow the reviewer within 3 seconds, it is in the trash. I know it sounds really harsh. I know they should have dedicated more time to you, but they don't have the time, unfortunately. So if you don't wow them within the first 3 seconds, you're not in the running. So how do you do that? How do you wow them? First of all, you have to have incredibly beautiful visual design. That goes for UX designer as well, even though you don't have to go into so much detail about constructing elaborate layouts or elaborate animations. At the very least, you have to make sure that it has impeccable layout, clean and simple. If you have bad layout, poor usage of typography, if your website doesn't load very quickly, and if your color usage is problematic, it will probably reflect poorly about you if you call yourself as a designer, even if you don't focus on visual design. So if you have a problem with that, definitely make sure that one, you can improve yourself, by working on it, getting mentorship. Second, you can collaborate with designers who are actually really good at visual design. So that's number one. Presentation matters. And the second one is well-written story-based telling case studies. So I've seen a lot of case studies that are actually really detailed to a point that it's way too detailed, and nobody has time to read that. There's nothing really eye-catchy about the case studies. Okay, so that unfortunately, you just wasted a ton of time writing it, and I'm sure the process was amazing, but the presentation didn't attract people's attention, and that's, again, goes into the trash. Of course, you have to sometimes, go the extra mile and really try to design some kind of engaging interaction and animation to really stand out from the crowd. If you have those, if the animation and interaction is designed beautifully and tastefully and not overboard, you have a better chance, definitely have a better chance to catch people's attention than if you don't have them. And the last 2 point is about your about page and also about your work. So in your about page, even though I understand that not everybody has a loud personality, you have to put some attention to that about page and not just make it really bland and say that, hey, I'm a designer, this is my name, this is where I'm from, and I hope you hire me. A lot of people say that, and make it different. The last point I want to make is only show the work that you're very proud of. I know in early stage in your career, you don't have a lot of work, but you cannot show work that you're not sure about. So instead of quantity, make sure that you have quality of your work. And then when you talk about it, you can be actually very proud of them. Now, I want to show you a few examples too. This is the portfolio of Amy Lima, also a previous student and speaker at my podcast. So she has a very simple website. She's now a design apprentice at, I believe it's at Pinterest. So her case study is so well structured and well laid out. You're never bored at reading her case studies. She put it into 2 columns. The text is not crowded and her visuals are extremely engaging. You would never be reading a lot of text running on without encountering another visuals. All right. So she makes sure that it reads like a news story, that you're never going to be bored, even though it's a little bit long. But UX case studies are supposed to be long anyway. So I think Amy did really well in this aspect. And of course, if you go to her website, you will also see that she has a playground page. She also has an interesting about page that showcases her personality and her past experience as well. All right, so the next example is from Robert Mayer, who is more of a art director, visual designer type. He also has a lot of great projects that are beautifully designed and impeccable. But what stands out the most in his portfolio, it's about his usage of micro animation and interaction. As you can see, the text flows really nicely like a waterfall when you first load it. And it's this kind of animation that really shows you how detail-oriented he is. He may have hired a developer to do this. He may have coded it himself. I don't know that. But when you look at a portfolio like this one, I doubt that many people can resist the urge to contact him. Okay, so the last example is from Mike Gonzalez, who used to be my student, and he's currently employed as a UX designer now. So his site is very interesting. It's in dark mode, and it has, a very organized layout. He also makes sure to call out important statistics and process with a little bit of treatment instead of having an entire case study just, running down the page. And he created a sort of a 3D avatar for himself. And also he makes sure that everything that he put on there, it's extremely well aligned. See, in the last part, he says, use the test results. And they actually bolded the important points with color and also with typography treatment. So you can't get bored at looking at his portfolio again. And that's why he got hired. Okay, so the next point I want to make is actually somewhat of a, it seems like a digression, but it really is not. You have to ask yourself, what's your weakness early on? Really, not the humble brag version of saying something like, I'm a perfectionist. I'm too much of a perfectionist. People have heard it 1,000 times. And the reason that I say this is because if you know your weaknesses early on, one, you can tackle it early on. And second, you can actually use that to position your own brand. Because if you know your weaknesses, you know what you're good at as well. Okay, so finding your weaknesses early will help you focus on what you're really good at and double down on that aspect to build your advantage as a designer. And your weakness should be tackled still if you want to be a well-rounded designer, but understand the fact that you can't be excellent in every aspect. And the last point I want to emphasize is good enough, being good enough in most aspects and being excellent in one or two aspects will actually get you farther. So definitely in your weekly exercise, when you try to find out your design style, your design voice, also ask yourself, what areas do I seem to be drawn to? What areas do I seem to be better? Can I make that my brand? All right, so speaking in this topic, now it leads us to talking a little bit about finding our niche and maybe being a specialist versus being a generalist. There's always been a debate about this topic, and especially for early career folks, it can be very confusing. How do you start and how do you decide? My advice when you're, for early career folks is be careful of trying to become a specialist too early on in your career, even though it might be tempting because you've heard it, a lot of times that, find your own niche and stand out and have a personal brand. Does that mean that you have to be a specialist in something? You can, but you don't have to. And in early stages, especially if you're still studying, it's kind of hard to be a specialist because in order to be a specialist, you need to be really, really good in one area. So having a foundation in a number of areas and being good enough in a number of areas early on will serve you better. And as you study, as you explore, you will discover what you're good at and what you enjoy working more than others. So trust the process and don't try to rush into it too early on and then, try to decide on a path. All right. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the differences between generalists and specialists and how they fare in a market. So generalists, from my experience, will always be in demand because companies cannot afford multiple specialists. A lot of them, they cannot. So they will want to hire generalists to get pretty much all of the jobs done. However, specialist is also a great path once you build up a reputation, once you have a great foundation and impressive portfolio of work, because now you have more of a brand. And now people will come to you because they know that you're good at this very one thing or two things if you're really, really good at it. So both paths are, legitimate and really, viable way to develop your career, but you have to know when to switch and what to start with. Now, I want to give you a really, a good example of someone who is a specialist. So Timothy Goodman is someone that I highly admire as a designer. He's more of an artist. So he created this kind of maze-like mural art that now he collaborates with brands like Uniqlo, and he does a lot of public art. And people come to him for exactly this kind of art because he has established a voice, a style in this kind of illustrations that nobody else is doing quite like him. Okay, so of course I know, perhaps not a lot of people in the audience are trying to become an illustrator, but it's kind of the same, it's sort of the same advice. Once you have something that you're really good at, you can really double down and market that aspect of yourself. But until then, try to be good at a little bit of everything and to increase your potential of being employed. So the advantages of being multi-skilled, I probably mentioned that a little bit before, but I can quickly go over it again. Companies that do not have the budget to hire multiple designers will always favor generalists, aka multi-skilled designers. And another aspect that some of you may not have thought about is multi-skilled designers can freelance very easily and not be limited to one source of income, which can be very beneficial if you want to work remotely, if you want more of a freelance lifestyle, this can work really well for you. And you can also mentor junior designers and have multiple career options, which again increases your earning potential. But the last point I want to make is I want to make sure that you understand that being a generalist and being multi-skilled does not mean that you're a master of none. It means that you're good at most things, but you don't want to limit yourself to being known for one thing. So it does not mean that you're good at nothing. The last couple of points that I want to mention here is a couple of speakers before me have also mentioned soft skills versus hard skills. So soft skills, in my opinion, of course, in a lot of other speakers' opinion also, is very important. Junior designers lack experience, but they can make it up somewhere else. And from my experience, your portfolio quality and your soft skills can be the two key factors of getting hired. So I want to talk a little bit about soft skills. In interviews, a lot of interviewers will ask you situational questions. They will ask something like, how would you proceed if you don't agree with your manager's decision? What if one of your colleagues consistently produce low quality design? How would you collaborate with them? These are all very difficult questions that even mid-level to senior people might struggle to answer because it's very delicate. So actually working with someone who are a little bit senior, who are your mentors, and ask them how they would answer those questions, and see if they have that kind of experience when you prepare for your interviews will increase your chance of standing out. Because if you think about it, most juniors, they don't know how to answer this kind of questions, and if you do, you will impress interviewers. And the second point is the ability to advocate for the value of design once you are in the door. It's also a very important soft skills. So this is probably something that you don't have to worry about right now if you don't yet have a job. But once you get into an organization, advocating for the value of design, especially in an in-house environment where design isn't very predominant or isn't very well understood, is actually going to bring you opportunities to stand out in your career and get promoted and be in a leadership position. The last kind of soft skills here is speaking to non-design stakeholders. Anyone who's not a designer, who don't understand what you're doing, and facilitate communication with them and then resolve potential conflicts with them. That's another kind of soft skills that you should develop once you're in the door. And of course, if you ask what kind of hard skills you should possess, I would recommend these three. Software competency. You cannot say that you don't know how to use certain programs. Even if you are not 100% confident, if you know at least 20 to 30% and you know you can learn it in a couple of weeks or even a couple of days, you should definitely present yourself as being very confident in the software. And the second thing is you have to master design theories. You cannot show people that you have sloppy alignment, that you have, you miss details and you make, mistakes here and there. That's not really a good quality for a designer. And the last one is problem-solving skills, because designers really, even though we specialize in different things, all of us are trying to solve problems in design. So how fast can you come up with solutions? How flexible are you? And how open-minded are you to listening to different opinions and different, and finding out solutions within a team and also on your own is actually a hard skill, not really a soft skill. Now, the last point I want to make is confidence. And I know this may sound cliche. We know that confidence is very important, very attractive, but how important it is. I want to show you an example. So a candidate will get very far, actually get way farther than they would have otherwise have if their work is already decent. It doesn't have to be extremely good sometimes, which may surprise a lot of folks, because I actually listened to somebody talk in another conference, and I invited this particular designer to my podcast, and she told me a story of how she was hired to work for Apple, and I was blown away. Okay, so she told me specifically that at the time she didn't think her portfolio was that good, but she was reached out by a recruiter. And they asked her if she is familiar with Apple's design system. At that time, she was not familiar because she actually had been preparing for Google. That was awkward. And then she said, "Sure, I'm not familiar with it now, but I can be familiar in 3 days." She said, "I can get familiar with it in 3 days. So if you want to hire me, please give me a chance. I assure you that I can get familiar in 3 days." So that kind of confidence is what got her hired. Of course, she has, good work, but imagine if there are 5 or 10 or 20 other candidates and they all have good work or even better work than she did. And she says something like this: "If I'm the hiring manager, I'm also going to be very impressed." So interview for jobs as if you already have them. And of course, interviewing with that kind of attitude, it's definitely a fine line to walk between being arrogant. So being confident is not the same as being arrogant. This is a very important soft skills that you need to develop, especially for, as a junior, you actually have more chance of shining because so many other juniors suffer from imposter syndromes. You may already suffer from it yourself, but if you really want this badly, this is something that you need to work on early on, even though you're very nervous, even though that you know that you're not, you may not be as good as someone else who are in the running as you, but if you make people believe that you are, they will believe you. So that's something that I want to possibly end on today. And hopefully my talk helps some of you in your job search process about, and how to stay competitive and how to actually stand out, not even just competitive, but how to stand out as long as you're actually competent in design. All right, so that's all I have to say today. And I believe we have time for Q&A.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure your presentation will be useful. So I will remove your slides and add our other speakers. Hi, Kerim. Hi, Rabeea. Berjesty, are you here? Yep, she is here. Oh, amazing. So many people in one place. So we have a lot of questions. I hope that we'll have enough time to cover most of them, but some of them are transferred to different speakers. If you have something to add, please feel free to share any of your thoughts. So the first one is for Rabeea. How do you think it's possible to find and hire skilled designers in the process of expanding from a freelancer to making an agency?
Yes, that is such a good question. And I think that is such a big struggle for a lot of people who are kind of going through this transition, because it can definitely be challenging and it does take time. So I'm not going to sit here and give you this ideal world of the first time you hire someone is going to be the perfect hire. It does take time. And this is one thing that we in the program that we teach, we try to give you good job descriptions so you can kind of narrow it down to make sure that you're looking for the right person. And also, with the more people you interview, your own experience kind of helps with that, because once you have some experience in being a designer, if you've been working for somebody else, then you kind of get a good sense of what it is that you're that is a good match for what's the type of culture that you're trying to create and what's the environment that you're trying to build. But it also does help with, as you grow as a business owner, there are going to be some fails, which is totally okay. And it is going to be something that does get better with time. I think having really good clarity around what it is that you're looking for really is a good starting point. So knowing, okay, these are the specific skills that we need. This is what in your head, you should have that just the same as you have the ideal client profile in your head. You should always have an ideal designer that you're looking to hire. Have a profile for that type of person. What kind of personality do they have? What are the skills that they're bringing in? What are the things that are the most important to you when you're hiring for your agency? And for each business is going to be slightly different. And also the culture that you're trying to create. So if you have, a very laid back sort of culture that you've created, or if you're a remote team, each one will have different demands or the type of people that would be a good fit for that. And it does, you will get much better at hiring for that as you grow as a business owner. But that is something that I think it takes time. But having that clarity around that, doing some thinking ahead of time and creating almost a document with the profile of here's I want to have Daisy the designer and I want to hire that, and this is the ideal person that I'm looking for. Having that can really help you facilitate that process. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think you did. Maybe someone would like something to add? Okay, let's switch to the next one. No problem at all. Kerim, I think, it's quite big, but if we're just starting out with not a lot of real world experience, it's expected that we don't have a niche unless we have a specialized background in our previous life. Do you agree or not?
I completely disagree. You have to have a niche in the start. You have to pick something because, as I said, passion comes with success, and I have to pick something that you are really interested about. I'm really interested about startups. Startups are interesting to me, especially tech ones, because usually tech startups are founded by two logical or two coders, and they lack the design skills. This is why I really like startups. And I chosen that niche, and I just focus on that because it drives me so many sales and so much personal brand recognition. So I would just pick something. I would just make a list. Just you can even DM me on LinkedIn. I will help you. I would love to help you with picking your niche. So I think always pick a niche. For in the start, you can do like jobs that you want to maybe get a feeling of or a sense of what you want to do. Like if you want to do like e-commerce stuff, for example, or I don't know, the personal branding stuff or the branding stuff. But I think you should always have a niche.
Thank you. Is there someone would like to add to? Maybe you just had some experience with looking for your personal niche. Okay,
Yeah.
let's switch.
Hey.
Oh, you have?
I can
Oh.
speak to this a little bit.
Yeah, of
I just
course.
wanted to 100% agree with Kerim. I think it does help with if you have a clear understanding of who it is that you're marketing to, it really does help with marketing because then you can speak their language. You know exactly who it is that you're targeting, and you should have that ideal company profile for who it is that you're speaking to. So having that niche, I think 100% helps. But just going back to where the person is coming from in their question, I think a lot of us have gone through that journey of really coming to a point where we feel comfortable enough in one niche. So if you're really, really early in your career, you may not know okay, that I really enjoy working with startups. So it's okay in the beginning of your career to go broad. After a while of being in this space, you will automatically start to be more comfortable with, okay, I really enjoyed these sort of clients and this is something that I'm super passionate about. So I would also just give maybe a word of caution. Don't try to restrict yourself too early in your career. It does start to naturally happen, I think, over time. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents in here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's I think the biggest trip that we're gonna have, everybody is just looking for what you exactly need and who you are. Okay, so next one for Berjesty. What's your biggest challenge to work as a manager, and what is the hardest or craziest when you work as a UX manager? Please share.
Wow, most challenging question came. Yeah, this question has two tails. So the biggest challenge to work as a manager and hardest, craziest when you work as a UX manager. So I would just take it as, what are some of the hard things that I face? So one of the things is when I work with a team of designers, UX content strategists, and UX developers, there's a lot of different professions that are coming on the same table as a UX. And as UX and UX developer is also, if I haven't mentioned, is also involved in the project. As a leader, sometimes we have to remind the team that it's safe to drop the UX process, and this is not very often, but I believe in the constant change is within our DNA in this UX space. And we have to be flexible into things that come in throughout the project for reasons beyond the realm of the control. So it could be something that triggered the decision to move on to something else, right? Like, how do we change the approach? And how do we reiterate on the designs that we work so hard on, right? Like, there's different types of emotions that get triggered with those changes within the team. And as a manager or leader, keeping the team together, morale at high, and reminding the team that it's safe to drop the process and continue on to this next way of doing things is a challenge for sure. And when I'm working with multiple disciplines, and it has its own ways of doing things in each of its profession, right? So combining into one as a leader and telling them each of how to focus on their process differently is something that I learn every day, and I work with them. And as a manager, Shopify is a very flat organization. And most people have a very open door policy. You know, everybody can approach you. They don't look at your title. If an idea comes in, it can come in from an intern and it will be treated as equally as a manager is saying something. So which is a great way to encourage the creativity and also not be stuck on the titles or things that come in the hierarchical way. And that's kind of how I believe most organizations should take approach, because titles sometimes get to limit our creativity, especially if it's coming from lower levels. It doesn't encourage them to speak up, and we have to create that space in order for them to feel comfortable and be able to speak up. And as a manager, it's our role to encourage that environment, right? Like, how do we create that safety? How do we make them feel that they can speak their minds and they have the power to direct the project, even if they're an intern or their contract? Doesn't matter where you're coming from. We all work as one team, and our goal is the same. So reminding them of these things are really fundamental.
Thank you. And Stella, do you have any tips on balancing studying for specialization while doing generalist design work to sustain living?
So is the question about being a generalist and specialist?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, I think the person
Okay, right.
meant that,
Studying
like,
for
when you train.
Yeah. So I actually didn't see it on my screen. So I actually think this is a similar question regarding, journalists and specialists that we talked about. But in the beginning, I think all of us has to have a foundation first. And many of our speakers said, you may not know in the beginning, but if you do, you actually can start early if you want to. Say, for example, you really know that, you're going to be focusing on, say, for example, user research. That's something that you want to focus on. Then yes, why not start early and then focus on that? But I would not limit myself and just, in the beginning, if you decide on something, you might not know that later down the road that you may change your mind. So if you didn't build a foundation that allow you to explore other kind of disciplines, you may regret it later. You may have to start over again and relearn those, foundations that you didn't learn before. So I believe start with, being a generalist and then move on as you study more, as you experience more. I think it's along the lines of, of the advice that we've heard before. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, actually, I have one more. I know that everybody's like really tired of this like coronavirus and pandemic, but I think that a lot of people from this industry or someone who want to enter it would like to understand, was it influenced by some pandemic situation? So how to pace up and stay competitive in the market as a UX designer in this pandemic environment? What changes have you experienced in the last 2 years? Was there any changes for you, for your business, maybe for your colleagues, for something you were working with? It's a question for everyone. If you have any thoughts,
we are all waiting for each other to answer. But basically for me, it didn't impact me at all, basically, because it's because of my niche, as I said. Maybe some of the startups that didn't get funding because of the coronavirus and stuff like that. But I didn't feel any big change. But I feel that like people in their careers, in their full-time positions, might have like been affected quite differently. So I would love to hear your perspective on this, guys.
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit as well. I think our business actually grew because of the pandemic, which I know a lot of industries were hit hard, but because everything was going digital, our business actually grew and everyone is looking. And even if you are someone who's looking to get into the design space, I think this is a really good time for you to kind of get in there, even though it feels like it's very flooded and there's so much happening. On a global scale, if you look at the numbers, and I've done the research, there's a huge tech talent gap. So if you are interested in transitioning into a tech career and you're worried about how it's going to, impact your career, it's really growing exponentially. The numbers are just through the roof. I think the last time I checked, there was for UX designers, it was a 289% increase from the year before. So it really is growing so quickly, and the demand is growing. So if you are someone who's interested in this, and in becoming a UX designer, definitely, I think that is a great way for you to kind of go. And just from a business perspective as well, I've seen an increase in my own business personally, and I'm sure a lot of other people, just generally, if you think about it, everything is going digital. So there's a huge need for everything in the design space. So yeah, those are just some of my thoughts around that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what Rabeea and Kerim shared as well, Ksenia. I think this is our time, so get going, get started if you haven't. I'm sure everybody's so excited for next things coming up their way.
Yes, so I think it's the right time to start, guys. So just do that, just learn from these awesome use cases, and probably we'll have some of our attendees as a speakers next summit, something like that. Okay, I think it's if everyone would like to add something, just to share your thoughts, you're free to do it now, because unfortunately we just don't have enough time. And I really appreciate your time that you were with us. Thank you for all your hours spending like preparing to this summit, and for being with us this half an hour and Q&A session. I really enjoyed communicating with you, and I hope that you liked it too. So yeah, I think we'll definitely have more questions from the audience. If you want, we can share it a little bit later. But thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
It's been amazing, guys.
Have a
Have a
very
lovely
good
day.
day, evenings, and nights.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
So guys, I think we'll have a little break before our next block, and I will give my moderating shift to awesome moderator, Federica. So see you later in 10 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Madina. I'm a community manager of Vue.js Global Summit 2022. Vue is known for its flexible technology that you can use to develop modern applications fast. Vue has seen a large growth as it becomes popular among the web development industry. During this summit, we are going to talk about success cases of transition to Vue 3, Next and Vue, micro frontends, API developments, and many other exciting topics from the top experts. So come and join us.
Hi everyone, and thanks for joining this panel. My name is Federica Ramazzotti, UX UI architect at Perceptolab, and I have the pleasure to moderate this block. We have just 1 minute more, and we are waiting for other people who will join this panel. So, in this panel, speakers such as Piotr, Chynał, Stephy, Hogan, and Ben Woods will introduce you to some of the hottest design topics of the moment. I'm inviting now Piotr to join the stage. Piotr is a senior UX designer at Limago, and his speech is about eye tracking. So, Piotr, welcome. The stage is yours.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction.
Hey, Piotr, you can start. You're on stage.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is eye tracking and why is gay interaction important. So I will tell you a little bit about, what is eye tracking, how we can use it, and also tackle this subject from a little bit different sides. So I will talk a little bit about assistive technology and also inclusive design. So hopefully this presentation, will be quite light, but also informative, and it can make you more curious about those topics. So at first, I will do a short introduction, a little bit about myself and about the topic. Then I'll go with deeper to the eye tracking. I will tell you how you can use it in like UX research, but just for a short couple of slides, and then I'll move
Sorry,
on.
further. Can you please
Yeah.
double check what mode are you sharing? Are you looking at a slide full screen? Because you are sharing just your PowerPoint with a slide list. You'll need to switch to a full screen sharing for this to work. I'm sorry for this. Like your slides are not displayed properly.
Okay, we'll try again. Sorry for that. Okay, hopefully now it's okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit more about eye tracking, about gaze interaction, and then I'll talk about a project that I'm working on about using eye tracking for alternative communication, for helping disabled people communicate, and at the end, a short summary of the presentation. So going for the introduction, so how it all started and what's all about. So I started to take interest in eye tracking when I was doing my master thesis. It was around 2010, and I created an application that allowed for user to control the computer with the cursor. So instead of controlling it with the mouse, you could control it with your eyes, and that got me really excited into like all the things related to UX, human-computer interaction, and eye tracking. And back then, there was pretty much no, UX in Poland. Nobody heard about it. There was like no jobs or anything related to that. So I stayed at the university. I did my PhD in human-computer interaction, usability testing. And in the meantime, I also did a lot of eye tracking studies, eye tracking research. I did some maybe not inventions or some devices that were could be used by people to also perform some purchases in the shop. I also got a patent from the Polish Patent Office. So I've researched a lot about those technologies and how can they be also used for supporting communication and assisting people. And also in the meantime, I started some commercial UX work. Right now I'm a UX team leader at Limango. It's one of the European e-commerce companies, and I also am working a lot in accessibility topics, and I do a lot of audits, a lot of those things. That's what I really like to do. And I also teach UX. I did it for a lot of time at the university, now at some other places, but because of all those things, I managed to meet a lot of people. And also one of my students introduced me to some therapists that are using eye tracking on daily basis for the therapy. And all those things came down to creating a project which is called Design Without Barriers. For Polish is Design bez barier. And I will talk to you a little bit more about this project. But first, let's go from the beginning, and I will say a few words about eye tracking. What is it, and how you can use it? So eye tracking is a technology that allows you to track the eye movements of whoever is using it with a special device called eye tracker. So we can track basically a lot of things, but there are two main eye movements. One is called fixation. So whenever you're looking at a particular point for a longer time period, it's you are fixating your gaze on that point. And you also have saccades. So saccade movements. So wherever you're moving, your gaze from one point to another. So they are like two main eye movements that you can track, but you can also track other characteristics like pupil size that tells you some emotions, for example. But those two are the main ones. And how does this eye tracker work? So usually it has a special like infrared camera. It's pointing at your eyes and looking for the corneal reflection and your pupil. And based on the position of both of them, it determines where are you looking at the screen. So that's how those devices work. And you always need to calibrate them. So all those devices have like some kind of software. Like here's an example. You have this red dot that you need to follow with your eyes, and after it goes through the screen, it calibrates this device so it's more precise, and you can use it. So there's lots of different types of eye trackers and ways that you can use them. The most popular way is obviously putting them under the screen, or there are even eye trackers that are built in like monitors. So you can track what users are seeing on the monitors, like websites, some images, videos. It's most popular way. But you can also lose some kind of stands that allow you to track what you are seeing on the mobile device, on some books, newspapers, on those kind of materials. And there are also some other uses, like you can track what you are looking on a big screen on a TV. You can track the person that's sitting in front of you. And I also did some like field research where you use the eye tracking glasses. I did some studies where participants would go to the groceries and look for some products, and we would see if they see like some advertisements, some sales, and other information that would be relevant to the shop owner. So you can pretty much test everything that you would like to see, how people are perceiving it, do they see it, or maybe it's not visible to them. And what kind of data do you get from such studies? So first of all, you can get a lot of graphical reports or videos where you can see, for example, heat maps. So the warmer the color, the more participant gaze has spent in this particular area. So like on the call to action buttons, so you can see what elements were attracting the attention. You can also have some reports that show you the fixation and saccade, so you can see how the gaze was going through a particular page. You can also have those elements applied on a video, for example, or some images, or whatever you are tracking. But for like professional use, I found that eye tracking is really great for A/B testing, because you can also have those metrics like time to first fixation and time from first fixation to the next mouse click. And they specifically show you the time that the user took to notice a particular element, and then if he or she recognized it and clicked on it. So when you have two designs for a similar screen, you can see if, for example, a task to find a call to action or some other element on that screen, you can see which one was performing better. So the users quickly notice this element with their eyes, and then they recognize, okay, this is the thing that I'm looking for, and clicked on it. Because sometimes you have a button that is really standing out, but the label is not so good, and users are not recognizing that this is the thing that they're looking for. So that's I think the best application for like UX with the eye tracking. However, today I would like to focus more on the other application of eye tracking, which is gaze interaction. So at first, what are like the natural interfaces? You probably know that there are few types of interfaces, like when you use your keyboard and mouse, It's it's a typical graphical user interface. You're using your mouse to control it. You can have a command line interface where you input some commands with your keyboard. You can have some kind of devices when you have some buttons to operate it. But for natural interfaces, we are using our body, our natural behavior to interact, to use those devices. So, for example, mobile phones, we use the touch, the gestures to control them. But there are also other types like voice-controlled interfaces. So, Alexa, Siri, all the other ones that you are familiar with. And also one of the types of natural interfaces is gaze interaction, because you are also using your eyes for such purpose. So there are pretty much two ways that gaze interaction can be used. One, you just plug it to your cursor. So instead of controlling it with your mouse, you just control it with your eyes. And the second one, you have applications that are divided in some areas. And whenever you look at some area, something is happening. So there are like two ways to create this interaction. And what are the applications? So most popular are like in games. You can control some devices, but for me, the most important one is the communication with the outside world. Because for some cases, even if people get paralyzed, they have some accidents, some illness, even at full paralysis, very often people could still move their eyes. So it's pretty much the only way that they can communicate with the outside world using their eyes. So that's really interesting. And there are some solutions that can support this interaction for such people. So here's an example of dedicated eye tracker from Toby. So it's like a tablet with this small eye tracker, and you can it has like Windows system, and you can operate the system with your eyes. However, it's very difficult to do it for most of people that have some brain damage or some other forms of disability. But it's also here an interesting page, Hogan, Communication by Gaze Interaction. You can check it out. It has a lot of different articles, some software that you can test out. It's very nice when it comes to gaze interaction. And here I have an example of its Dasher application. So with it, you can type with your eyes. You pretty much just look at the letters and the next letter that you would like to write. And it just aligns, with some algorithm, the words with the highest probability, the letters with the highest probability, rather. So you can quite easily write some words with it. When you go on a blank space, there it's a space between word. So it's quite cool. And there are some similar applications that allow you to communicate this way. However, still, as I said, it's only for like experienced, maybe it's a bad word, but not everyone could use such applications. Okay, moving further, a few words about how to design such applications, because it's also a form of the interface. There are lots of interfaces, also like virtual reality, which is also a type of like natural interface when you use your movement, your body to control it. And for the gaze application, the most important thing is the proper size of the elements, because when you control the interface with your eyes, it's very usually not precise. So it's hard to, would be hard to click on some small elements. So it's important to have a big enough elements. And there's also a problem called Midas touch. So whenever you're looking at some elements that, everything is doing something, there's interaction everywhere. you can get into this loop that wherever you look, there's something going on and you cannot stop. So it's important to have a place where you can like stop, put your cursor there, for example, or look at that particular section. So at that time, nothing is happening and you can relax for a second. And also it's important to use other form of like indicator instead of a cursor, because there's also research that very often when you are like working with a computer, you are following the cursor with your eyes. So here, if you are controlling the cursor with your eyes and following the cursor with your eyes, it's getting into this loop. So it's better not to use the cursor. And here we have an example of Gaystack applications. Also, you can see there are some sections that have this dwell time. So you need to look at a particular element for some time to select it. Here now it's 1 second, but usually like the standard is 3 seconds. But to be honest, everyone has like different time that is suitable for them. So after this time, a particular element is selected, and you can move further. And here with this application, you can also write some emails, go to the web pages, and so on. So it's also a cool application. But moving further, also I want to talk a little bit about AAC. I will tell you what it is in just a second. But going back to the beginnings, I mentioned that I met some really nice people, and I also met two very nice ladies from this communication center called The Voice, and they are using Eyetracking for rehabilitation, communication with the outside world. And here are some examples of games that those kids are playing. So here on the first one, and the girl is looking at some bottles, and then when she looks at the bottle, the rock comes up and smashes the bottle. So it's a simple game, but very satisfying to break this glass. There's also a sound of the breaking glass. So such games are really helpful in like working on the brain, on other aspects. And here is a second game where you can like drag and drop some elements. Also, you look at some like fish and some shells. You can drag them to the canvas, and it also makes some sounds and so on. So there are some applications that have such games, and they are very helpful in therapy for the kids. And I've talked to those ladies, and they told me that there are some problems that they are facing. Like, for example, there are two types of applications, like those games, or the apps that I showed you before that allowed to write, browse the internet, and so on. But they are really hard to use by such patients. And very often, everything that's related to like this communication, the application, the devices are super expensive, and they are quite hard to obtain by a typical family in Poland. So that's also a problem. And the one sentence that also was very appealing to me, that there are even apps for supporting wine choosing, but nothing to support our therapy. And yeah, for many people, Eyetracking is the only way to communicate with the outside world. So I decided to help them out and figure out something about it. And I dive deep into those topics. So first, what is AAC? It's pretty much the augmentative and alternative communication. So it's alternative communication to speech. So every like gesture, every other way that you are communicating without using your natural speech, you can call it AAC. And who uses AAC? You can say that we all do, because we do some gestures, we do some facial expressions. We are doing this all the time, but here This is especially important for people with impaired speech development, with intellectual disabilities, with some genetic diseases like this muscular dystopia and head injuries that have pretty much they cannot communicate in this way with the speech or with the gestures. And how to use this AAC. So you need to have some kind of symbols, signs, pictograms that you are using. You need to have a communication partner that is having this conversation with you. And you can use some technology to support you, like computer eye tracker and so on. And why is this important? Because it's the way of communication for those people. And thanks to AAC, they can get a sense of like independence. They can decide on their own what they want to do, what they want to eat, and so on. So it's very, very important. So here I have an example of two real AAC boards that I got. So for example, we have I want, I don't want, sleep, work, put on some clothes. So in this communication, the kid just indicates what they want to do. Here are some more examples. I want, I don't want, watch TV, listen to music. I want to like watch Mr. Bean or Lucky Luke. So they are using such boards in therapy. So as you can see here, we have a little girl, and she can actually point out on those elements. So she can communicate with using those symbols and build up communication. Okay, so but what would be the most valuable here is we could also have those symbols, pictograms that could be selected by the people, as this girl that you saw that was breaking those bottles, because she would not be able to show or tell what symbol she's selecting. So with eye tracking, we could build an application that will actually have all those symbols on the screen, and you would just select them with your eyes, and this way build the communication and work with your communication partner this way. So yeah, how this works. So first you create boards with symbols, then you run eye tracker and calibrate it with your patient, and then you can work with the boards, communicate using your gaze. And here a few words how I approached this topic. So at first I did like this need finding. I've talked to those therapy ladies, and got the requirements, prepared some low fidelity wireframes, and like requirements for in fact 2 applications. I will talk about the second briefly in just a second. But obviously I'm not a developer, so even though I have the IT background, but it would be hard for me to like implement such applications. So I started to look around for some people, and I put some postings on LinkedIn, also on the pages. I'm having like UX courses at this school where there's a lot of people that are changing their careers from other segments to IT. So I also posted there, and I managed to actually get a lot of people that were interested in working in this project on a volunteer basis. So then I created started typical project work, created a backlog. We used Trello and Slack. Now we're also using Jira, and we started to develop the applications, the wireframes, coding. Also created our own symbols because those symbols that I show you are super expensive, even though they are not looking that pretty. And we established an organization called Design Without Barriers. So here is the current team. and we had a lot of many other people, but they can join us for some short period of time, let's say. But here's like the current core. So we have 4 girls that are mostly working on designs, on graphical elements, and they are preparing like also articles. So everything that is from like the visual point of view. We have 2 developers that are coding our application, and 2 lovely ladies that I mentioned before that are our domain experts when it comes to the therapy. So that's the team. So where we are right now. So regarding this application, we finished the high fee wireframes. We have a backend pretty much ready. So it's now an the front end implementation still awaits us. So that's work in progress. And we are also working on second application, which is a repository for those symbols, for those images for communication. So they can be used in our eye-tracking application, but also they can be used, for this like therapy. You print it out and just use it on a regular basis. And also a very good example of such repository is soyvisual.org. It's a Spanish page, but it has a lot of such symbols like nouns, verbs, and also like emotions. You can find there everything. No, but it's mostly Spanish. You have nice cerveza. So we are aiming to do something similar, but for the Polish language. So yeah, we have it's already implemented. Of course, we will also be changing like the colors, this image and so on. But like the architecture and everything is ready. We are uploading the symbols, so it will be also ready soon. Hopefully this quarter. And yeah, so that's about the application. So I know there was a lot of information in this presentation from like different areas, but what I would like you to take away from this presentation is there's something called Eyetracking, and it's a tool that allows you to track the user's eyes with eye tracker. But it's not only used in like marketing and UX research, but you can also use it as a form of communication for gaze interaction. You can use it to support the disabled people that cannot communicate in any other way. For the gaze interaction, you need like 2 elements: eye tracker, which pretty much you can also there are also some free solutions that you can use your webcam, but they are very imprecise. But there's also some projects that allow you to do so. And you need the eye tracker and the application. So like the ones that I show you at the beginning, they are free that you can write, or you will need some other applications that are cost a lot of money, like those games, for example. And the third point, eye-tracking therapy is very effective. It really stimulates the brain. It helps to communicate. Our application hopefully will be ready soon, so it will be also very helpful to use those symbols to communicate, and hopefully yeah, we can do it. And the last point that I would like to leave you with. So I can encourage you to use your skills that you have developed. You all have all sorts of different backgrounds, expertises, skills. To just look around and see, maybe you can support some other people that are less fortunate. You can design something cool. You can work on some application that could support someone. It's really satisfying, and it's something different than just working at the company, doing your prototypes and getting paid. But here it's pretty much priceless when you see that you actually helped out this poor kid that now can communicate and it's happy that someone is working for some application for them. So I strongly recommend that, and that's pretty much all from me. So thank you very much for listening. I hope I didn't, I'm pretty much on time, so that's great. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Piotr, for such a brilliant presentation and for sharing with us how you were able to deal with theory, the tool, and its application to solve real problems. It's now time for Stephy to join the stage. Hi, Stephy, and welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Yes, Stephy is design engineer at 7 Summits, and she is here with a contribution about accessibility. Time for me to leave the stage.
Hey, everyone. My name is Stephy Hogan. My pronouns are she and her. And today we're going to talk about accessibility. And to start it off, we'll go with a story. Mary Connor loves Beyonce. Right? She has this dream of going to a Beyonce concert someday, but until then, she settles for going to Beyonce's website to get information on her albums and to buy a Beyonce sweatshirt. Okay? Mary is blind. She lives with complete loss of sight and uses her keyboard and a screen reader to navigate websites. And there are so many accessibility issues at Beyonce's site that Mary can't get that sweatshirt and she can't get information on the albums. So Mary Connor sued Beyonce's Parkwood Entertainment Company for accessibility violations. Now, full disclosure, Mary sued 120 different companies in the last 3 years because their websites failed accessibility standards. She's also a huge Rihanna fan and wanted one of those sweatshirts. Needed to buy a Christmas tree from christmastrees.com, had a craving for the honey barbecue jerky from chefscutrealjerky.com, and needed the menu information from a restaurant 3 states away. And you guessed it. She sued them all. Now, you might be thinking that Mary is just a really litigious person who needs to get a hobby. But it doesn't really matter if Mary seems like that nosy neighbor who reports you to the HOA for every little thing. What matters is that behind every overly litigious Mary, there are countless human beings that don't have the same access to things that you and I take for granted. Some might say Mary is a huge pain in the ass, but I say she's a much needed voice. And let me show you why. We'll actually go through part of Beyonce.com together. Let's say we want to find out what songs are on the specific album. For sighted users, we click on the hamburger menu and click on it. We see music and click on that. We see albums and click on that. We're closer, but nothing shows up. So as humans, we wiggle our mouse around and then we see the album titles and some links underneath. So we can get the information we want. And that's awesome. But for visually impaired people who use keyboard navigation and voiceover, this is kind of what the journey is like. I start tabbing through the website to get to the navigation menu. And it takes a few more tabs than I expect, but that's okay. We get to music. Music is announced by the screen reader, and we choose that. We run through the banner items again. We get to the body after tabbing out of the hamburger menu, and then no album title is announced. Only sublinks. It says link songs, link lyrics, link info, but it never announces the title of that album. And the user never gets access to the content they're looking for. Either they drop out frustrated or they get assistance from a sighted friend, again, frustrated. And you guys, my friends, don't even get me started on the size of that tap target. This is shit design and it needs to stop. All right, today we're going to do some accessibility first mindset training, because once you've taken that first step in avoiding shit design, you'll start designing for shit instead. More on that acronym later. Okay, besides the moral obligation that we have to our fellow human beings, here's why you should really be paying attention. Now, these are laws in the United States. They're different in every country, so it's worth going and researching it if you don't live in the United States. But here, the Americans with Disability Act is a law that prohibits discrimination based on disability. And for a website to be compliant with the ADA, it has to be accessible for people who browse the web with assistive devices. And if your website isn't accessible to people with disabilities, it's not compliant with the law. Now, because of how that legislation is written, having a website that isn't accessible to everyone will be interpreted as active discrimination. And if you're actively discriminating against people with disabilities, you risk being sued. It's that simple. And there are some pretty severe consequences, at least here in the US, if you're called out for being inaccessible. For the first violation, you can be sued, charged, or fined up to $75,000. And a second violation could land you an additional $150,000 fine. And for those of you who receive federal funding from the government funding, those funds can be revoked. So let's talk about what the landscape looks like nowadays. You would think that in 2022, we would be doing generally okay in the world of digital accessibility, right? Well, as of February 21st, 2020, or February 2021, according to webaim.org, out of 1 million homepages, 97.4% had accessibility errors on them. And those are just the homepages of websites. Like, how accessible is the rest of the site? How accessible are your presentation files, your Word documents, your digital ads, social media posts, your PDFs, your video games? When we design things, we're creating them for people. People with sight, cognitive, hearing, interaction, and technological related impairments. Shit. You are designing for shit. Right. Now, it's important to remember that not everyone experiences issues due to, not everyone who is disabled or neurodivergent experiences issues due to inaccessible design. And the reverse is true. Not everyone who experiences issues due to inaccessible design is disabled or neurodivergent. So that means that when you design accessibly, you're benefiting literally everyone in some way. What do you all think of when you think of inaccessible design? Bad color contrasts? Well, if companies are thinking about anything about accessible design, that's the first thing they think of. So everybody else is thinking of that. What about vague error messaging? How about the use of the phrase, click here? No? Okay, now at this point, I completely understand that you might be getting a little overwhelmed, but it's going to be okay. You see, the first step in mitigating any legal risk or user frustration related to inaccessible design is to simply start flexing your empathy muscles so that we understand how impactful bad design really is. In fact, let's learn a little empathy right now. We're going to experience some more shit design together. It'll be a great bonding experience. Is anybody worried that I might bring up their own website on screen? I'm sure that won't happen. It's okay. But let's establish a baseline first. How about that? This is actually Adobe's inclusive design website. And this is the website that I found that had the least amount of accessibility issues. Now, on the left, you'll see a little snippet of a screenshot. It's from webaim.org's tool. It's an automated accessibility checker. And really pay attention to the top two numbers. That's what I really want you to focus on. The first one is errors, general accessibility errors on the top left in red. And then next to it is contrast errors, which have to do with color contrasts. There are warnings and other things on there, but let's just focus on the top two for now. So you can see that Adobe has zero accessibility issues, zero contrast issues. That's awesome. This is the University of Louisiana Lafayette. This is their college website. And they have 13 accessibilities and 23 contrast errors. It could be worse, but look at that navigation menu. It's huge. It's not even in alphabetical order. It's so overwhelming that, I mean, anybody with a cognitive disability or issue is really going to struggle finding anything that they need in that menu. This is shit design, and it needs to stop. Okay. What about this? Okay, you guys, guilty pleasure. I play Forge of Empires on my iPad every morning, and this is the company that develops that. I was going to use their app as an example, but they recently hired a UXer who knows what they're doing, and they fixed all the accessibility issues in the game, which is awesome for my game playing, but bad for this presentation. But this is their landing page for their company, and just their landing page has 66 accessibility errors and 97 contrast issues. That's not a small number. This is shit design, and it should probably stop. It needs to stop. Okay, one more. Remember Mary Connor and those people that she sued? This is Chef's Cut Real Jerky's homepage. Now, if you look at it from a just a quick overview, and your vision is considered normal by society standards, it doesn't look bad. But 90 accessibility issues, only 3 contrast issues, not a big deal, but 90 accessibility issues. No wonder they got sued. I mean, this is also shit design, and it needs to stop. Okay. So we're going to design for shit instead. And you'll notice that under each category, there are also things that you wouldn't normally consider disability in the traditional sense. What each of these categories include are permanent, temporary, and situational impairments. For instance, under sight-related, we have, the expected blindness or color blindness, but there's also the issue of screen glare. For cognitive related issues, you've got some what you might think of first, but then, hey, they might not have slept well the night before, and they're moving really slow in the morning, they're distracted by kids, or maybe they're hungover. That counts there. That's a situational, sometimes temporary. Hearing, noisy kids, again, I blame my kids for a lot of things, you guys. Interaction related, maybe you have tremors, maybe the user has tremors and can't really use a mouse, but maybe they just temporarily broke their arm. It's on the mend and they can't use a mouse for a little bit. And technological related issues are really never considered in the World Health Organization list of disabilities. And this is when you're coding things, you want them to be lightweight and fast. It depends on your user's hardware quality, their software version, and their internet connectivity. Are they in the country, in a rural area, and they have no internet at all, and they have to rely on their phone, or it's really crappy, or are they in the city and they have fantastic internet? Those are other kinds of impairments that our users could have. Now, I know that that's a lot of information, and we could be here all day if we covered each category. So instead, in the interest of time, today we're going to focus on making our products better for cognitively impaired humans. Like, there are these things called usability heuristics. They were born from cognitive design practices in the 1970s, and they're still relevant today, but only from a pretty neurotypical perspective. So let's look at accessible UX design specifically through the lens of neurodiversity. What kind of bad experiences do we uncover from that perspective? Well, first, let's talk about notification systems. Right? Notifications are both an ADHDer's best friend and their worst nightmare. As a person with severe ADHD, I can tell you that we rely on reminders, sticky notes, lists, and the notification alerts to stay organized and feel accomplished sometimes, but too many notifications, or those that you can't dismiss or just turn off completely, they overwhelm us. That little red dot causes a lot of anxiety. And if we can't make it go away, then a lot of the time, the tasks that dot is prodding us about eventually just go ignored. But our stress level remains elevated. Now, how does that affect your design life? If you're building an experience with a notification system, make sure you build in ways for the end user to choose things like what format they get notifications in, whether that's email, phone, or push, how often they get them. Let them turn off some or all of their notifications rather than turning them all on by default and making them opt out. Or better yet, let them opt into notifications and you have them all off by default. That would be great. And please, oh my gosh, for the love of all that is holy, always, always make a notification dismissible. Okay, let's talk about dyslexia next. Dyslexia affects roughly 20% of the population. Fortunately, we can do a lot here when we're designing the UI of a product to help out. Consistent layout, choosing a font that is readable, make sure our text spacing and our line heights are have enough white space and not too much. Use clearly marked required fields. Make sure you clearly indicate the current page location, so use breadcrumbs when you can, and allow users to see the passwords that they're typing, because, oh my gosh, while I am a huge, huge fan of the Apple ecosystem, it doesn't give you an option to see what you're typing when you're logging into your computer, which can be a huge issue for people living with dyslexia. Autistic people can struggle with sensory overload from busy interfaces that have irrelevant images or unstructured copy, which incidentally is kind of the same for the ADHD folks. So make sure everything you're putting in the UI serves a purpose. No design for design's sake. Be very intentional and always, always ask yourself, does this need to be here? And is there a better, simpler way to accomplish this goal? People with dyscalculia, I always have trouble pronouncing that one. This affects people's ability to do basic mathematical operations, has nothing to do with their intelligence, but it causes a lot of math anxiety where users can see these numbers just by seeing them and just freeze. So math CAPTCHAs, where you have to 5 + 1 is 6 CAPTCHAs, well, avoid those. I mean, avoid CAPTCHAs in general if you can, but really, really avoid the math ones. And I'm sure that many of you, if not all, have experienced decision paralysis at least once in your life. That's where you've been given so many choices that you have trouble picking one. And for people with ADHD, heck, for a lot of users just in general, too many options can be absolutely paralyzing, and often they choose not to choose. And sidebar, that can result in a significant loss of sales for a company. So how do we avoid paralyzing our users? Well, we design a user experience with content that is concise, and we provide just one prominent, clearly defined call to action. And it also helps to make it clear to your users what the consequences of inaction are, but do it politely, okay? But if I had to pick just one single tip to make a user experience better for everyone, not just those living with some kind of impairment, it would be that less is more. Minimalist designs with plenty of white space provide a distraction-free experience for everyone. You'll help people focus on and absorb what's really and truly important. Okay, cognitive impairments, they're just one of several categories of disability that you have a responsibility to design for. But don't panic. It's okay. Once you get into the empathy mindset, you'll begin to automatically think in an accessibility first way. Now, we've covered a lot about accessibility and empathy and what we need to keep in mind, but how do we incorporate accessible design into our own workflow? It's important to keep all of this stuff in mind from the very beginning of your design process, from the start. We don't want to leave accessibility to fail when a product gets into QA testing right before launch. It is so much cheaper, both in time and in dollars, to do this from the very, very beginning. First and foremost, get familiar with WCAG guidelines. WCAG stands for Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and they describe how to make online and digital materials more accessible to people living with disability. WCAG is great for designers and developers. But there are a lot of guidelines in here, and how many of those standards apply to design versus developer? Thanks to the amazing accessibility designer Anna Cook, who I highly recommend that you all go follow on Twitter after this presentation. After the conference, don't get too distracted. We know the answer to this. 64%. That's a big number of the guidelines apply to design, while only 22% apply just to development, which highlights where accessible design thinking should start, right? In design. So don't wait until your prototypes are being built by the developers to work on or watch for accessibility issues. Now, we can further break down the guidelines that are design-oriented and apply them to specific UX roles. For interaction designers, you can focus on things like making sure there's not too much motion in your micro interactions. Make sure that your focus and hover interactions have a distinct visual thing in the UI. Make sure that tab order and reading order are correct when you go through using a keyboard, and making sure that your timing for forms and any timeouts aren't too short for your users. Content design. There need to be more content designers in the world. I would give my right leg for one. The things that a content designer can focus on include alt text, alternative text for images, captioning, of course, error identification, having really great error messages that make sense and help the user figure out what they did wrong, heading structures, and purposeful link button text. This is really important, y'all. I really want y'all to promise me, just promise that you will never, never use the words click here as your link. Because if you have a bunch of click here's on a page and the screen reader takes over, all you're going to hear is link, click here, link, click here, link, click here. So please promise me, if you don't do anything else, just do that. All right, visual designers. This is where a lot of people think of these things first. Color contrast, how color is being used. It can't be the only indicator of meaning. Consistent visual identification. Smart use of iconography, making sure your typography is legible and readable. Just general visual design things. It's a lot of stuff. And there are some helpful tools online that do some really fast accessibility checks. The first thing I do when I begin a new project for a client is to check the brand guidelines. So I take all the colors in the guidelines, add black and white if they aren't already there, and take those hex codes, just a list of hex codes, and I run them through a color contrast tool. My favorite one is 8shapes.com. You just plug it in and it will tell you what color combinations work and what doesn't. And it is fantastic. Highly recommend. Bookmark it, save it forever. And a second super useful tool is an automated accessibility checker for websites called Wave from webaim.org. I showed you examples of results in previous slides. All you do there is you put your URL in at the top and hit enter, and it's going to check your page against WCAG guidelines and spit out a list of errors and warnings based on those guidelines. But I have a disclaimer right here. Automated tools are awesome, but they don't catch everything, and they can give you false positives. So this tool is great. It's fantastic to establish a baseline, but you need a human to go in and really evaluate the accessibility overall. So I encourage you to ask yourself these questions throughout your design process. Is this necessary? What if I can't use a mouse? Will this be overwhelming? How could this go wrong for my user? Don't just design the happy path. Make sure you're designing the sad paths too. You're not going to think of everything, and that's okay. The important part is that your mindset is changing for the better to make your product more inclusive to more people. Now, how on earth do we get others to do the same thing? The biggest part of being a UXer is being an advocate for your users, and now you're becoming aware that your users are even more diverse than you thought. So how do we become better advocates? We listen to people with disability and learn from them. Go to YouTube and follow people like Molly Burke or Nikki Lilly or How to ADHD. If you follow the link that I've had on a few screens, there's a whole list there that you can go out and follow. Practice inclusive research. Be the voice in your design meetings who asks how designs are being tested. And if there are users or QA testers with disabilities, are you interviewing a diverse enough set of users for your product? Educate your fellow designers. It is never, ever too early to teach what you know. Advocacy for accessible design tends to be a grassroots endeavor. So teach other people who aren't designers. Host lunch and learns. Be that much needed voice. So I've put together a list of resources for you in one place at accessibledesignlab.com. Go there for tools, YouTube channels, links to guidelines and stuff. Okay, let's check out one last example of inaccessible user experience. And I'm going to ask you a question after we look at this. Whomever can answer the fastest in the comments gets bragging rights. This is the Daily Mail. Not all of the images have alt text. The site is riddled with contrast issues. And just look at it. Oh my God, just look at it. It's completely overwhelming. So much so that when I tried to take a screenshot of it in my browser, I got this warning. This page is too large for the browser to capture in one image. It will be split into 3 images. Because this is how long the page is. That's 45 screens. Okay, here comes your question. It's actually fill in the blank. This is shit design and I can't actually see the comments right now because I didn't click on the right thing, but that's okay. I'm sure you got it. And I'm sure you've got it. I have every faith that everyone here is going to remember how important it is to design accessibly when you start a project. And that's the first step on your path to becoming an accessible design advocate and champion. I know that you'll remember that behind every overly litigious Mary, there are people who don't have a voice, who need your voice. This is about more than someone buying beef jerky online. It's about giving everyone an equally awesome experience without needing to ask a friend to help them. It's for my daughters and my husband and me. So just take a moment to think about one single thing you can do the one thing you could start doing tomorrow to improve the accessibility of the things you're creating. You don't have to be an overly litigious Mary to be an accessible design superhero. All it takes is empathy and a willingness to speak up so that our experiences are as equally awesome as yours. Thanks for coming, everybody. I hope you are having a fantastic experience. Hey, where's my friend Federica? I'd like to see her face. Hey!
Yes. Thank you, Stephy. You were stunning. I'm 100% agree with you. We never think enough about accessibility.
We really don't. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me.
And yes. And I hope that this amazing presentation has inspired young designers and seniors to care more about this topic, because it's really important to be also be more democratic, be more open to listen the other, because we are shaping, relation with our users. We create path. And so I think it's really important to be more inclusive, at least to try to be more inclusive.
Yes, all we can do is try.
Yes.
We can make the world better. You're right.
All right. I remind the audience to write in the chat below questions for our speakers that will be collected by the Geekle staff for the Q&A session. So don't be afraid. Just write down below your questions and we'll be here for you. And now it's time to investigate with Dee Ben Hoods, President and Lead Design Consultant at Covalent, how to communicate the value of UX. So welcome, Ben, and please, the stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'm joining you from beautiful Akron, Ohio, and it's not as cold as it has been. We've got a lot of snow, but let's talk about communicating the value of UX, one of my favorite topics, although I like accessibility and inclusive design as well. So a little bit about me. I've been practicing UX for more than 20 years. Started in advertising agencies as a web designer, a digital designer, moved into large global firms. And then after getting a couple of master's degrees, went into academia, was a full-time professor for a short time. And then I decided that I wanted to start my own consultancy, which is Covalent. And of course, you can see on screen the various experiences I've had, various clients I've had, and so on. So I've been very fortunate to have a lot of experience with a lot of big firms, small firms, and such. One of the things that I have encountered and continue to encounter throughout my career, which is actually kind of surprising, after 15 years or more of really being focused on UX, is that we spend a fair amount of time, maybe too much time, talking to our colleagues and our clients about what the value of our work is. Instead of doing the UX work and doing the research, we're trying to explain why people should do UX and why they should really pay attention to the work that we're doing. And so frequently we kind of do this sort of thing whenever clients challenge us or our colleagues challenge us and ask, why are we doing, what is the value of design? How does design actually contribute to the business? How does having a better UX improve things? And so frequently we'll do something like this, which I have done many times. We'll go on Google, we'll find lots of reports. You'll typically find something from one of the big consulting firms like McKinsey or Boston, Deloitte or whomever. And we find quantifiable information about how incorporating UX and design practices can lead to better outcomes for organizations. DMI pioneered this years ago with their design value index. And then, of course, we see the typical shareable content from various places that say things like, for every dollar invested in UX, a company can expect to get $100, which is quite a very steep ROI, one that is almost incredulous. But that's not really what we're talking about today. We're not really going to try to talk about the broad way of describing how UX delivers value. What we're really going to focus on is how do we personalize, how do we customize, how do we convey the value of UX directly to our clients. And this happened to me recently. I mean, it happens to me all the time, but just as recently as December, I provided a lot of this sort of material. And the thing is, your clients, your colleagues, they can Google the same things that you can. What's important for UX practitioners is to be able to explain and give context to the value of the work they're doing. They have to make it relevant to their customers and to their audiences. And so let's imagine, has this happened to you? If it hasn't, it certainly will. You're engaged in a UX project, you've done research, you've found really significant, important things, you presented findings to stakeholders and your colleagues, and you've given a convincing case for why change needs to happen and why they need to embrace the design recommendations that you're giving them. And you ask yourself, what's next? And you get a look like this, where you have colleagues and stakeholders who are just unimpressed, unconvinced, and you kind of ask yourself, why? People should be tripping over themselves to make these improvements, and they're not. Why is that? You know, it's kind of like what we can bring a horse to water, but we can't force them to drink. People should be, again, ecstatic with the findings that we provide them, because we know that better user experiences lead to better outcomes for businesses. We see this in the reports all the time. But again, it's not about talking about design and UX broadly. It's about talking about the context within an organization. So in this talk, we're going to really, I'm really going to share some of my experiences, some examples of what's happened and how I was able to approach them and ultimately, for the most part, successfully convince my my clients and colleagues of the value of our work, and also make them advocates for the work that we are doing. So, first example, employer branding. So this is a great story. I love telling this story. Several years ago, I was working for a large global B2B manufacturing firm, and they were going to launch a recruiting campaign. And the way this worked is one ad agency provided one type of advertising theme, and another provided a different look. Now, the way this would typically go, and this was a company of 100,000 people, $20 billion in revenue a year. The way they would usually select the recruiting campaigns or the advertising campaigns that they were going to use is they would usually go to the CEO of the company. And they'd say, sir, which of these campaigns do you think we should run with? Well, after we got a new chief HR officer, chief human resources officer, she said, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually use the UX capabilities that we have. We have research capabilities. We can actually try to figure out which will work in a quantifiable and provable way. And that makes a lot of sense, because think about it. These are campaigns, these are advertisements that are geared towards recent college graduates, right? They're graduating from college. They have mounds of student debt. They're probably they're likely in their early 20s. And then if you think about it, how does it make sense? How is it even fair to expect a 62-year-old CEO who makes $20 million a year, flies on private jets exclusively? How is that guy going to be able to figure out which of these ads are going to be relevant to a recent college graduate? It's not. It's basically as good as flipping a coin. So we actually did a research study. We ran a survey. We gave the results. And it was interesting. The response we got from our stakeholders, which was a committee of HR vice presidents, they they didn't believe the results. They kind of looked at them and they said, well, I don't know if we really believe the statistics. And it just reminded me of the scene from Moneyball, where Billy Bean is talking about statistics and talking about data and talking about what the goal is. And he's got a bunch of scouts who had no real rubrics or measure for evaluating what a good baseball player is. They talked about things that were unimportant. They talked about how good a ball player looked. And this was the kind of feedback that we got. So what we ended up doing is we ran the test twice. And remarkably, we found that concept B was preferred at least 3-to-1 over concept A. And in fact, when we ran this survey twice, the results were basically the same. There was a 1 or 2 percentage point difference in the results. And so by running the test twice and being patient with our audience, we were able to kind of eventually convince them that, yes, concept B is in fact the right advertising campaign to run. And so that gave them a lot of confidence. But this and many other experiences kind of make me ask the question, why is it so hard for organizations to change? Why is it so hard for them to embrace UX and research and to actually implement those things? And I've thought about this quite a lot over the years, and there are good reasons and bad reasons. The first reason is people are irrational. And really, when we think about organizations, companies, firms, they're just larger groups of people. And so they are generally irrational as well. So let's talk about irrationality and in this case, psychology. There are a number of biases, cognitive biases that we all hold within ourselves that really color the way we see the world and affect our response to it. The first is status quo bias. Status quo bias, very easily described in this cartoon. We have a user who is digging a hole with a spoon. Somebody comes along with a shovel and says, why don't you use a shovel? Well, status quo bias says, well, I'm already using a spoon. Why would I change this? Humans are generally really inclined to keep the status quo. Changes are risky, but why are changes risky? One area that I'm particularly interested in is loss aversion theory. Change carries the risk of loss, and people really, really hate the sense of losing. This sense of loss, this aversion to loss, ultimately informs our decision-making in business, our life, and even in political arenas. People aren't so much motivated by gain or the prospect of gain. They're much more motivated by the risk of loss. And so if we consider in the United States, the Affordable Care Act that was passed several years ago, also known as Obamacare, people who were entrenched in their resistance to Obamacare were not at all inspired by the prospect of healthier lives for themselves or their families or their neighbors. They were not inspired or convinced by the prospect of lower cost for healthcare. The United States spends more on healthcare than any other country in the world per capita. What they were motivated by, however, was the prospect of losing what they already had, even though what they had wasn't very good. So if you can convince people that they're going to lose something, that's how they ultimately will act. So let's try a thought experiment, and we'll just do this in our heads. Which gives you more intense emotional response? Winning $100 or losing $100? Think about that for just a minute. So the behavioral economist Kahneman and Tversky pioneered the concept of loss aversion, and they ran this experiment where they asked users, participants, which gives you the most intense emotional response, winning or losing. What they found was very interesting, and they were able to quantify this. What they found was, in their research, the pain of loss is actually twice as intense as gaining money. So think about that. The loss can be more than twice as acutely felt as gain. More than that, we have a tendency to look for people to blame when there is a loss. And we tend to feel worse about outcomes based on our decisions than random events. And so in that sense, it makes sense to not change. And if something bad happens, well, at least you did not actively participate in that negative change. There's also a thing that we call the endowment effect, which is another bias. We tend to overvalue something that we've worked on. And so we consider these biases as we get into some additional concepts. In experiments, psychologists have actually run, they'll ask users or they'll ask participants to create a piece of art and put it up for sale. In this case, they found that when a participant was asked to make a coffee cup, they would price it at $7.12, and they would value other people's coffee cups at less than $3. People overvalue the work they do. And so that's, I think, one of the reasons that we find that teams and organizations are unwilling to change. They've already put so much work into something. Why would they change it? It has inherent value, they believe. So we're going to talk about economics. We've talked about psychology and cognitive biases, but if we're talking with business people, it helps to talk like a business person, because people only hear what they understand. You can only learn what you already know. And ultimately, usually, in my experience, the number one argument for not embracing UX recommendations is cost, which is the biggest, nastiest thing that any organization has to deal with. But let's talk about cost. There's different types of costs that affect organizations. We're going to talk about two. The first is sunk cost. And you've probably heard of this, but really what sunk cost is it's actually the sunk cost fallacy. It's throwing good money after bad. And we see this all the time. Businesses will spend money and they'll spend money on a project. The project will not succeed, and they'll put more money into the project, hoping that it will succeed. Or they'll put more money into the project, hoping to win back and get some gains from the losses they already had. This is like a gambler who loses money at the roulette wheel and then spends more money trying to win back the losses that they had. And again, it gets back to this idea of people hate losing. So that's sunk cost. There's also the endowment effect at work here, where people don't want to accept that maybe they made a bad decision. They just need to spend more money on the problem. The other cost, which is one of my favorites, is opportunity cost. And the opportunity cost is, very simply put, what else would you do with this money? Or what is the potential outcome of an action or inaction? Tough thing with opportunity cost, it's really difficult to prove and calculate because it's very speculative. However, you can actually define opportunity cost. Having a good economic model helps. And I'll give you an example of how I've done this very recently. Creating a credible forecast will help you to actually help people to understand what opportunity cost is. So recently I was working with a company who is trying to help their customers for retirement planning. And one of the things that we have to understand in the United States is much of the retirement planning, much of the retirement savings actually is self-funded through 401ks and other investment instruments. And we also know that Americans do not save enough money for their retirement. I can't remember what the median is, but the median balance for 401ks is very, very low. So there are really two goals that we have here. The first is help our customers to save more for retirement, encourage them to save more for retirement. The other is the firm's goal is to have more assets under management. So having larger retirement plan balances is beneficial. And so we were working on this retirement portal, and I've taken pains to anonymize this as much as I can, so I'm not giving out confidential information. But we had a portal And it was divided into 3 areas: past, present, and future, which kind of makes sense when you're talking about retirement, because I have to know what has already happened. I have to know where I am, and I have to know where I'm going. But what was very interesting was the past column talked about performance, right? So my investments went up 7% over the last 12 months. Makes sense. Present, what is my current balance? Okay, makes sense. I have $40,000 in my retirement savings plan right now. But what was really interesting and troubled me about their portal is the future column. They said current contributions, that goes in the future column. And I kind of pushed back. I said, guys, that doesn't make sense, because current contributions is what's happening today. And if our goal is to help people to save more and to help the company get more assets under management, knowing what we're currently contributing doesn't tell us anything. That's like standing on a scale and seeing how much you weigh. What we really need are goals. We need to help people to visualize what the future is. And so I suggested this: keep past as performance, that's fine. Keep present as current balance. But for future, don't tell people that they're only saving 4% and they should save 7 or 8 or 15%. That's just nagging them. What we really need to do is help them to visualize what retirement looks like. And so what I suggested was put in this future area a projected monthly income that they will have at retirement based on their current savings. Because if you're 40 years old and you have $20,000 saved for retirement, you might not have a very good monthly income. If you have $1 million saved and you're 40 years old, you might have a pretty good monthly income at retirement. And so the idea is to nudge people towards more savings and encourage more savings. We actually did research on this. We put this in front of representative people, representative customers, and the feedback was resoundingly positive to see the projected monthly income. People said, "Yeah, this will help me make better decisions. I like this better." And so we tried to encourage our team to do this, and we got pushback. The response was, "Oh, it's going to kill our budget. It's going to kill our project timeline. We just can't possibly do this. Why would we possibly spend $50,000, another $50,000, and spend more time on this? We're already over budget." And so I took the team's feedback. Mostly came from project managers. And I said, let's think about this. If our goal is to encourage people to save more for retirement and to have the company get more assets under management, what would happen if we did this change? And by the way, we could make a credible forecast for this. And what I realized is I had to present this as a cost. There is a cost to do something, but there is a cost to not doing something. And what I found was I was able to find data, both internal and external data. Again, I've anonymized and changed some of the numbers, so I'm not giving away confidential information. But what I told the team was, look, if we can encourage and increase an aggregate contribution rate by just 1%, right? If the average contribution is 7% or 8% of a person's paycheck, what if we got them to put in 9%? What would happen? We would see an annual increase of $15.5 million in assets under management. That's significant. Would you spend $50,000 to get another $15 million? I would. That's a very good ROI. Now, frequently, this works. But when facts don't work, you can use emotions. Again, people are irrational, and emotion is really a decision-making process that people use for avoiding loss. Remember that hope is the opposite of doubt. Fear of being wrong, fear of loss is ultimately what makes people make bad decisions and are terrible demotivators and ultimately keep organizations from moving forward. So several years ago, I believe this was in 2012, was December, I was the lead UX manager for a large firm. And again, this was 2012. And I was trying to convince our team, our stakeholders, that we had to invest in a mobile, not even responsive, but a mobile experience for our company's website. And I was able to show, this is just a sample, I was able to show lots of data illustrating that there was a march towards more and more and more mobile traffic hitting our site. And the trouble is, if your site is not optimized for mobile or doesn't accommodate mobile, or you don't have a mobile version of your site, you're ultimately giving a bad experience to your users. And if you did, I said, look, if you just do the straight line math, there is a time in the near future where the majority of our users will be coming through mobile and not desktop. And so I gave them a lot of information. I said, listen, and I even tried to do the opportunity cost modeling with them. I said, listen, we basically lost almost $1 million in Q3 because we had a bad user experience. Again, this was the idea of trying to do this mind trick with them to make them feel like they were already losing. And so they had to act. What ultimately ended up happening is that I said, look at your competitors. Our competitors are out there kicking our butts. They have mobile experiences. And when our customers come to our site on their iPhone and they can't find anything and they can't navigate anything, they're going to go to our competitors. Strangely, though, nobody was convinced. They wanted to spend money on other things like digital marketing or email marketing, which I railed against. I said, okay, fine. Imagine you do this lead generation. They're going to go to a terrible site if they look on their phone at their email. Ultimately, what we ended up deciding to do is to put the decision on whether we should move forward with the mobile site on hold. I took the week off for the holidays, and I did a lot of research. I did a lot of thinking about how we could approach this differently, because clearly with this team, facts and figures and data was not going to convince them. And that's when I thought about intentional change theory. Intentional change theory is pioneered at the Weatherhead School of Management by Boyatzis and others. And this is actually a really useful tool for helping people to make changes that stick. It's useful for people facing addiction, people who want to quit smoking, if they want to maybe lose weight, maybe they want to get more healthy. Intentional change theory, the short version of this is it's really about helping people to envision a better future for themselves. Everything else, nagging people to change doesn't work. Nagging people to do something that they are unconvinced of doesn't work. It ultimately encourages them to resist. And so that's why intentional change theory suggests that we pivot and encourage people to think about an ideal future for themselves. And so I did some research and I thought about it, and I returned to the team in January, refreshed, excited, and I'd again done research, and I realized something. And I found what I was looking for in a memo from 1995. So in 1995, the company I'd worked with had actually had one of the first websites ever. And so I found this memo that was shared with the employees. And as you can read it, it basically says, hey, we are going to change. We're joining the future. We're joining pioneering companies in getting online and having a website. Again, there were not a whole lot of companies that had websites in 1995. And that's why I told our stakeholders, I said, 17 years ago, we were pioneers. 17 years ago, we were willing to be out front and lead. And we need to do that with mobile. And ultimately, what ended up happening was, as a result of this, as a result of inspiring the team to think about a better future and appealing to their desire to be better selves, the decision to move forward with a mobile project passed unanimously. So in closing, remember, emotions are a tool for decision making. Help teams through emotional intelligence and these sorts of tools to envision an ideal future, to nudge them towards action that ultimately they will want to do. Facts can help and should be used to persuade. Use valid, accurate data to nudge people and help them to see what that future could be. That, I think I'm at time. So thank you all for having me, and I look forward to Q&A.
Thank you, Ben, for highlighting how good communication of the user experience can enhance the value of our services and products, and at the same time, how it can support our career path. Yes, and time now to join a Q&A session with our speakers.
Okay.
Just give me a few seconds to arrange questions. Okay, here we are. So, first question for Piotr. So, which tool is better for UX studies, Eyetracking or MuseFlow? Are they mutually exclusive tools? What do you think about it?
Okay, very nice questions. So I think both tools are really good to use, and I've saw some like research that shows that in like 80% the mouse flow and eye tracking is pretty much the same. So as I also mentioned during the presentation, very often users look at the cursor when they are browsing the page, so they are also looking at the same place where the cursor is landing. However, the mouse flow only shows you the places that they clicked, but with the eye tracking you can get some more insights about what elements actually were more visible or draw their attention first, what kind of elements on the page are most visible, what kind of elements are definitely not seen by the eye tracking. So I would pretty much use both of both tools, but of course like click tracking software is much easier and cheaper to use, so it also depends on that, but they are both good tools to use.
So perfect. Thank you for sharing. And now it's time to Stephy to answer at this question. How to educate managers and clients about the importance of accessibility?
We cannot hear you.
I had muted myself.
Okay.
Sorry. No, I was going to say it's often an uphill battle, and it can be challenging, and you might get a lot of pushback. But the trick is just to show them the consequences of what can happen. If you can't get them to be empathetic, just try to get them to be empathetic and relate to them. It's not just for people who have the traditional disability, in the traditional sense. It's for like your best friend who's drunk or your kid who just broke their arm or something like that. If you can't get them to do that, then you need to whip out the legal consequences. I have that in my backpack pocket all the time. I have a slide that shows how many the rise in lawsuits over the past years, how much money it can cost you when you're fined for it, and other consequences. So you start out with the nice way, and then you lay it on them with the law. So usually when you get to that point, they're like, oh, okay, maybe we should do it.
Perfect. Thank you for, your opinion. It's really important. The topic of education, I think that each of us that actually is facing, new challenges in our proper field, it's always confronting itself or herself about educating, users, but at first designers, also to achieve new goals, new trend challenges, and to be even more open to new challenge to face, And now it's time for Ben to answer. So here we are. Communicating the value of UX is easier in a team that has already run a UX approach and can measure the success or impacts. What statistics or elements to use to pursue the new team or companies? What do you think about it?
Yeah. A recent engagement really started with this. I was working with the chief digital officer of a firm. I'm not going to tell you the industry, but they are doing a digital transformation, and they were pivoting. And the thing about this is the chief digital officer kind of had a lot of the same information that I had from McKinsey, from DMI. I mean, again, you can Google this stuff. Anybody can Google this stuff. Anybody can find articles from Forbes, Wall Street Journal, et cetera, et cetera. Ultimately, what we kind of did was we took more of a kind of a top-down approach. So we said, look, at a macro level, we know that UX has value, right? I mean, there are reasons that the biggest companies in the world, the most successful companies in the world, you know, the Apples, the Amazons, the Facebooks, the Googles, there is a reason why they are buying up all sorts of UX practitioners and why they are buying studios to do this work. And so we know that at a high level, but ultimately the question is, how does this affect your business? And that's when you have to really do the work of, and I'll say right now, I'm very fortunate to also have an MBA in addition to my Master of Science in UX. So the MBA really does help me to understand how businesses work, how businesses make money, and how value is generated in those businesses. And so that's where I really enjoy doing the work of understanding how UX directly affects the operations of a business. So if you can be very clear and very specific, that generally is more persuasive, I have found.
Thank you, Ben. And I have now a question from everyone. So, dear speakers, what kind of challenges are you expecting for the next years, preferring your own field of work or research?
So maybe I go first, since I was first. Yeah, so I think for in general for UX, the current like situation where we mostly work remotely is quite fine, because it's also possible to do like usability testing with the customers remotely. We just hop on a Zoom, share the screen, give them control, and they go through the prototype, do some tasks, and it's also possible to work this way. But for me with the eye tracking, so it's much more difficult to do it remotely. It's quite impossible actually. So that's one of the challenge that I'm also facing right now. And also maybe one more thing about accessibility. So in European Union, we have like this law that from the June 2025, all the pages need to have accessibility on appropriate level. Now it's only mandatory for like public pages like government and other institutions. So that's also on one hand a challenge, because there will be a lot of work to do, and on the other hand it's also an opportunity, because we'll have a lot of clients and pages to improve so they can be accessible, and it will in the end benefit all the ones that need some assistance and want to have accessible pages. So yeah, it's be interesting year for sure.
Well, I guess I would start off by saying, how much time do you have? Because I actually see a lot of for us, but I'm gonna try to keep myself limited. I'm going to talk about two things. I think one is I am very concerned with some of the workplace practices. I shouldn't say workplace practices. That sounds so loaded, and that it's not intended to be. But I'm concerned about some of the conventions that we're seeing in the workplace and on project teams. Years ago, waterfall method was the only way to run a project, and that is not always the way to run a design-oriented project. And so we started talking about Agile and Scrum, and I'm concerned that really the pendulum has swung the other way now. And now everything is all Scrum, and everything has to be done in a 1 or 2 week sprint. And we end up just kind of working through the backlog. We end up just writing stories. I'm not sure that we're necessarily doing the research and really understanding things as well as we should. That we're not documenting in the knowledge that we are gaining as well as we should. Instead, we're kind of on a treadmill, just kind of trying to bang out these stories. And that is one thing that I am very concerned about, that UX practitioners are doing a lot more technician type work and much less strategic work and much less value added work. So that is one big challenge. The other big challenge I'm really concerned about is two-sided. The first is the quality of talent. The second is the quality of the jobs. And I think there is such a demand for UX talent that we have a lot of unaccredited places who are just giving people a certificate, rubber stamping them through, and then somebody finishes a 2-week workshop and they think they can go out and get a 6-figure job as a UX practitioner. And unfortunately, the other side of the market kind of has the same problem. They say, hey, we just need a UX person and we'll just hire some bodies. I mean, I'm not going to name names. I've tried to be very diligent about that, but I mean, I can tell you about financial services companies very, very nearby that have had probably 50-80% turnover in a year because they don't really understand what they're buying. They don't know how to hire people, and they're just filling up seats, and just as fast as they fill them up, they're gone. So I think that the job market for UX is in trouble.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. Actually,
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's a shame that there are a lot of companies out there that aren't doing things quite the way we want them to, or that they should be doing. And then, for my concerns, I mean, accessibility issues aren't going away anytime soon. Online stuff isn't going away. Digital things aren't going away, and accessibility applies to anything that's digital. So it's still going to be an uphill battle. There's still going to be a huge rise in litigation for accessibility violations. So we've got a lot of work to do. But you just have to be ready to do it. And, amongst all those other problems and issues that we might have.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of you. And yes, I mean, it's really complex time for UX, designer, but I think that also there are, a lot of stuff to do, because we are facing with the digital transformation. And so also I think that the profession of designers is always evolving. It's always following new paths. And we have to be able and also brave, I guess, to shape also new path for our careers, and not be afraid just because we are shaped in some job profiles, such as designers, product designers, of course, UX designer, but we need to be more brave, I guess, to define ourselves and which kind of careers we want to design for us. So I think that all of you, center the points, even if the perspectives are really different. And yes, are you going to maybe to ask some question to each other? What you think about it?
Oh, I have severe ADHD. I'm horrible at thinking of questions on the spot. Gosh.
Okay, it's fine. So we still receive tons of questions from our audience, and I hope that in some way we will be able to answer to all of such amazing hints and suggestions. And at the moment, I personally thank you very much. I thank all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and experiences, and plus many thanks to the Geekle staff for letting this panel happen. They did really a great job. And we now leave the stage for the next panel. So let's enjoy, the other speakers and the other, talented, designer that they will share, our knowledge with us.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Yay.
All right, hey everyone. My name is Nick. I'm a director of events here at Geekle, and I'm gonna be the last moderator for this block. We had so many talks today, and 3 more left. 3 more left. So thank you everyone, first of all, for sticking with us to the very end of this first live stream we have today. And also because it's actually very, very close to midnight here at Kyiv, Ukraine, I'm gonna take this chance to say the very last happy birthday to Ksenia, our amazing organizer of this event. So yeah, I'm gonna be the last person for today. Because in 4 minutes it's just gonna be a new date, at least for us here in Ukraine. Right. So we are gonna start with the first speaker of this block, and it's gonna be a case study by Erica Newcomb, and the topic is going to be building empathy through research and design 2 case studies. Yeah, it's gonna be even 2 case studies. And Erica here is service design lead and at Fjord. So welcome Erica to the stage. Hi, how are you feeling?
I'm doing good.
Well, I'm good, but you have some strange microphone lag. Can you say something?
Oh, do I? Can you hear me?
Oh, whoa. Can you maybe reconnect your devices? We still have a couple more minutes. Let me mute you for a moment. Can you just change the device? Because this doesn't sound good. Yeah, still like that.
Still like that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, please check that like the microphone device is maybe different. The built-in. No, still the same. Wow. I recommend you maybe reconnect. Yeah, I'm hearing myself. There is a feedback. Just reconnect. That will definitely help. From my experience. Yeah, I remember there was a time the moderator on one of our events had stuff like this. So while we're waiting for Erica to reconnect, I'm gonna just give some takeaway. So the presentation of case study 1 tells the story of designing for the patient's journey through surgery. It will describe a software redesign project that's involved guerrilla user research and provide a deep dive into how the new design delivered empathy and reassurance to the patient, allowing their voice to be heard. And the second one, we'll see what's about it. I'm not going to tell you. I'll let Erica tell herself. Right, so okay, she's here.
All right. Is this better?
Awesome. It's working now.
Okay, good.
Okay, the stage is yours. Just share your slides first.
Okay, excellent. Let me share my screen here. Sorry about that. I'd been on for about an hour listening, so I'm not sure.
Well, that sometimes happens. It rarely happens.
Yeah.
Issues. Well, I'm glad. Like I'm the technical guy from backstage who came just in time.
Right.
This. Right. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for having me, and welcome to everyone. Especially thanks to the Geekle group for putting this together. I'm sure it was no small feat. So I wanted to talk today about building empathy through research and design. And what I'm going to be doing is presenting 2 case studies where we specifically focused on not only empathy within our research because of the sensitive nature of topics, but also really felt that the empathy needed to be built through the design also. So our agenda, we're first going to look at designing for patients pre and post surgery. So we'll talk about a little bit of guerrilla research done in the name of empathy, and then look at wireframes and how wireframes can set the tone for empathy, but also the visual design that can convey that empathetic tone. The second study is going to focus on caregiving and care receiving. So think an adult, maybe a parent caring for their own parent who's still living independently. So pulling some empathetic research themes from that research, how we evolved the feature testing in order to accommodate our users or our participants, and then how we represent that journey. So first I'll start off with our first case study about patients pre and post surgery. And I like to ask this question, have you ever had surgery? Because I had not and haven't, so knock on wood. My client was a company offering a patient education software to medical practices. And for this project, we were focusing on one of their clients, an orthopedic surgical practice. Imagine replacing shoulder, knee, hip. So we have patients that are already in pain, waiting to probably endure some more pain to then eventually be pain-free. And so this software required patients to both prep for surgery, for both pre-surgery and after surgery. They had classes and activities that they needed to do. So educating them on the range of movement tests that they'd be doing remotely, what PT would look like. And then they also are taking pain assessment surveys leading up to their surgery, and it's something they'd be doing afterwards. If the preoperative classes and activities were not completed in a timely manner before their surgery, the practice would push the surgery out until the patient had completed those activities and requirements. So the problem is that patients weren't completing the required work, and neither the practice nor my client understood why. So that's where we came in. And so let's take a look at the interface that was designed by the software company. So this is the activity list. And so trying to find a prioritized, like what I should be doing first, is really difficult. You can see a little bit of darker gray banding on some of those. And then up in the left corner for some of those, there's like a black triangle, and then there's a couple that are green. I remember asking my client what those stood for, what those were supposed to indicate, and they weren't sure anymore. So for the patient, this was a very unintuitive, certainly dated looking interface, and it focused on the process in some ways, but not really how the patient would want to see it or interact with it. And so then if you continued to not do your activities, it started to look like this, a lovely shade of mustard orange. And it was really kind of hard, obviously, to decipher the meanings behind the color coding, or efficiently scan the content, or even establish a sense of accomplishment here. And then, of course, not only was there an activity list, but there was also a task list. A nice beauty here with this red color. And in fact, there's two separate red colors, one that's even darker than some of the others. Again, no one was really sure what this meant. The project itself, there was no budget for research. So, and I had never had any surgery, as I said. So I used my network. I decided to call on coworkers and ask them to participate if they were willing. And of course, any of their family members they might have. And my only requirement is that they must have had surgery within the last 2 years, just so that they could really, hopefully recall what the experience was like before surgery, what the surgery was like, or experience after surgery was like, and then what was different, if they could recall what they were told before and what actually happened afterward. I just wanted to understand that, because I didn't feel comfortable designing for people unless I understood what that was like. And so what that ended up allowing me to do is to create two personas. And based on the people I talked to, there were two. There was risk taker Randy. He was a semi-pro gymnast, skateboarder, very active physically, and he had to have hip surgery like 3 years ago, and didn't feel he asked the right questions. Therefore, his rehabilitation was really long and tedious, and he just felt like he was staring into a black hole. He didn't know what a normal recovery looked like, so he didn't even know kind of where he was on the recovery spectrum. And then we had also info seeker Inez, who was about to have shoulder surgery. And as an avid tech user, a lot of anxiety around what's she going to be doing after her surgery? How long is it going to take before she's back to normal, if you will? And she's looking for insight, in how she's going to troubleshoot her day-to-day, driving a car, or feeding herself, that kind of thing. So after really kind of connecting with what surgery, pre-surgery, post-surgery is like, I came up with some of the challenge questions in the familiar "how might we" vernacular, if you will. How might we enlighten the surgical journey for a patient, because a lot of that is just so unknown and it's going to highly vary. So, the practitioners aren't going to be able to tell you exactly what's going to happen to you. How might we provide an interactive experience that empowers and motivates patients to engage and adopt this software that my client was needing, or definitely needed a redesign around? And then how might we reassure patients that we understand and empathize with their pain through this software? Is that even possible? And so what I did is I started off with some wireframes, obviously. And these are from several years ago, but I love the story because it was just very eye-opening for the client, although seemingly very obvious to those of us who are designers. So I designed based on what the patients wanted and needed. So if you could see those activities and tasks on a timeline, in orientation or context of your surgery date, that certainly helps. It kind of gives a beginning and a seeming end to this experience, which people do want an end to, their recovery to end. They want to be fully recovered. I think they would have more peace of mind if they're able to look at something like this. And then, of course, those pain assessment surveys that they were supposed to be taking prior to surgery and after surgery, really to kind of gauge how bad their pain was getting, and then post-surgery, how much better it was getting. I wanted there to be a language used in these surveys that really conveyed empathy to the patient, that they were being heard. And so the way I did that was really, again, through the language. There's an ask a question and then confirm based on what answer was selected. And then over on the right, the interface collects the answers from the patient. So as if the physician or the nurse is there saying, okay, so you're currently in pain. Tell us more about your pain. What level is it? So you're saying it's a level 3. Okay, that's moderate. Where is the pain? In your left hip. Okay, so we're starting to gather that information. And me as the patient can look and see, okay, yes, this is exactly what I'm experiencing, and this is going to get sent to them, and they're going to know what my experience is going to be like. And so with those wireframes, I then sat down with a visual designer to discuss how we are going to convey empathy through the tone and the visual piece of this. So this is what we came up with. Again, that you saw my wireframe of that timeline. Well, now this is what we looked at interactively. So I could roll over some of these items on this timeline. It would tell me what they are. I can see where I am as with the "you are here" indicator. And I can even look at another view of this where it shows me that I have finished what I have finished and what I have left to do. So this allows me to then go, okay, here's where I am, and I feel good about where I'm moving to, what I've done, and it's very clear to me as the user, and allows me to understand that I'm going to have my surgery on this date, and then I have these things that are going to happen after this surgery. So really helping me have a view into this surgical journey that I'm on. Again, this is what the survey ended up looking like. So we went a little bit further with that progress bar at the top, kind of cheering them on to get it done. And then a lot of the software, there's a piece of the software that actually allows them to, after doing their PT, they can actually record themselves in a range of movement to see how that's improved, and that can be sent to the physician. So we were incorporating that kind of proprietary software into it. And so that was all through the preoperative surgery or postoperative surgery type of assessment. And it allows users to really understand what they're going to experience. And it got a lot of really positive feedback. So this is just a side-by-side of the wireframe where I was really talking about trying to, capture that empathetic tone, and then the visual design for how we conveyed that empathetic tone. And then just finally a reminder of what we came from and then where we got to. So quite, in my mind, quite a stark difference there. And so how much more peace of mind would you have if you had something like this to refer to as a patient? Or even think about a caregiver who's caring for their elderly parent, having something like this they can interact with. And that was my purposeful segue into my second case study, which is designing for caregiving and care receiving. Here, my platform, or the platform I was working with, client I was working with, has a caregiving platform. And what it is employs are a lot of some technology to really connect both the caregiver and the care recipient, so that there's two-way communication that releases kind of both of them from that obligation of staying in touch. One feeling like, as the elderly parent, I'm being babied, and then the child, or the older child, feeling like they're having to always keep tabs on their elderly parent. And this is really geared towards those that are still living independently, but do need some type of help, whether that just be, hey, I need to be checked on, or whether I need to come by, you need to come by and help me refill my prescriptions. It is not geared towards professional help. It's really just about family and helping family conduct caregiving and care receiving. So it certainly enables quick and easy communication between the mobile devices. It's phone, mobile phone app that is intended for both care recipient and caregiver. It's also intended to allow for easy handoff. Because we're using this system, I'm able to, as the caregiver, I'm able to hand it off to another family member if I'm going on vacation. They can download the app and be a part of all of the information that I'm receiving. And it certainly provides insights into routines and routines within the home, activity levels, and vitals using wearables and home sensors. So these in-home sensors are just like what you would get with an alarm system, but the brains of the system is a hub that pulls in the information that the sensor is getting and making sense of it. So a lot of machine learning there, artificial intelligence. So it serves up whether or not my mom is sticking to her routines, whether or not her heart rate is in the normal range, or whether she slept well last night. So those types of things is what we were working on. And really, we were handed 7 primary features from the client that they wanted to see in the MVP. So conducting that human-centered research to really understand what it is the caregivers want or need, as well as the care recipients, but also starting to pepper in, okay, here are some of the features that we think are important. Do you think they're important too? So really, how might we provide caregivers peace of mind while enabling the care recipient to age in place? So really benefit to both of those. And it's very difficult to talk about, as we certainly learned. We first engaged caregivers because they are very protective of their care recipients, most often being a family member, and in our case, most often being a parent, an elderly parent who's still living on their own. And certainly that relationship, as it says here, brings a lifetime of history. And so they're now in these inverted roles, as you can see. And that role reversal causes a lot of angst, a lot of strange circumstances. And in our first rounds, our very early rounds, I think we did talk with about 36 caregivers and ended up whittling some of those people down to these 18 that we ended up profiling. But some of the ones that we let loose of were those that were very clearly in a highly possibly, just not a good relationship. We needed to see people who were really trying to function in their day-to-day lives as a caregiver and a care recipient, but it was acknowledged that that relationship was happening. So ultimately, with this research that we dove into, 18 caregivers, a lot of our interviews initially were just with the caregivers to learn about them and their caregiving situation. And gaining their trust to even have them be willing to allow us to talk to their care recipients. In this case, we had 4 caregivers who were able to invite their care recipient, which was an elderly parent living on their own, to some of our interviews and our panel sessions. So, and what we did, because we were on a tight schedule, as you can see, 3 weeks to really try and iterate through designs, we decided we'd take a look at, based on each of those 7 use cases, let's look at what we show people first in our first round of interviews, what we would show them the next week as we build off of what we learned from them in week 1, and then finally the last week, what would we show? And so we sort of had this loose plan of maybe week 1, we were really trying to learn, get to know their relationship and what it's like for them. But let's also just, for each feature, show them one single interaction and explain the context and see what their reactions are. So very simple to look at and discuss, and then for them to provide feedback on based on their experiences as a caregiver. And then week 2, now they're familiar with this single feature, let's add additional features or additional interactions to that single feature and see what they think based on their feedback from the week before, based on where we know the client wants it to go, and just sort of build on it from there. And then of course, week 3, we're showing them a full flow of what each feature might look like, again, so that they can now see, oh, this is what this is ultimately going to be. Here's how I think it's going to apply to me, and here's what I like about it, and here's what I don't like about it. So it was very valuable to break it down that way. And so coming out of that research, we actually had 7 empathetic themes, but 6 fits nicely on a slide. And so I'll go through these 6 very quickly. We had a history. Our first theme was a history of relationships is reflected in a person's approach to caregiving. That was very obvious early on, but not obvious unless you're in the research and doing that. A lot of people are living their day-to-day lives and not realizing their relationships and how they treat the people they're in relationships with. And so that became a very interesting focus. Building caregiver trust. The only way to do that's with transparency. They're very worried about their care recipient getting scammed. And so, we weren't even asking if their care recipient would be willing to participate until I think the end of that 2nd week. That was theme 4. Theme 2, caregiving is palatable. You've got to make it palatable for both the caregiver and care recipient. Again, those relationships are sometimes rocky. And whatever this platform was going to be, it needed to empower both parties and not make one feel like they were lesser and one feeling like they're having to be this overbearing oversight person. Theme 5 there, prescriptive versus flexible. We needed to be careful within each feature to make sure we're showing them what they need to do, but allow the flexibility for their situation, their caregiving situation. And I'll show you an example of that coming up here next. In-person home visits serve as leading health indicators for caregivers. I had one woman, great example of this. She knew what kind of day her dad was having by which coffee cup he was holding. So he's got neuropathy issues. And if he was holding the light coffee cup, then she knew he was kind of struggling that day. But he has a much heavier coffee cup with a rooster on it. And if she came in and saw him holding that, she knew that he was he was feeling pretty good that day, that he could manage that heavier coffee cup. And then finally, tiered access to care recipient details. Again, caregivers very concerned about their care recipients getting scammed, people having access to their health information with a lot of PHI potentially being available in this platform, in this mobile app. And so they wanted to have control over who had access to that. So if they are going to hand off caregiving, can they modify the access to the information about their caregiver in the app temporarily so that somebody else could caregive? And so one of the features in this software is automated safety protocols. And this is one of those where it really takes advantage of the system. In this case, I'm profiling a falling protocol. And what this does is it allows the caregiver to set up, maybe I have multiple care recipients. Maybe my mom and my dad are living together on their own independently. And I have 2 of them in here. So this allows me to select my mom if she falls, I want the smart speaker to contact me. Let's say I'm Christina. And so I want the smart speaker to come on and say, hey, a fall has been detected at the home. Please advise what you want us to do. If I'm getting it on my mobile phone, I'd also be getting it on my mobile phone to be able to reach out that way. I could reach out via her smart speaker if she has one to like you drop in if you're familiar with the Amazon version of smart speakers, and ask if she's doing okay. If there are no responses to that smart speaker notification, then it would automatically call 24-hour support. It would also text Joe. Maybe Joe's my brother, so it'll also text Joe. So this allows me to it guides me, so that it has that prescriptive piece to it, but it allows me the flexibility of different ways I want things done if my mom does fall. And so these protocols, allow me peace of mind, as well as that something I'll be triggered or something will trigger if my mom falls and can be attended to, but also she knows that if she were to fall, that something will happen. There's a backup in place. And so, as I discussed earlier about the phased approach, here's what that sort of looked like. We had this phase 1 colorful wireframe, maybe a hi-fi wireframe. We had a phase 2 where we had some additional features and interactions worked in. And then the last one where we had a full scenario-based walkthrough of the interaction flow. And then finally, from that research, we also created 2 journeys that we wanted the client to really see how these relationships had been formed and what the experience was like, and how their product might get into the marketplace and be noticed by these 2 types of users. So I'm going to flip over here quickly to the journeys here. So our first journey, these are kind of a zoomed out view, but I wanted you to see how we were representing these journeys from an emotional standpoint, from this empathetic standpoint that we took in representing these relationships. As you can see here, an event has occurred and we see there's sort of this high alarm and concern and feeling overwhelmed. And so in this version, we have the care recipient saying, I need some help and I need some reassurance that if there's issues, I can get help. So we see how this emotional journey sort of comes together, and because there's a very reciprocal relationship, caregiving relationship here, the mother and the daughter are able to work through this relationship and this next step in the caregiving experience. In this case, what we wanted to contrast this in this journey, we have much more of a difficult relationship between the father and son here, where the son recognizes that his father is starting to need additional help and probably oversight, and what it's like to spend a little bit more time trying to convince my loved one or who I'm caregiving for that help is needed and that it can be done in an unintrusive and supportive way. And what we did here was really decided that the caregiver really needs the language to talk with their care recipient about this type of situation. Hey, Dad, Mom, we need to take another step and make sure that you're taken care of. And so with each of this, when this product goes to market, it is going to include an information card as to how you might start a conversation with your care recipient and talking about implementing this type of platform in their home. And with that, that is my presentation. I appreciate you all attending and listening, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Wow, that was an important topic to share. Like, thank you so much for these case studies that you had.
Sure.
Like, we are talking about empathy, not the first time today. So it's nice to see this in different contexts, in different contexts for user
Great.
experience. So thank you
Fantastic.
so much for sharing
Sure.
this, and I'm sure there will be some questions on the Q&A about that. So yeah, see you
See you in a
in an
little
hour
bit.
from now. Yeah. Okay. So we are a little bit early, but I'm going to introduce our next speaker because for the next topic, we'll be talking about touchscreen design. And we have an expert. Like, I heard he wrote a book or two about this. Like, I don't know. But let's have Stephen Hoober with us here. Hi, how are you feeling?
Terrific. How's my audio going? Everything good?
Perfect from your end.
Terrific. Great to hear it. Yeah, I've written at least 2 books. I'd hold them both up, but the one that still hasn't made it over here yet from Germany. So it's so brand new. I haven't got it in the mail yet. So.
Oh, so no one saw the book, even you.
Yeah. Some people have it in Europe and UK, but I don't have one. I'm very sad about that. So.
Well, I hope you get your own books soon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna talk about rules for better mobile touchscreen design.
Yeah, and all kinds of tangential crazy stuff, because that's what I do, is come up with weird history and philosophy and other weird stuff, because that's what I do, rant about things.
Okay, so the stage is yours. I see 2 sets of slides here. Which should I pick?
The live one, the PowerPoint, that screen share. The other one's the backup.
Okay, yeah. The stage is yours then. Good luck.
Terrific. So hopefully it's all presenting right. So good whatever it is, since I know we have worldwide guests, evening or afternoon or whatever. Since you already mentioned the book, good point. This is a huge topic. I cannot begin to cover everything you need to know about designing for mobile in 30 minutes or the 32 I have left or whatever. So aside from talking real fast, so if you don't catch everything, ask me and we'll figure out a way to get you the information, or I think they're recording this. I'm going to end up having to skip all kinds of stuff that's core to doing good design generally. But I can't bring myself to just skip them, so I have to summarize them. You've covered a lot of that today, though. Things like research and knowing users, the empathy we just talked about, not fooling yourself and confusing ego with empathy, ethnography and usability over feedback sessions, surveys, or even A/B testing and analytics all by their lonesome. Starting, as several of our speakers have done, with IA first. You can't fix a bad structure with pretty UI. If you do all the stuff I show you today perfectly, and it's on a stupid, pointless site that doesn't make any sense, it's still not going to work right. But for what I will cover, on with it. How is designing for mobile different and unique? Different from what? In years past, I used to talk a lot about how mobile is taking over, and it's important that you get on the bandwagon, start to design for mobile first, and so on. But that's the past. Mobile devices are by far the most owned and used computing devices. And touch technology and paradigms are starting to get baked into PCs. The normal computer is now portable. It's touch. We should all be designing for the bulk of experiences with that in mind, from interaction to connectivity to distraction. So let's look at the current state of things, a little bit of history, and then dig into what we really know about how people use touch devices, and then some simple rules for how to design for them you can apply today. The steep demand for mobile devices and their usage rates leveled off because everyone on the planet already seems to have one or more mobile phones. The mobile market isn't the future or some cool alternative. It's the default for connectivity and communication. But don't think of mobile users as different from desktop users. In markets like where many of us live, where people might have a computer, they also have a mobile phone. Multi-screening has been common for a decade, but it isn't restricted to entertainment. Check out the PC line on here. The installed base of desktop and laptop computers has been dropping for years. The tick up right there at the end lately is pandemic stuff, home offices and schools being established, but even then there's some weirdness in that. We'll get to in a couple slides. Okay, we all agree when I say mobile, that's definitely one of these, a mobile phone. Well, for starters, what sort of phone? You might be surprised to find only around a 50% chance it's a smartphone. Though there are 4 billion smartphones in use worldwide, that's devices. Many people with smartphones have more than one, for work and home, for example. But the other half of the world has a feature phone. Now, we really don't have time to dig into that because I can rant on it for a while, but never say words like dumb phone and dismiss them. So feature phones are very capable. They can install apps and they come with things like Facebook on them. They're a huge market themselves for connectivity, internet access, mobile banking, and more. So remember, half the world uses a mobile phone that's not a smartphone, maybe not even touch. Think about that when you're conceiving of your next product that everyone in the whole world or country or whatever can use. If it's a smartphone, it's probably an Android. They hold a bit over half of the US market, but closer to 85% of the installed base worldwide. Figure it out for your region, wherever you're designing for. That trend line, by the way, isn't flat. iOS is very slowly losing total installed base as smartphone growth continues. Tablets. iPads are another market entirely, but are pretty solidly mobile as well, I think we can assume. You carry them around and stuff. This one right here is an Android tablet, which, I mean, how weird I have an Android tablet. Everyone knows iOS won that. You can tell whenever you read tech writers talking about the coolest thing that iPads do and never anything else. Or when I even walk down the street and go to the discount used computer bodega and they shoo me out the door for trying to buy an Android tablet. Don't trust gut instinct or what everyone knows. Android dominates this worldwide with around 60-70% of the market there as well. By the way, there are different figures from different analysts for all this, so there are sometimes ranges or I go about a percentage. So what about this? It's a tablet, right? So it's still mobile. I'd say yes. You'd probably say yes looking at it, but market share figures do not. This is categorized as a Chromebook. They're counted in the laptop category, even though they're pretty much just Android called Chrome OS. Chrome OS computers make up over a quarter of all PC sales right now. A lot of that uptick to get a computer into your home for schoolwork or something are Chromebooks. If you counted them as tablets, 70% of all tablet sales would be Chromebooks alone. So Google would dominate that. And of course, look at this. It's not a laptop at all. So a bunch of them are convertibles or full tablets with optional keyboards. So what's this? Well, I'll tell you, of course. It's a Windows PC, but it's touchscreen. Most of them are. At least 60% of the Windows laptop market is touchscreens. The design area many of us work in is dominated by Mac OS. I have several within arm's reach right here, which militantly refuses to add touch, so we all still think of computers the old way, a passive display, a mouse, and a keyboard. But the typical Windows laptop, and there are a lot more of those than MacBooks, is not just touch, but a convertible or two-in-one. It undocks or folds or swivels or otherwise turns between tablet and computer. As I mentioned, same for Chromebooks. Most are other than straight clamshell form factors, and all of those are touch. They're that way because they're configured to be used on the move or in multiple ways or however the user wants to, meaning they're mobile first devices. Are they really computers or are they kind of mobile devices? What's that? I mean, it's obviously some all-in-one desktop, but it's also touch. I can't get good figures on this one, but plenty of these desktops actually have touch screens too. You might go, okay, weird, but who cares? But when you put your phone or iPad in a stand or set it on the table to watch a movie, does it suddenly magically become not a mobile device? Uh-oh, philosophical problem about how we address these. So, does this get treated like a computer when docked, but a mobile device when I pull the screen off? I don't know. Out of all this information data, I say there's 3 lessons we can take away. First of all, respect user choice. It comes up a lot in research or when I work with various teams, from designers, developers, just the project organizations. Respect the user. Don't assume that your users are poor or ill-informed or stupid because they choose some device that you guys all don't have, or it's not your conception of what you thought they would have. That means finding what they actually do use, how, why. It means no longer just default drawing everything as though it works in the latest flagship iPhone, but thinking how the design will work on other platforms and on all platforms. It means planning for every method of interaction. That includes accessibility options right from the very, very start. Believe the data. Don't argue I use a computer, so I guess I'm not a normal person or any such silliness. Don't give in to your personal biases or believe the data and go find your own, as I said, about your users and your region. Remember, we're very bad at being self-observational and introspective, but try it or use one of those screen time numbers. See what it says for yourself. How much time do you spend on your phone and tablet compared to how much time you're on that computer? I bet plenty. You also are a mobile user and a workstation user. But remember, no one's any one thing. They switch around and stuff. So don't overthink and don't dismiss any platform or any user class. Tactically, which we're going to get into for the rest of this deck, everything's a touchscreen. You can just pretend it. There's no more deciding based on size or context or UA string if it's a touch-capable device. So no more switching between touch and mouse mode for your desktop website, and you have to design two of them. The normal computer is no longer Windows, mouse, desktop. It's portable, it's touch, apps run full screen by default, the file bar is gone, and more. Mobile paradigms of interaction are the default, and the second largest PC operating system is a simple spin-off of Android. So we should all design the bulk of experiences with that in mind, from interaction to connectivity to distraction. Everything, in all contexts, should be designed to work as a glanceable interface, to work on the go, in poor lighting conditions and when there's rain and odd angles, and to be safely and effectively interacted with by touch. Okay, so how do you design for this newfangled touch stuff? Well, as I do, as I said, ranting in history and stuff, I reject the concept that this is all new. I've had a mobile phone for 25 years, not the same one. And it is, as I showed, the rise of the smartphone is now some 20 years old. More so, touch has been in use for at least 50 years, and similar conceptually direct select systems using styluses and stuff for 70 years. We have some good guidelines we've built up over the decades. Computing in general is hilariously older than it is generally given credit for. The Sage system shown here, created in the 50s, was the first really big, high reliability, full production computing environment. Designing and building it created the practice of software engineering, very much as we still use it today. And while I'm ranting on it, UX is an offshoot of human factors, which predates functioning computers by a decade or two. The earliest workstations used direct selection for many tasks like this photo here. Like touch, but first with a proxy because they couldn't detect the finger well. Pens or the stylus if you prefer. Or in this picture, because it's better than the ones of the stylus, light guns were used to select items for decades. By the 60s, light pens were used on reasonably modern-looking systems to do tasks we're familiar with in touchscreens. This person is editing text, not as a demo in a production environment, much like we do now. Point, drag to select, copy and paste. Gestures existed. This stuff was low rate but production hardware using interaction methods we'd understand today. You could sit down and use this. Light pens were supported by the IBM PC architecture and DOS before the mouse. The HP 150 Neat computer was a plain old go to a store and buy one in a box and bring it home, with not pen support but a touchscreen monitor in 1983. And since then, there's always been some touch computer for sale when you went to a store. Touchscreens have been around since the 80s in consumer products, ATMs, or automotive infotainment systems like this. Since the 60s, touchscreens did exist, but they tend to be very specialized, very low rate, or experimental. And this long lead up is because it takes time for products to get to the mainstream, to get the bugs worked out, to get packaged into the right product for cost and reliability to get worked out, and weirdly, for society to be at the right point to accept them. Touchscreen smartphones were actually available for purchase 10 or 15 years before Apple invented them. Not connected PDAs you had to sync with a cable to your desktop computer were around at least a decade before that. This smartphone is very early, as you can tell, but pretty and colorful ones were common within a couple of years of that. And many standards we know today, like grid of icons, were there from the start, as you can see in this demo. For us Gen Xer type people, the Nintendo Duck Hunt used the same technology as those early light pens. From the 50s to the 80s, the highest possible tech of direct selection stuff to a low-cost consumer toy. That's a good example of the technology adoption cycle speed and how we've grown up with, if not touch everywhere, a background in direct screen selection. The mouse and windowing systems are relative latecomers to computing. When I want to say really annoying things to people, I say that the WIMP paradigm was maybe an anomaly. Good 20, maybe 30 years of dominance, but the full screen direct selection paradigm may have won out in the end, such that far future histories will draw a straight line from light pens to touch, and they'll have some sidebar about the mouse era and this thing called a desktop PC. The mobile first movement was not about not assuming All desktop-oriented paradigms are true, and building to mobile, as it says, first. But it's still a problem years on. Unlike what everybody says, mobiles aren't just smaller and they're increasingly not less powerful. Anything else people say is bad and hard to design for. Mobiles, software, hardware as in a concept, are very different from desktop computers, but very often a lot better. They're full of sensors. They work much harder to be connected all the time, and mostly they're always with you. You don't have to walk over to the computer and turn it on and stuff. Great way to build an awful product or service is to build with desktop paradigms, then decide to later on to build a limited version or squeeze it into the small, slow mobile thing. Fundamentally, mobile is not desktop. Stop trying to squeeze 1990s Web 1.0 PC paradigms into our mobile apps and websites. We have to understand how people interact with small, touchscreen devices so we can design experiences specific to them. And increasingly, the mobile-centric point of view will benefit all your users, as I just showed, as they likely use touch even on their computer devices. This thing is no longer the normal computer. Mobile's different, and all mobiles share, to one degree or another, a few unique attributes. And I don't mean small and battery-powered. I mean mobiles are always on, always with you, glanceable at a moment's notice to get statuses and notifications and stuff. And they're aware of their surroundings, which means you don't just build your app or website on the device, on that little screen there, but zoom out a level in your thinking. Think of the customer experience with the platform, where they're going to use the phone or tablet, what else they're doing, and why they're using your product at all instead of something else. The happy path, which hopefully everybody understands, as I don't have time to explain it, because it's called that everywhere I worked. It's all too common way to think about how people use your product. No errors occur. They step through straight step by step as you would expect. And most of all, it's very deliberate and focused. People are looking at your thing and do exactly what you expect. At best, that's workstation thinking. What I mean is kind of industrialist 50s era stuff, assuming that users focus on the computer, that distinct sessions of activity even exist. That's not how things work. As an example, way back in the mid-2000s, we started getting reports from clients that after usage petered out for the evening, it picked up again, that little bump over there to the right, consistently by time zone. This came up because everybody liked to have the operations guys hang around the office to do maintenance and stuff like that on their servers. But now they had to wait a couple more hours until the usage went away. We eventually figured out it was people logging off their computers, then picking up their mobile phone right before they went to sleep for the night to check their forum or financials or whatever once more. Totally new, totally surprising back then. Because connected, portable devices bring all new patterns of use that are not at all what we've expected in the old computer on your desk era. What that means at the core of everything I say is design for mobile is not about designing for phones instead of computers, but about designing for people instead of computers. Don't get caught up in any one platform, not just from the technology side, but from the assumptions which lead you to making those design or build decisions. Mobiles are so contextual and personal. This is an important difference. Design for mobile is design for people. As it says, phones aren't flat. Now, this is true of all digital systems, but it's become more obvious and important with mobile paradigms of touch, portability, and full screen over windowing. Of course, we always assume that pixel-based platforms are flat. And of course, mobile phones are increasingly, as shown here, featureless flat touchscreens. The pixels are all next to each other, so it's flat, right? Well, if you dig in, for starters, all sorts of flat design with capital letters actually has shadows and gradients. Apparently, we're not supposed to talk about that in polite company. Or if we do, we have to label it flat 2.0. I don't like to get into any of that because it's kind of navel gazing without picking up the device and looking at it, thinking about the technology. Just look at your phone or computer, or your TV even when you just press the volume control. When it has a dialogue, it appears on top of the screen, literally on top. Software is built in layers. Dimensionality in digital interfaces is real, and people perceive it as such. Now, especially for mobile apps, when you click an item, you open a new view and add it to what they call the stack. That concept is one reason dialogues and drawers work as much as they do, at least. The temporary condition is explicitly on top of the page because a new view appears on top, and the reduced size indicates it's just a temporary condition, but the previous view is waiting for you. You can see it in the background. You can think of web browsing like this also in some desktop apps, but it's not as universally true as native mobile apps. It's a useful paradigm, but some technology differences. Mobile apps literally have a stack of old states. Destroying the top one automatically, if you do nothing else, shows the one below that. I've seen bugs where there are holes in the top layer and you can see through them to previous layers in the stack, which you didn't intend. It's just how the system works. This layering and expressing the layers so the user understands it, of course, extends to components within a single page. Every element on the page is a vertical position. Yes, you're going, I know that, but don't just use z-index as a hack to fix problems. Start thinking in 3 dimensions during the design phase. And then when you think that, you go, oh, of course I should do things like add shadows to make clear something is on top, or if it's just painted on. Many things are not flat, but are full of additional layers, and they behave that way. That means items on top block the view of items below. Items scroll behind things, and others stay fixed. When you start thinking that way, you can design it that way instead of it just happening, and then you're like, should that be scrolling or not? I'm not sure. Remember, the digital world isn't flat. The boxes that get coded up are real, and their position next to or on top of each other is real. It has consequences. Consciously use this. Design deliberately, and think about how to prioritize based on the z-index or what happens when the page scrolls or people tap on stuff. What should stay there? What's on top? And what does that mean to the interface, the data, and the user? If you're surprised by anything I've said so far, there's so much more that's hidden, obscured, vague, or better yet, just flat wrong. We understand how people work through science. We observe, we analyze through the lens of cognitive psychology, physiology, ergonomics, and human factors. So likewise, there's no room for gut instinct or just following what everybody did in the old days. There are a lot of these. I'm just going to hit up a couple real quick. The F pattern shown here, right in the middle of the page, has long been taught as the way people scan web pages, but it's, as much as it can be, not true. It's an analytical tool. It's one way people scan pages. There are others based on how it's designed. It's never been a goal, but it's been misinterpreted and twisted. And more importantly for us today, it's not how people read mobile pages. Don't try to design like that anywhere as a goal, but especially try to set it aside for mobile and touch. You've probably seen this chart, especially one that got misrepresented because I drew a pretty version of it. It assumes everyone touches all phones with one thumb, holding it with one hand, and there are these thumb sweep zones, and everybody has elastic thumbs. That's not true. What we do know from research, most of all, is that people shift their grip a lot between many methods. One-hand methods are under half of all taps. I don't mean they make choices individually so that you're a one-handed person and I'm not, but that each individual does all of these. Everyone shifts their grips constantly when interacting, often every few seconds. We have to build for all the ways people vary, and that's fine. Respect their choices, as I already said, and design for every case they're likely to need. We know that the smaller the device is, the more it's used on the move. On the move just means when you walk around the house or office instead of finding time to stop and use that tablet on the table or sit and type at that desktop workstation. We know, and again, all from repeatable research, that as devices get larger, they're used less and less in the hand. You can surmise distance from the eye by device class. And that's important partly because we don't view anything based on size, but on the resolution at our eyeballs. The relationship between those is called angular resolution. We can calculate readable text sizes. Mobiles can have much smaller type size than the desktop because they're closer to you. Tablets are used often on surfaces, so we have to treat them like PCs as far as readability goes. We can calculate basic readable text sizes and make all these predictions and charts and cool stuff. You don't have to try to screenshot this unless you really want to. Aside from being in the book, I have a whole article that dives deeply into this, so you can grab that anytime you want and figure out what the it describes points and how to convert that and stuff too. That seems wrong. Oh no, yep, wrote the wrong text. Anyway, same thing for viewing other stuff. Also, all the movie directors who are like, you can't watch a movie on a tiny thing. Well, you can, because it's the same size, similar size of your eye as a giant movie screen really far away. And we have plenty of pixels. Think all the high density we have in our phones right now. But back to touch. Instead of thumb sweep charts, we know that most taps are in about the center half of the page. That's true for phones and tablets equally. We know people tap more accurately in the middle of the screen. And we mean any screen, any way they hold their phone or tablet. The center, not the top or bottom, not edges, not bottom biased towards whichever side the thumb is on. The center outward. Center is faster and more accurate. We know that accuracy varies by context. And I mean, in this case, environmental context. This chart, for example, is from a study on how much accuracy suffers when carrying a grocery bag in the other hand. We obviously can't tell people to stop carrying groceries or babies or opening doors because they're using our app. So we design interfaces to avoid accidental activations and support undo. Users can have problems tapping like this, and we don't know why or when. We know that people move items. They scroll them to the center of the screen on purpose to read or interact with them. The center of the screen again. That's great, convenient. We can put everything in the center. Forms actually get lower completion rates on fields that can't be scrolled up to the middle of the page. So just pad the bottom of the page to allow scrolling and clear uncooperative pickers and on-screen keyboards. And as I keep saying, we know all this from research, a giant pile of it going back decades. A couple years ago, I couldn't find out what I wanted exactly about this. So I started with a clipboard and observed over 1,300 people on the street, trains and buses, in coffee shops, and other places in several countries using their phones. A few years later, in concert with the e-learning guild, I got another 651 observations in schools, offices, and homes, adding data on tablets and reconfirming our data on phone usage. As I dug in, I started to figure out which academic work was important and relevant, and I read dozens of reports on touch and gesture, then normalized and correlated them to my work. My favorite of those, shown here, great shot, had over 120 million recorded touch events. So some of these studies are really big, and if you like that whole statistical validity stuff, they all correlate to whether field or lab, large or small. We see the same results over and over. This blobby chart should look a lot like the heat maps and the green blob diagrams a couple pages ago, because this data fed directly into that work and all matched. I did a combined intercept and remote unmoderated test to get data on how people use touch based on the types of input and the task on screen they're trying to perform. Others since then, since I started publishing it, have done their own primary research in their regions with different cadres, or have confirmed as asides while modifying their product to use the design principles that I'm going to leave you with at the end. Though this stuff you're seeing here was all pure research and mine, so I can share it, I've confirmed a lot of this also from my own usability research on products I build for clients over the years as well. Lots of existing information about how people perceive and process information informs what we've observed in this research. For just one example of many of these, you know all about the foveal vision range. If you don't, it's great, and I use it all the time in my day-to-day work. The popular perception that the eye is a camera, and you see images like this. But at any one moment, all you see is this. You scan, and your brain fills in the gaps, often making inaccurate assumptions and missing stuff. The blind spot, as it's called, is literal. You can't see stuff there, and you just don't notice because your brain's designed to filter it out, and you move your eyeballs around to try to see stuff. You only see in color and in focus at high resolution, and you can only really process an area about the size of your fist at arm's length. Try it now. Hold out your arm, make a fist, and put it not on top of, but next to whatever you're looking at, presumably the slide I have on the screen. Try to notice, without moving your eyes, of course, how well you can see the rest of the screen, or what is next to your computer. Not very well, right? That's interesting information for when you're trying to design stuff. I like to tie it together to something traffic engineers call design speed. As the speed of the vehicle you're driving increases, the thing about your eyes scanning around starts to get limited. Your brain can only process a smaller and smaller area as it gets more and more data from all the trees flashing by as you go fast. Highways have wide lanes, wide shoulders, and ramps instead of intersections because of this. It keeps you from having surprises come at you from that area off to the side you aren't looking at. It's why, as we see here, crosswalks on fast roads are dangerous. In any other action, such as your interactive product draws too much attention, it can have the same result. People get too focused for a moment and don't see their surroundings. I don't just mean walking into lampposts. I mean the important banner at the top of the page or the blinking LED to say you have a new message people miss. I've seen it happen many times as I do research on this sort of stuff. This is my toddler. Well, when he was a toddler, he's a preschooler now. He's playing a game on my wife's phone. It's purportedly about counting, but really he's learning how to use modern touchscreen and other computing paradigms. If you watch close, you can just see him just barely that you tap items to select it. Smaller children try to grab items with 2 fingers. Or you need to press a button to continue, but not at all understanding what grayed out shape means. There's no really room for discussion of intuitive interfaces or the recurring trend of NUI. None of this is natural, but everything is learned. So be sure to not go too far off track and come up with new cool interfaces for your device, or people won't understand how they work. And I know I'm getting over time, but it's just a few minutes to go, so hopefully I can keep going. Instead of being flat or skeuomorphic or anything else when the next trend comes, we need to start being authentically digital. If we apply all the stuff I've given you, the thought process of how people hold their mobiles and reach and shift and tap what they need on screen, if we understand how people view and how they miss things, when we start to understand how the technology really works, think of the viewport as a frame and layers within, then we get this useful 3-tier system of how to organize our designs. Not just how to design pages, of course, but how to design templates, so items, especially the fixed edge items, are where the users expect them to be as they move through your app or website. The primary content or functions in the middle of the page, where scrolling is just fine. All the secondary functions along the edges, like tab bars and toolbars. And tertiary buttons are in menus in the corners. Dot menus and hamburger menus work just fine. I only put predictable items in the menus, and I get literally 100% of users to find them when I do usability testing with this sort of design. Many sites and apps are already designed this way, often without knowing why. YouTube, for example, here really believes this. This more complex YouTube page with not a single list of content, but several categories in the body, and it all works fine. They trust the center is the best place to look, and that people scroll and understand hierarchies of information if you give them enough hints to understand it. If you need to show categories, don't try to stuff them into menus or tabs, but put them in the center of the page, like this AliExpress site here did, or dozens of other examples I have. This is very common and very effective, much more so than trying to optimize drawers or menus or trying to fit 10 tabs into a smartphone screen and making people understand they need to go there to go find the information. There are other ways to address this. You can use categories of live content, portlets, or what I call a category carousel like this. Also content in the middle of the page by categories. We've all used these, but have you thought of using them when you design your product? And if not, why aren't you considering that kind of stuff? As I said, I can do many more of these, but limited time. So bring your questions in half an hour, or contact me offline, or just read what else I've written, including the newest book, where I have many examples provided. So what have we learned? Phones are used wherever people are, so plan for snacking, glanceability, and error. Designed to not make accidental touch of catastrophe with widely spaced actions and undo methods. The viewport, the area your app or website appears in, is the portal into your unique world. Believe it, revel in the dimensionality. Get away from pixels and pretty pages and think of boxes stretching to fit different sized devices laid on top of each other so items scroll and overlay each other sensibly. Arrange items so people can actually stand a chance of tapping them. And ignore old standards like Apple's 44 pixel cadence, which don't even make sense on variable screen densities. Put the most important and most commonly tapped items in the middle, where you also have the highest touch density, and put a few items at the edges, spaced further and wider apart. And design your whole product at once with reusable templates and fixed elements. Design those the way people view. Present the primary content in the middle of the page, secondary items around the edges. Just remember to design for mobile paradigms, for touch interfaces, and for people. I have gathered a bunch of this over the years on this page, forth.com/touch. Notice how funny I spell Forth, because that's the company name. I write on mobile, as then we mentioned at the beginning. I have another silly book that doesn't matter, but 2 major serious published books on mobile design, so you can go look those up also. And all of my other writing is accessible from that page at forth.com/writing. You can test your designs with a touch template. Yay! Freshly revised, now in its 7th generation. If you buy one of the printed books, you get one of those, well, 2 of them, because it's a pair of cards now. It's tucked in the back cover. And feel free to bug me as you wish. If you don't get your question answered, or just have other things, or want to hire me for work or whatever, contact me any particular way you want to, and ask away, publicly or privately.
Okay, I guess that was the end of the presentation. Yeah.
Sure. Should I put a big end in the slide?
Right. Thank you so much for that was a very good presentation. Like so many good logical points that are really good base for all the designers, not only beginners, in my opinion. So yes, see you in 30 minutes, and I'm gonna give the stage to the next speaker. So very quickly, we're gonna be talking about design systems with Mariel here. Hi, Mariel.
Hi, everyone.
So without any further ado, introduce yourself, and the stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Nick. So hello, everyone. Hope everyone is having a great day and hope you're learning a lot. I'm very excited to be here. So let me briefly introduce myself. I'm an interaction designer for the Dell Design System, and I have worked with different banks and fintechs, helping them build their design systems. I also love Rubik cubes and going out for long rides with my bike. And I will be talking about design systems, how to build a design system, the importance of a design system, the value and the benefits that a design system adds to a company. And at the end of this presentation, you will know if a design system is a worthwhile consideration for your company. And of course, you will know how to start building a design system. So let's start. First of all, what is a design system? Some of you may heard of this term before, but for those who doesn't, a design system is kind of like a North Star of a project. This means either designers and developers will look at this reference, and with a design system, you're covering pretty much your standard elements, and that helps designer focus on more complex projects. It's also a living document. It's not meant to end, it's ongoing. And what I mean by this is we may use components like buttons certain way, but that doesn't mean in 1 month or in several weeks you may use it different. So that's why you may need to change it, or maybe you need to add a new component or a pattern to your design system. So it's important to define this at this point, because you never finish a design system. There's always a space for additions and improvements. And as new technologies and products emerge, design systems have to evolve with them. That's why it never ends. It also collects all aspects that enable a team to develop a digital system. So it's a living ecosystem made of many components like patterns, styles, guidelines, and these all can be reused to manage a design system at scales. And we will be talking about the difference between a style guide and a pattern library and a design system later, so don't worry about these terms at this point. Also, a design system facilitates a shared understanding. This means you can have different teams working in different programs, but you will be using the same elements. Here is where design system facilitates conversation, because you would all speak the same language. And design system is made of styles, guidelines, components, and patterns. And with these elements, you are providing instructions for the use and the intention for each. Sorry. And it's not only classifying components, it's a complete process that has to be built and maintained to help develop a program faster, based consistently in a specific brand. Now, what is the purpose of having a design system? Well, a design system helps a company to have a well-maintained library of components and patterns. And that saves a lot of time for upcoming projects. So this collection of documented components and patterns hand in hand with the storybook, that's the dev part. This helps achieving higher efficiency, consistency, and scalability also when building digital products. So now, how do we achieve this? How do we achieve this consistency and efficiency? Well, we do this by having a reusable and well-documented repertory. And this would help other designers on the process to be more efficiency and more cost effective. And why are design systems important? They are important because they allow designers, well, one of the values is that they allow designers to focus on bigger and more complex problems. With this, I mean simpler UI elements are created already, so you can use it and reuse it. So the design resources can focus less on tweaking visual appearance and can focus more on complex problems like information prioritization or workflow optimization. Another value is a smooth handoff tool. And as your company grows, cooperation and handoff can become harder and harder. So design system, it's very useful and it becomes easily and smoothly. And it also creates a unified language between teams. This means it reduces the wasted design or development time around miscommunication. And for example, if you're talking about the functionality or the appearance of a drop-down menu, all of the teams would understand what you're talking about, and that would not be debated because that term refers to a specific element within the design system. It also serves as an educational tool. So when someone is new at the company, you can just hand them the design system and they will understand everything and your branding and all the elements that will be designing. So when you have guidelines and style guides, you're providing instructions for future designers, as I said, and this helps onboarding contributors who are new to the UI design. And not only that, it also serves as a reminder for the rest of the contributors. And some of the benefits is that you're designing and development really quickly. Since the design system has built-in, your designers already have the initial framework to move forward. So as we have reusable elements, we simply code on and use it multiple times. So it's essentially the copy and paste of the front-ended world. And it also ensures consistency and scalability. As we already have the design rules, we get high quality outcomes across the board. And this for users became easier for them to learn and to operate. It also helps or facilitates migrating. So a design system can easily transfer all your branding from one platform to another. So let's say you are building something for iOS, and you could easily move it to Android or any other platform. It also makes your customer lives easier because you're creating a consistent experience throughout your content. So you reduce the cognitive load when creating or when you're switching from a mobile app to a desktop browser or from one program to another. So this is really helpful for your customers also. Now, how do you know if your organization needs a design system? Well, these three questions can help you. And the first question is, are you only offering one product? If the answer is yes, then you may just need a style guide or a custom library. The second question you could ask is, does my organization builds primarily products for other clients? If the answer is also yes, then again, you just need a style guide or a component library. Unless that organization is building different programs, then you do need a design system. Another question you could ask is, do we have a small team and may not commit to the workload? If the answer is yes, then you may consider other ways of approaching a design system, like adapting an existing design system. Okay, now, when a design system is a worthwhile consideration? Well, if you're planning future expansion, this means that your organization will build different programs, or you're planning to expand to mobile or web-based programs, then a design system will be a good friend for you. Another consideration you could have is if you're planning any changes in your branding, even if they're big or small, here's a good time to implement a design system. And it's also helpful if you're looking to improve your digital user experience for your customers. So here you have three questions to ask, and when design system is a worthwhile consideration. And if at this point you're pretty sure you need a design system, you also need to consider that you will be needing a team, a specific team, and that team will be dedicated to this ongoing project. You also need to consider the resources, the time available, and the initial investment. And this is probably a great time to speak with your stakeholders and show them how a design system will benefit the whole company. And lastly, consider that implementing a design system is not an easy thing to do. You need to educate not only designers and some stakeholders, but mostly all your design and development teams. But don't worry, once everyone is aligned and they start using it, you will be thankful for having a design system. So now let's move on and briefly talk about the difference between a style guide, a pattern library, and a design system. A style guide is the lowest level of abstraction of a design language, and it describes how to use the elements as well as the rules for how the brand should feel, and what language to use, um, and how to use these elements overall. And they're not as much as instruction; they're they are more of a reusable things to do. And here you can find elements like color, typography, icons. You could also find things like logos, design principles, and product branding guidelines. And the purpose is to define visual styling of components, the voice and the tone. That's also very important in this part of the process. And also the information in them, it's only enough to maintain and update a few existing products. Like with this, you cannot be that or build programs as scalable as when you have a design system. And then we have pattern libraries. This is the mid-level abstraction of a design language. And in here you find all the elements of a style guide. You also have here templates, plus layouts, plus interaction of components, plus variations, plus code snippets. And in the same way that components can be reused, also patterns can be reused. So here you can find everything you will need to build a feature, update, or an already existing product. So what I mentioned last time in the previous page, you may also need this like a style guide and a pattern library. It would depend on your organization and your objectives as a company. And finally, we have design system, which is the highest level abstraction of a design language. And here you find everything that it's in the pattern library. And you would also see here design tokens plus technical specs plus a storybook and a toolkit. Here is like more documented and very detailed. You would have different specs, your red lines, and it's more like an instruction. And you would have here your toolkit, as I said, and your storybook. And the toolkit is kind of like a repertory of different components and patterns. And you will also include here what you have in your style guide, so that designers can easily grab it and use it in their files. So usually you will see design systems in the top of tech companies that have a diverse range of products. Now, how do we approach a design system? There are three ways of approaching a design system, and it would entirely depend on your objectives and your time available. The first thing you can do if you don't have a team or time to build a design system is to adopt an existing design system. You can take, let's say, material design from Google or Carbon, which is IBM design system, and adopt their design system. And most of these design system already have a UI toolkit, so this would be very helpful for your design flow. And most of the time you wouldn't start from scratch, like they already have the toolkit and you can use it. So that's one way of approaching a design system. The second way of approaching a design system is to adapt an existing design system. This means I stay and I like with what Google is doing with material design, but I will do some tweaks. I could either change the colors or maybe change the typography, the spacing, and I adapt their content to my needs and to my branding. So that's the second way of approaching a design system. And the third option you have is to start building your own one. So building a custom design system will be worth only if your organization has particular needs that cannot be met by these any other design systems. So at this point, you need to be sure and you need to know what your organization needs before you begin a design system, because it's a very tricky decision. So the more your custom design system solution is, the more time and money it will take to implement it. Now, how do you know if your organization needs a design system? Sorry, yeah, yeah, no, sorry, I went back. Oh my God, sorry. Now let's talk about the atomic design method. Well, this is a methodology created by Brand Prost, and it focuses on breaking design down to their most basic elements, which are the atoms. And atoms, as we all know, make up everything. So atoms here are the most basic elements like color, fonts, and grids, and even your design principles, that's also part of an atom. And then you have your molecules. These are a combined form of atoms, like a button or a search box or an input field or a pill. And so these elements were defined at the atomic level, but it's combining those atoms to have molecules. And then you have organisms, and these are the next level up. And here you find things like menus and other navigational elements. You would find that in organisms. And then you have templates. Uh, Here you build your templates with different organisms, and you could find here how to arrange different cards or different elements, like a login section, for example. And lastly, we have pages, which are the final product, and they are based on templates, which are based on organisms, molecules, and atoms. Here's what Finestra, it's one of the design systems that I usually look up for. And here are the atoms of Finestra. And they are showing here a color palette and different types of typography they used. And you will need different colors, and you will also need different colors for the different states and styles of your components and elements, and like the base colors. And you would also need a scale of grays for when you have a disable button, for example, and colors like green or gray or red or green for alerts. And what happened when you combine these elements? Well, you can build molecules like buttons or text fields. So here you can see different molecules like pills or buttons or your text fields. And notice how these molecules have different states. And that is something you want to document in your design system in order to be consistent. And this is where color palette helps, because as you can see here, you have your default input, your default text field, then you have your activated, but you're using the colors and the text um, that you have in your atoms. And you also have the different colors like error and the disabled, the grays I mentioned before. And then what happened when you group buttons with a text? Then you can find things like organisms, like cards and dialogues. And as you can see here, you have your standard card, but it's using an icon, it's using text, it's using pills and the content text. So this is a card and this is part of an organism. And same as dialogues, they're using different buttons and text and the spacing. So those are the organisms. Then you have your templates, and this is grouping different organisms like these sections. You have different cards displayed and different text fields for this login screen. So you would find things like a text, then an input text field, a button, different types of buttons and links. So these are templates because you're seeing here that you have different cards displayed like this, or you have these other cards display this way. So that's part of templates. And finally, ordering different templates that would lead you to a complete page, which is this one. And this is how all the elements would look together, how all atoms, molecules, organisms, and templates look together. And at this point, you can easily build different pages for your products, like a dashboard or different pages. So you can see here that they are using using a masthead with different icons, and you also have different texts. They have their logo here. You could also see different cards in here, the carousel for the cards. You also find things like lists here. So this is like the final product using the atomic design method. Now, what are the elements of a design system? There are two main parts inside a design system. First, you have your design system repertory and the design system team. The design repertories can take many forms, but they often contain a style guide, a component library, a pattern library, a storybook, and the storybook is the repertory of these elements, but for the developers, and a toolkit. And this toolkit is, as I said, a repertory for designers, and they can easily grab a component into their file and use it. And then we have the design system team, and this should include at least one interaction designer, one visual designer, one developer, and this team would help to write the guidelines and to help designing all the guidelines and create visual examples to provide, and they also provide code for each element. And of course, if you have more budget, you can also include a researcher and a content writer. Now that we decide to build a design system, how to know where to start? So as we talked before, we need to prepare the scenario by talking with the stakeholders, and we need everyone on board. That means everyone needs to know the value that a design system provides. And then you need to build a multidisciplinary design team. And after having your team, you can start by doing an audit or an inventory. And this part is very important because you would have this list where you're checking the list, the things that you already have and the missing elements. But remember, always going from the basic forms to the more complex patterns. And once you have your inventory, you want to start with your foundations, your design principles, and you need to build strong principles and rules for your design system. And this would help later for the decision making. Then you need to build your color palette, your typography with different variations and scales. And then you can move into iconography guidelines and spacing guidelines also. And after having these elements that cover your style guide, you can move on and start building your first component. And remember, always start with add-ons like buttons, fields, text fields. Then you can start building your different patterns. Now let's talk about how to document a design system. First, you need to make a research, and let's say you're building buttons. And you can do first a comparative analysis or a benchmark to see what different design systems are using, and this way you can understand the current trends, best practices, and also user habits. And you can also do benchmark on existing products, not only design system. For example, if you're doing things like date and time picker, sorry, if you're building a pattern like a date and time picker, you can do a benchmark like with Airbnb or Google Trips, Google Flight, I think. And that would be also helpful if you don't find any component or element inside a design system. And then you need to document this research. And of course, if you have a larger teams, you can also make some interviews inside your company to understand the requirements of each component and pattern. And then you need to document this research. You need to find commonalities. And then you want to make a synthesis and start designing and writing the different guidelines. And if you have the change, I recommend to make recurrent meetings with subject matter experts. And this way you can show them each week your process, and they can, or you can iterate based on their advice. And once you finish documenting a component, you need to hand over to your developers. And this doesn't mean you finished. You are at your 60% of the process, because you need to work with them so they can develop correctly every component. Then you want to make a toolkit, whether it's on Figma or another platform. Having a collection of this repertory would help your design system, because this will optimize your team workflow. And because as I say, they can easily grab any component or any pattern used inside and use them inside their files. And another thing I recommend is to measure the success of the design system. You're not done by documenting and finishing your toolkit and storybook. You want to know, how did it affect? Are people using it? Is there something that you might forgot or anything missing? And the tools I recommend to use is, you can use either Figma or XD to build the components and patterns. I rather using Figma because I think it's friendlier and it's better in a collaborative perspective. And you can also document there if your organization has more budget, you can use tools like Zero Height. This is an amazing tool for documenting a design system. But there are also other many plugins you can use, and they are as effective as Zero Height. Some of them are atomized, and this plugin helps designer create and document a whole design system from start to finish, from a style guide to a complete design system. And also Zeppelin is another great tool for handing off to the developers. And now, how do we measure the success of a design system? I recommend doing a survey every 6 months, and you can ask questions like, how often do you find yourself using the design system? That's one question. Other question you could ask is, what is one thing you would improve about the design system? Another question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, does your design system improve your workflow? And the last question you can do is, did you find anything missing, like a guideline inside the documentation or something? Another thing you can do is organize a workshop. You can prepare like a Miro board with different methodologies to evaluate and discuss the implementation of a design system. And once you collect this data, you're not done, because you want to know what to do with this data, because this can help you convince your management or your stakeholders to invest more money in this design system. You can also give visibility with this data to other teams, and you can provide, you can prove how efficient your design system is. So remember, you can either make a survey or you can also do a workshop, and there are a lot of things to measure the success of the design system. Now I'm going to share with you 3 common mistakes and 3 misconceptions. The misconception number 1 is not defining the value of a design system. And if you don't involve your stakeholders since the beginning of the process, it would be hard for a whole organization to implement a design system. So you need to discuss with them and show them how beneficial a design system could be. Then the mistake number 2 is to ignore how elements and components interact. Again, you always need to follow the atomic design method, and it's important to understand how different elements will communicate. The mistake number 3 is avoiding collaboration with developers and engineers. And you need to work hand in hand with them, because you need to review every spec, every pixel, in order to finish a component and to assure consistency, of course. Then we have misconceptions. And the first misconception is the design is a side project. And despite of the value of a design system, a lot of organizations fails providing resources to make a successful system. So to truly deliver savings, a design system cannot be treated as a side project. It actually, if you have the chance, people should be like only specifically working on this project. This is how important a design system should be. Then the misconception number 2 is people will memorize the design system guidelines. And that's not true. No one can memorize like every single red line or guideline. That's why I recommend having a robust documentation. And also, as design system are living thing, there will be changes or updates or any additions. So remember always notifying all the teams, even a minimum change you made, so they can all be aligned in the future. And then the misconception number 3 is we can only use components that are in the design system. That's also not true, because when you're using a design system, some teams can rely on existing components without considering how a new component might solve a specific problem. So always remember that as designers, we should ask ourselves if we need a new component and if this new component might solve better this specific problem. And I want to share with you some of the things I've learned. The first thing is always follow the atomic design method. If not, you will be living in a loop. You cannot mix your workflow. You need to finish or cover most of your components first, and only then start building patterns, because you will be iterating. So you want to avoid unnecessary changes. Then do not use trends. You don't want your products to be visually out of date in 2 years, and stay with a standard UI. If you review some of the design system, you will notice that they do that. They are pretty standard. Most of them need a little maintenance, but they still work because of that. And another thing I've learned is not concerned about solving for everything. It's better to have some rules than not having anything at all, because you want it to be very specific. So don't worry about being very picky. It's about having different components and patterns that will lead you to have another pattern or a more complex pattern. Then having principles would help also taking decisions. So agree these principles at the beginning with your stakeholders and your design system team. And setting these principles would help you with make decisions with confidence and keep each individual aligned with the vision of the design system. It also needs to be adopted by everyone. And also, a design system is a living product with a roadmap, a backlog, and it requires a continuous maintenance and support and a lot of love for it. So remember, it's an ongoing system. You will never finish a design system. And that's all from my end. I hope you now can have a clear vision of what you need and how to start. And if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat. And you can also find me in LinkedIn as Mariel Partida, or you can also email me if you want to keep the conversation open.
Thank you so much, Mariel. I was happy to have your presentation, especially like we had some talks about design systems, but on our React conferences. So it's nice to see a different perspective on this topic. So thank you so much.
My pleasure, Nick.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap today's live stream with a quick Q&A session. So we have Steven here, and hope Erica will join too. Right. So, Erica, it sounds like you have a feedback again. Yes, you will need to reconnect. Sorry. It sounds completely the same. I wanted to start with a question for Erica, but I guess then I'm gonna start with that question that you have answered already, Steven. But I think I still wanted to talk a little bit more about it. So the question was: technology shifting to VR, AR, and XR at such fast pace. Do we even need improvement in touchscreen devices?
Yep, and I don't want to be terribly dismissive of new technology. That's the first thing. There's cool stuff going on there in all kinds of moderated reality type stuff. One of the things I like to I'll start with to say is that when things get actually fully everywhere and we're used to them, we stop thinking of them as cool technology. Many of us use moderated reality every single day. Well, less so now that we're trapped at home oftentimes, but the backup camera in your car, having the little overlays on it, is stuff that I remember introducing to people. It was for forward facing, but still was introduced as the coolest research ever. And when a conference that we helped run like 12 years ago or something like that. And now it's in everybody's car and we don't even think about it. So there is cool stuff there, but it's often going to be in weird little niches, or it's going to change and become much more organic to the way we work with stuff. So future moderated reality, who knows what that looks like. When anything remotely near term, when we're talking about put on a pair of goggles, or stuck your phone into a goggle frame, is not going to take over the world, because it's the time frame to do it. It gets back to a lot of, though it's a very different method, it gets back to a lot of the stuff I was talking about with workstation thinking earlier, that it's the same kind of thing. You must now stop and be exclusively in this moderated reality mode of working with stuff. So cool stuff, build for it, much like some of the examples I've got names. Whoever had earlier of, build for smart speakers, for example, because that's a really cool way to talk about things. But I don't see it replacing any major current interface thing. To keep ranting for a moment, I know you have limited time. Same thing. I didn't quite get to that. We're not going to lose the desktop computer completely. It'll stay, but I think we'll get back to kind of the 70s, 80s version of it. That's why I was using the term workstation. There'll always be around for nerds like me with our sitting here in a room with like 6 monitors and a pen tablet and stuff. But it's going to go away from being kind of the default way of working. I can see some generation. I've lived through 2 failed generations of virtual reality headsets already. One of these days that's going to take off big, but it's not going to be for everybody. It's going to still be for certain specialized purposes. Used a lot, but not like the everyday, oh, my phone beeped, let me put on my headset and see what it wanted.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on both points, especially like the one that it's not gonna take over the world. Like I remember I read the article a couple months ago about like the Meta presentation and all thoughts about that, and that like the metaverse actually exists. It's called the internet, and it exists because it's so easy to access it. We have the best way. We don't need a pair of goggles or in virtual reality. We can just take our phone and we are there. And we are always there because our phone is so close to us. And that brings us to why it's so important to design for touchscreens. I guess so. Like that's kind of obvious if you think about it that way. Right. So I hope Erica's sound is good now, because I have a question for her. Yeah, it is. Perfect.
Okay, good.
So there was a question for Erica. How to conduct research that helps me by emphasizing user behaviors and their pain points.
Conduct research that helps me better emphasize user behaviors and their pain points. You mean to through the research uncover behaviors and pain points?
I think yes. So that was a question that we had saved.
Yeah, I'll
earlier.
go that route. My favorite way to do that is to literally, someday when we can be back in person, some of us are doing this field studies and observations where you're literally in the background and watching people do their jobs, or they're in context of whatever problem you're trying to solve, and understand what they're really doing, and being knowledgeable enough to know when they're straying from what the process is supposed to be, because they have workarounds to avoid those pain points. It takes a lot of observation and a lot of different observations, different people. But as we all know, you can sit down and talk to someone about what they do and the pain points they express, but then to watch them in real life functioning and working and interacting, it can be a very different discovery, as well as just them not being aware of some of the things they do. So if you can be in person and do a lot of observing without asking questions and just watching, maybe writing down your questions for later, I think that's the best way to really find the true user behaviors, and then to clarify the pain points you think they're having if they haven't already told you.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, so I have a question from the live chat to Mariel, I guess. How much time do you usually estimate to build a design system? It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. And entirely depends on the company you're working for. For example, at Dell, we take a lot of time because we work with different teams and with design leads, and so it takes a lot of time because we review very specific things and specs like pixel and things like that. So I think it would depend on the organization, and there's no right or wrong answer. It would depend on the needs of your organization and what you want to achieve or do. So that's why it's very important to identify what do you need. You may need to use only a style guide or a pattern library with a component library, and or you might also need just to adapt an existing design system. So it would depend. But it maybe if you have a specific question regarding your organization, maybe you could have a different answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There is a question. I guess we can continue to talk a little bit more about the design system, because there was a question from a different perspective. So Mariel, how a freelancer should design a design system that would be applicable to all of their projects?
Oh,
If
that's
it,
a very good question. I think a design system works because, as I said, when you're building like atoms and when you're following the atomic design method, you could have like a base or like a structure, and then you can change little things like typography or spacing or even your colors, and that would help you. But as I said, try when you're building a design system, try not to follow trends, because in some of years that thing could not be visually as good as it was before. So it is very helpful to do it that way. So that's a good question. Thank you.
okay. Thank you for the answer. There is a question. It's a bit strange, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So it goes like, when does eye candy become too much?
Is that a generalized question for anyone?
Well, it was probably for Steven, but I decided to make it for everyone.
Yeah, because I can answer. I just want to make sure I didn't step on people. I never use it that way exactly, but broadly, when it gets in the way of basic interactions, I often, when I have longer slides, when somebody lets me rant for an hour or two, I'll actually have one about using conventional interactions, not trying to, like we're just talking about trends, but often they aren't just trends of style, but trends of interaction stuff. If you do funny things, people understand how they work. So one very simple one that was much more a big deal, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, was every client insisted I make every single thing drag and drop, but they only drag and drop. Like I had to fight to say, can we also have a dot menu so they can do the same function that way? If it was like resorting, can we also have little arrows up and down? I had to fight to get little arrows up and down. And now here we are today going, oh, look, everybody likes to just click. Gestures are fine. The people who learn them, that's what usually happens. So talking first interactively, though, what usually happens is you get some people love them. Some people, you get the expert user who understands, say, gestures or other weird little interactive things, but you have to do the basic stuff. People can basically use it. Eye candy kind of implies the UI layer instead of the interaction layer, the interactivity. And same thing, if it's too if it's just too cool and so nobody can notice the interactive item is there, then you have a problem. The other one is when you get to accessibility issues. This is the biggest time I see is people, sometimes even me. So I really care about this, not just in principle, with vestibular disorders. If you have like things moving around the page too much, stuff scrolls weird, parallax scrolling is a little bit too prominent, for example, people can plain old not use the product at all. And so you need to make sure that you moderate the way it works so that it's, and yeah, this is the difficult fine line, do it the right way. So it looks cool, but does not get in the way of actual usage. There are some better guidelines for some of the people already, presented on accessibility topics and stuff like that. But a lot of it is going to come down to simple stuff like get out and test your product, which not everybody lets us do, especially when you're somebody like me doing client work and people are cheap or they know better, or because you're just an outsider. So you have to fight for, well, it's cool, but do we know people are going to be able to use it?
Yeah, well, I see all the speakers agree here on this point, but maybe you have anything to add to the answer?
No, I totally agree. I think if it's distracting from the primary task, then that it automatically deems it as too much. Again, it's how you define eye candy. I mean, I think in the virtual world, there's a lot of eye candy, the VR and that metaverse, if we're talking about that. But yeah, I think if it's purely entertainment, then sure, eye candy is fantastic. But if you're trying to accomplish something, get a task done, attend to a task, then it's immediately too much.
Well, yeah, like design is much more than just things looking good.
Yeah,
For
for
sure.
sure.
Okay, so another question for Erica. So you share some case studies, but maybe you have some case studies, something about you did building empathy during the pandemic.
Best case studies you have worked on by building empathy during the pandemic. Well, that entire caregiver, care receiver project was during the pandemic. And certainly enabled that remote caregiving, if you will, because you couldn't visit loved ones, at least in the early stages. I think my job is always building empathy. Now, specific to the pandemic, no, but I mean, in everything that I do and all of the design research and design that I do, it's always building empathy, because if that's not what you're doing, then you're not understanding from the other person's perspective and you can't design appropriately for them.
Yeah, it's a pretty
But
important job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, like thank you for getting to that. I guess like the question was still answered during your talk.
Yeah.
Okay, so another question is, what is the starting point of developing a design system, especially when there is a portfolio of legacy system with styling constraints and modern solution being developed? So yeah, Mariel or Erica, who wants to answer?
Sorry, I'm reading it again.
Yeah, so we just copy them as they go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding the question.
Oh, yeah. Sorry then. Sorry for asking you. Like, yeah, we are like I said, we are collecting them and copying them as they go. But Erica, do you have anything to add or not?
Well, the way I'm interpreting this is that I mean, you've got legacy systems that a modern design system is not going to support because it's legacy, right? However, there are some newer systems hopefully being developed that are going to replace those legacy systems. So I would think if you've got an existing design system, then I think you could leverage that. But yeah, with your legacy systems, certainly going to have to know, those legacy systems inside and out, what needs to happen as far as that modern solution, and then go from there.
Yeah, and I do a lot of, I can rant a little bit too. I do a lot of, somehow, I don't know why, I don't just do big, giant, complicated stuff, but I do almost everything I do is version 2 or version 97, something that was built in the 80s originally. So it's all millions of legacy systems bolted together. And so I guess, yeah, what they're trying to do is they're trying to ask it is that. We have a bunch of dumb old stuff, we're going to build new stuff. And I guess I say the biggest thing you could theoretically do if they'll get you that seat at the table, as we always like to say for UXers, is not so much the design system as the kind of the roadmap, the strategy. How is it going to go together eventually? Is that new system going to replace the other one and we still have 85 websites everybody has to go to? Or can we please beg you to integrate these 3 very similar ones, or some, or whatever, develop a single information architecture first of all, at least with a roadmap thing. then that feeds into the design system side of the world, is how do we now deal with the actual structure? If it's going to be, I mean, even if it's going to stay fragmented, at least you can deal with that. If we don't know, that's a serious problem. That's the thing that really kills me 4 years into a project, is when, oh, we've completely changed our mind about how these integrate. Oh, well, I can't fix that with UI. You broke it. I in theory need to start over, but they usually won't let me. So the moment you know, start bugging people about that problem, that future proofing and risk that they're presenting by not necessarily deciding what the roadmap's really going to be.
Thank you for adding to the answer. I guess I'm gonna have a last question for Mariel for the Q&A. So you mentioned tools at the end of your talk. How to deal with all these different tools when managing design system in a team?
Oh, that's a good question, because most of you may using XD or Figma or even Sketch, but I think the best thing to do is, it would depend also in your organization, because for example here at Dell, most of the designers are migrating to Figma because it's very friendly and it also allows to collaborate. So I think it would depend on your organization and what order your hand of also. If you want to prototype, you would want to use maybe XD, because I think XD is better at prototyping than Figma. But I think what you can do is have a toolkit in Figma, or even have a toolkit in XD. But it's important to do it. And the thing that it's important here is to always go back, and where you're documenting, try to make everything and grab it from the toolkit. That way, if you need to change something, it would be very quick, and you wouldn't have to worry. Like, it wouldn't be that long, because it's a very iterative process. So we're going to go back and back. It's kind of like an infinite loop. So I think if you are using different tools, I recommend to stay with one, but that would depend on your organization. What are they using? And yeah, I recommend that, using one and stick with that.
Okay, thank you very much. So like I don't have any more questions, so I like finishing these final day Q&A session with asking all the speakers, maybe have some final closing words, or piece of advice you want to share with everyone, so we can wrap this up, not only this Q&A session but the whole day of the conference. Who wants to go? Steven? I know you can. You told yourself you can talk for a long time.
So I'm bad at conclusion wrapping up thing. So what was it again? Ask me more detail and I'll see if I can respond.
Just any piece of advice, like not even conclusion, just any piece of advice you can add to what we discussed already, or to your
It's
talk.
the same thing. You know, I'm just bad at that. I can never write a bio for myself. Tell me something interesting about yourself at a big meeting. I'm just not that person. Need to tell me in advance so I can think about it.
I just thought of something.
Erica, can you say about?
One of the things I like to do before I start research is, hopefully you're given a little bit about the context. And there's, we all, once we hear these things, we start having these ideas, ways you think things are, or the way you think, reasons that things are happening. And it's always good to get those out. Even if you're working with a team, even just have a hypothesis session, untested hypothesis session, where you're just writing down, here's what I think might be causing, caregivers the biggest grief, or how I think care recipients might receive some type of system like this. And everybody just have a conversation about what you think, to get that out in the universe, and then to be able to set it aside, to have a kind of a fresh mind, to start with. Okay, now let's pretend like we don't know anything, and go in with fresh eyes, and what questions do we need to ask, eliminating the assumptions we all just kind of talked about.
Thank you. That sounds like a good conclusion. So Mariel, do we have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I want to say this to the people that are new to the UX, or to the digital programs world, I want to tell them that they need to. Sometimes you need to do things that scare to you, and that's very. I'm not saying do jump out of an airplane. I'm saying do things that professionally scares you, and that things will open, or doing those things will open tremendously your opportunities. Also, another advice I have is uh, uh, to check out your background and keep doing things that you love and that makes you happy, because that way you could not only be happy, but you would have different ways of approaching different problems. So if you have a, I don't know, if you make a sport, or if you have any hobby, keep doing it, because this helps you by solving problems with a different perspective. And also, another advice I have is that networking is very, very important. Always keep growing your network and help, even if you're tired and you don't want to do certain things. Keep helping other people, and that way you will be improving your career.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope everyone here today is doing the thing that they love. And
Yeah, I hope.
Steven, you just told me that you have something
I can
to
go with something.
mention.
Erica reminded me of one thing I do like to rant about, and I can wrap up into your whatever. What are we calling this track?
The day one. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
day
there was
one.
something about starting out in the UX field type stuff. It's been a lot of the theme today. So for starters, I'm very 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 visual guy. So I will always draw, in the middle, and I spent much of the first few years of my career, even graphic design before we got into interactive. I'm always the guy who will start scribbling on the piece of paper a solution or draw on the whiteboard, and that's a terrible idea. Even if you are very drawing oriented, don't do that. So I've forced myself for years now to first write down what they're saying. Write down your ideas. Write down your several ideas. I even wrote an article if anybody wants to read up on this more, because I've formalized it. Like I do my first. I'm very big on. I've said this I think earlier a couple times. On start with the flow, the architecture stuff. I'll first write that down as literally a bullet list, so I don't get too wrapped around making cool boxes and everything. All kinds of it keeps you away from the vision, starting to kind of think about product solutions, technologies, anything like that. And a lot of people don't get drawing anyway, so they have no idea what you draw when you send them a flow chart or a picture of anything, or especially a box model wireframe or something. It's a really good way to kind of think through stuff and get feedback from everybody. The other thing I like about it is it helps emphasize that a lot of roles and I'm one of those who thinks the UX is the big circle one, like who did that? Josh Clark, somebody like that did that one where everything's embedded in it. UI is a subset. A lot of our roles in the big circle UX aren't drawing. Information architects that I've worked with don't always draw very well. There's researcher roles, all kinds of stuff like that. So you can actually do a lot of this design type stuff with an email program or notepad. Just write down what people said, analyze that, write down basically how the product should probably work, then go get the guy who can draw to make it look pretty. So you don't, and because that's been something I've seen a lot for juniors is, how do I learn how to draw better? Don't have to draw better. If you don't draw well, find a role where you don't have to draw. There are plenty of those. We need those analytical side people badly.
Yeah.
That's a good advice, especially for people who are so used to draw basically everything, and they just look at the design as just a person who draws.
If you want to hear real ranting, get me into pixel perfect design. I'm very big in make it work on every platform, everywhere, fluidly, future-proof it, all that stuff. I love that design. Don't love everybody's doing it, but I love that the concept of design systems is starting to take off. So we're getting universal, reusable components from our side, all that stuff. So, and yeah, that should go hand in hand with plan, and yeah, make your plans and write down what the point of it all is, instead of just drawing a pretty picture and then drawing another pretty picture.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all so much for your session, for this Q&A session. I'm so happy to hear new things and people sharing this with our audience. And right, yes, we're gonna wrap this up. Thank you all. I hope to see you in the nearest future. And I also big thanks to everyone who were sitting through the whole day and are still with us right now, and also greetings to the people who are watching this as a recording. But that's it for now. Thank you all so much, and see you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, Nick.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Good luck. Okay, so that was the day one of our first UI/UX event from Geekle. But we will have a next day tomorrow. It's gonna be a senior track for that will be on our platform. So if you have a ticket, we'll be waiting for you tomorrow. And good luck with your design ideas, and hope your projects will be implemented, and hope you learned lots of things that will help you with that. Bye.